Chapter 554. The power was too strong, and he couldn't control it and flew out of the 9 heavens? Damn it. Luo Tian really wanted to beat Air Dan up. What the hell? Flying out of the 9 heavens with too much power. Do you think this is a vacation? Furthermore, he said that the world 9 days ago was very terrifying and he almost couldn't come back. If he really couldn't come back, then there was no need to come back. Once Luo Tian died, the dragon egg would definitely be broken and he would also die. Hurry up. Stop being so cocky. Kill him for me. I'm so annoyed just by looking at him. Luo Tian's heart relaxed. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Air Dan at such a critical moment. What he should do now was to get rid of the Earth Dragon King as soon as possible. Luo Tian laughed awkwardly, wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and said with a smile, I made it in time, I made it in time. He's about to die. Luo Tian hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, There's something in the sky. Everyone raised their heads to look. A huge black shadow with endless divine might descended heavily, landing on top of the Earth Dragon's head. Heavenly Dragon, divine pillar, supreme divine weapon. Its power was a complete mess. How could the weapon refined by the dragon god ancestor not be fierce? Earth Dragon King looked up to the sky. His face darkened and muttered, Damn, what is it? Something that wants your life. Luo Tian laughed loudly. Air Dan, blast him to death! Bam! The divine might shook the heavens. It affected the entire heavenly palace divine race. An enchantment was almost broken. The earth shook and the sun and moon lost their light. They were all crushed by the divine might of the heavenly dragon divine pillar like ants. Walala! The heavenly dragon divine pillar moved and arrogantly struck down. The Earth Dragon King had no time to react, nor did he have the time to react. No matter how fast he reacted, it was useless because he couldn't escape from the attack range of the heavenly dragon pillar. The attack range of the heavenly dragon pillar was too large. Ah! A pig-like howl rang out in the sky. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The divine pillar landed on the ground and pressed down on a person. Earth Dragon King. His face was pale white as he spat out black blood. At this moment, Air Dan's voice rang out, Boss, it's yours. Not bad. At least you have some conscience. You know what I'm thinking. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian smiled excitedly. He was incomparably shocked. Just now, he clearly saw that Dopey Ball's attack had reduced the Earth Dragon King's HP from more than 10 million to less than 100 points. Moreover, this was done on purpose by Dopey Balls. His goal was to let Luo Tian kill the Earth Dragon King. Air Dan knew exactly what Luo Tian needed. So, Luo Tian's figure flashed and instantly landed below the soaring dragonstone pillar. He looked down from above and coldly looked at the dying Earth Dragon King. He smiled sinisterly and said, show off again. Aren't you very arrogant? Ha ha ha, you didn't expect this to happen, did you? The Earth Dragon King's eyes were like flames as he ruthlessly said, Luo Tian, you dare to kill me? My Earth Dragon clan will not let you off. Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian stomped down fiercely. Let your sister off, go to hell! Bam! The injured Earth Dragon King did not have any defense at all. Luo Tian stomped on his head and exploded it. It was also at this moment. The system sounded out an incomparably beautiful notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Earth Dragon King for obtaining 3 million experience points. Profound chi values 300,000 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 5 element spirit, Earth Spirit. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Earth Dragon King's Blood Essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the secret skill, Earth's Furious Burial. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Sky Dragon Pearl. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Dragon Pearl. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level: Mystic Venerable level, level 5. A series of notifications sounded. Big drop. It was definitely a big drop. It had been a long time since he felt so good. Ha ha ha, awesome! Luo Tian exclaimed and laughed out loud. Then he opened the system and looked at the Sky Dragon Pearl without any attributes. However, Luo Tian did not care if it had any attributes or not. He just wanted to make sure that he did not hear wrongly. The blood from the 4 directions has been gathered. Now that I have the Sky Dragon Pearl, I can open the ancient battlefield when I return to Huashan Immortal Sect. I want to level up fiercely, and the day I come out of seclusion will be the day of Murong Wanjian's doomsday. It will also be the day of the death of the Immortal Sect and the Star Ocean Immortal Sect. Luo Tian thought excitedly. Thinking of this, the blood in his body began to boil. Then, Luo Tian looked at other things and saw a black ball that looked similar to the Sky Dragon Pearl. He could not help but be stunned. This is a dragon pearl? What is a dragon pearl? Could it be that gathering all 7 dragon pearls can summon the divine dragon and let the divine dragon fulfill one's wish? Damn, all 7 dragon pearls came to this world. Do you have to be so nonsensical? Air Dan sent a voice transmission. Boss, are those really dragon pearls? His voice was very excited. Luo Tian could not help but say yes. Air Dan almost jumped up and said happily, "You said it just now. Gathering all 7 dragon pearls might not be able to summon the divine dragon to fulfill one's wish, but you can obtain a trace of the dragon god patriarch's power. Don't underestimate this trace of power. Even 10,000 mystic thearchs would not be a match for it." What? Luo Tian was instantly stunned. How many mystic thearchs did you say? 10,000 mystic thearchs would not be a match for it. A trace of the dragon god patriarch's power is actually so strong? He could not believe it. However, Erden said very proudly, "Of course, Patriarch Dragon God is the ancestor of all dragons. The time he has been cultivating is even longer than the time the Xian continent was born. Furthermore, the plane he is in is a high-class plane. A trace of his power can easily crush any mystic, Darch martial expert. Furthermore, the dragon race can fuse with the Heaven Dragon Pillar. Every time they fuse, the Heaven Dragon Pillar's power will increase by 1 level. After fusing all 7 dragon pearls, the Heaven Dragon Pillar's power will surpass the realm of a supreme divine weapon and reach an unimaginable realm. The fused dragon pearls can still be used. After gathering all 7, you can still obtain the Dragon God Patriarch's power." Air Dan said excitedly. When Luo Tian heard this, he was a little stunned. It was as if he could not wrap his head around it. He was still thinking about that sliver of power that could crush 10,000 mystic thearchs. He swallowed his saliva heavily and his eyes lit up. He said greedily, "I want to gather all 7 dragon balls. I want to obtain the Dragon God Patriarch's power. Quickly tell me where I can find the dragon pearls." Air Dan said, "I don't know either." Luo Tian was speechless. "Then why are you so smug?" Air Dan said with a wronged voice, "The dragon pearls are obtained by the fated ones. If you can get one, you might be able to get the other 6. Sigh. All right, take your time to find them." Luo Tian was not in a hurry. Such things were just like what Air Dan said. The fated ones would obtain them. It felt good to explode. Chapter 555. Bloodsea City. In the main hall, Tai Long frowned. His expression was ugly. Even he was afraid of that power. When did such an expert appear in the dragon race? Which human youth was it? It was impossible. His strength was not bad, but it was far from being that heaven-defying. He was very clear about the Earth Dragon King's cultivation. No matter how strong Luo Tian was, it was impossible for him to be his opponent. There must be something that he did not know. "Report." A voice came from outside the main hall. Tai Long raised his eyes and immediately said, "Come in and talk." A blood ghost hurriedly walked in and said, "Reporting to Master, the investigation is clear. The Earth Dragon King rebelled, and his plan was seen through by that human." Not waiting for him to finish, Tai Long directly said, "Don't say such nonsense. I want to know how the Earth Dragon King died." The blood ghost did not dare to be negligent and immediately said, "The Earth Dragon King was pressed to the verge of death by the soaring dragon stone pillar, and then the human went forward to kill him. Before that, the Earth Dragon King used the secret technique, furious burial of Earth. Just as the tribe was about to collapse, the soaring dragonstone pillar disappeared and suddenly fell from the sky, instantly crushing the Earth Dragon King. Soaring dragonstone pillar. The incomparably huge stone pillar in the Dragon Mountain that consumed countless of the dragon race's energy. Tai Long furrowed his brows. Although that stone pillar was left behind by the dragon god, it's just an ordinary pillar. It doesn't have any power. I have always treated it as a totem. How could it suddenly erupt with such powerful power? He could not understand. However, Tai Long was very smart and immediately asked, "What other news is there?" The more detailed the story before the Earth Dragon King was killed, the better. The blood ghost immediately told him everything that he had heard. Tai Long frowned and muttered to himself, "Seems like it is indeed related to that human youth. What is the background of that brat? Is he here to save the dragon race? With just him?" Suddenly, a strange light flashed in Tai Long's eyes, revealing a cruel and cold light. He sneered and said, "A mere human from a low-level dimension wants to stop me? Humph, overestimating yourself. Pass down the order. Order the Black Dragon King and the Nether King to attack Dragon Mountain immediately. At this time, the Dragon Clan must be in chaos. I want to take this opportunity to eradicate all the remnants of the Dragon Clan. I want them to know that those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish." Tyrone's eyes were filled with brutality, incomparably ferocious. Blood Ghost immediately clenched his fists and said, "Understood." Dragon Clan in the Dragon Emperor's house, in a secret chamber. The secret room was very dark, and the surroundings were carved with all kinds of dragons. There were flying dragons in the sea, wild dragons in the wild, and 9 dragons soaring into the sky. Every path here was different from the dragons in the dragon tribe. They were dragon gods. It was not a dragon like the Western lizards. Tian, you have to listen carefully. We must not make any mistakes. Luo Tian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed as he transmitted a message to Qin Changtian. Qin Changtian immediately replied, "Yes, I will definitely listen carefully." At this moment, Erden's voice reached Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian then transmitted his voice to Qin Changtian's mind. He didn't dare to say it. Sound transmission was the safest method. Luo Tian was imparting the profound mysteries of the heart of the heavenly dragon to Qin Changtian. This was the only power that could kill Tyrone. It was a pity that Luo Tian could not cultivate it himself. If he could, then he would not need to let Qin Changtian take the risk. The second stage of the mission was to kill the Black Dragon King and the Nether King. Without a doubt, the third stage was to kill the final boss, Tyrone. Only by killing him could he complete the mission. Only then would he be able to obtain the Dragon God soul. But Luo Tian's cultivation was still unable to fight against Tyrone head-on. He had to borrow other powers, and the profound mysteries of the heart of the heavenly dragon was the only way. Moreover, if Qin Changtian wanted to stabilize his position, just relying on the Ice Dragon King and another elder was far from enough. He had to have his own strength, and in this world, strength was always king. If you were not strong enough, no one would submit to you. Qin Changtian's forehead was covered in sweat, his brows twitched a few times, and his heart was incomparably excited. So that's how it is. Don't be distracted. When cultivating the profound mysteries of the heart of the heavenly dragon, you cannot be distracted in the slightest. You must devote yourself wholeheartedly to it, Luo Tian warned. Qin Changtian immediately said, "And big brother Luo Tian, let's continue." Outside the house. The Ice Dragon King paced back and forth, his face incomparably anxious. Little Xia was the same. His face was extremely anxious and said, "Father, what are Dragon Emperor and big brother Luo doing? The Black Dragon King's army is about to arrive. We don't have any defenses at all. Furthermore, I just received news that the Earth Dragon Clan has separated from the Dragon Clan. The reason is that we shouldn't have killed the Earth Dragon King and killed their leader without their consent. This is disrespectful to them, and it seems like they are preparing to rely on Tyrone. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed all the elites of the Earth Dragon Clan back then." Little Xia said angrily. At this juncture, the separation of the Earth Dragon Clan was a fatal blow to the Dragon Clan. The outer defense line of the Dragon Mountain was all defended by the Earth Dragon Clan. Now that they had separated, the Dark Army was like walking on the main road, crazily pressing down, covering the sky and covering the earth. There were dark warriors everywhere. It wouldn't take long for them to reach here. The Ice Dragon King clenched his fists, burning with anxiety, and urged, "Why haven't they come out yet? Why haven't they come out yet?" "Report." Karen hurriedly walked up and said, "Leader, the Dark Army will reach here in half a day's time. The warriors of the Ice Dragon Clan have all gathered, this time no matter what. We must avenge our previous humiliation." "Report." A warrior rushed up with sweat all over his head and said, "Report to the Ice Dragon King. The 5th Elder, the 6th Elder, and the 8th Elder have all separated from the Dragon Clan. They have brought their own army and are retreating to the north of the Dragon Mountain. Damn, this bunch of heartless bastards. Yesterday, they said that they would pledge their loyalty to the Dragon Emperor. I didn't expect them to change their minds in less than a day. That's good, that's good. They will only ruin things by staying here." The Ice Dragon King's expression changed slightly. Another 3 forces separated from the Dragon Clan. For the current Dragon Clan, this was undoubtedly one disaster after another. Karen clasped her hands and said, "Leader, please give the order. We Ice Dragon Clan will not retreat even if we die." Little Xia also hurriedly said, "Father, the Dragon Emperor is in seclusion. Now we can only rely on ourselves. The humiliation of the Ice Dragon Clan must be washed away with the blood of the Dark Army." Boom! A loud sound rang out. Qin Changtian and Luo Tian walked out at the same time. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. "Monsters attacking the city again? I love it. Good night." Chapter 556. Monster Siege. If it was a game, it would definitely be the favorite of the players. It was definitely the strongest and fastest dungeon in the game. The Monster Siege in the Heaven Sword City had allowed Luo Tian to earn a lot of money, and he was quite happy. This time the Monster Siege was definitely going to overturn the heavens. Monster Siege. "Brother Luo, what's a Monster Siege?" Little Xia asked, confused. Luo Tian smiled. "Tai Long's army is a monster and our tribe is a city. Aren't they going to attack us? Isn't this a monster siege?" "Don't worry. Listen to my orders." Luo Tian directly opened the leader system. The level 5 leader system did not have that kind of heaven-defying killing move. That golden sword could only be used once. Previously, it had killed the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch with one strike. This time, it could not be used again. However, with the support of the leader system, it was still a very powerful existence. The most important point was, the Dragon Clan's warriors were much stronger than the Heaven Sword City's guards. With the support of the leader system, their strength, spirit, and speed could not be ignored. Qin Changtian immediately said, "We'll listen to Brother Luo Tian." The Ice Dragon King also nodded. "Luo Tian, what's your plan?" "We'll listen to you." The ability that Luo Tian had displayed made everyone in the Dragon Clan gasp in surprise. Even the Ice Dragon King felt inferior. Looking at Luo Tian's confident smile, he had a feeling that, as long as he was here, nothing would be a problem. Karen also agreed. Brother Luo, the situation is like this. The Black Dragon King and the Underworld King each have an army. They are attacking the tribe from 2 different directions. They have about 100,000 soldiers, according to your human realm. They are all above the mystic venerable realm. Many of them are Saint realm experts. As for the Black Dragon King and the Underworld King, their cultivation is above the Earth Dragon King. They are very difficult to deal with. And finally, Tai Long. We still don't know how strong his cultivation is. In the entire Heavenly Palace God clan, only the old Dragon Emperor has fought with him once. He was defeated in just a few moves. The old Dragon Emperor is already at the peak of the profound sovereign realm. For Tai Long to be able to defeat him in a few moves, his cultivation is probably at the peak of the profound sovereign realm, or even higher, reaching the supreme realm of the profound God realm. Xian Shen. Luo Tian's eyes widened in surprise as a bright light flashed across them. There was no fear. Some of them were extremely excited. The stronger the boss, the stronger the items it would drop. Profound God realm, this was simply a super boss. What would he drop if he killed him? It was too exciting. Everyone looked at the excitement on Luo Tian's face and was somewhat puzzled. Qin Changtian also looked at Luo Tian as he made a prophecy. Luo Tian stopped him and said, Changtian, you are the trump card of the Dragon Clan. You must not expose yourself. Tai Long is indeed very strong, but only you have the ability. You must not expose yourself until the end, even if you die. There was only one way to kill Tai Long Kill with the heart of the heavenly dragon. Qin Changtian must not expose himself. Once exposed, Tai Long would be on guard. Then he would not be of any use. Qin Changtian nodded. Everyone was puzzled. They did not know that Qin Changtian was in seclusion for 1 day and 1 night to cultivate the heart of the heavenly dragon. Luo Tian asked, Uncle Karen, the Black Dragon King and Nether King's combined strength is slightly stronger. Currently, how many dragon warriors do the Dragon Clan have? Ice Dragon King said, the Black Dragon King's strength is slightly stronger. Those are the rebels of the Dragon Clan. They are all dark dragon warriors. Nether King's side is made up of dark angels. Although they have more people, their overall strength is slightly weaker. Currently, our Dragon Clan has about 80,000 elite warriors. Good. Ice Dragon King, you will help the commander block the dark angels. Luo Tian directly said, as long as you can block it, don't attack. Focus on defense. No matter how badly the other side is defeated, don't pursue. Focus on defense. Don't worry about anything else. Just block it. The rest would be left to Luo Tian. Actually, Luo Tian was afraid that the Ice Dragon King would kill too many Dark Angels, which would cause Luo Tian to lose a lot of experience. Ice Dragon King did not ask any further and nodded. Understood. Brother Luo, you are going against the Black Dragon King's army by yourself. This? Karen could not help but ask suspiciously. An army of 100,000, coupled with the incomparably powerful Black Dragon King. This kind of strength was not weaker than some of the small immortal sections. Could Luo Tian withstand it alone? Everyone also looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian chuckled and said, Don't worry, I have my ways, but I need to borrow something valuable from the Dragon Clan. What is it? Big brother Luo Tian. Only the Dragon Clan has it, you can take it. What else do you need to borrow? That's right. Luo Tian raised his eyes to look at the dragon pillar in the middle of the plaza and said, I want to borrow it. The arrangement was complete. Everything was going according to Luo Tian's arrangement. The Ice Dragon King led the Dragon Clan army to form an incomparably hard line of defense in the Crescent Canyon. The Crescent Canyon was a natural stronghold, easy to defend and hard to attack. although the dragon clan only had 80,000 warriors. It was enough to resist the dark angel army of the Nether King. As for Luo Tian, at this moment, he was like a madman, not waiting for the Black Dragon army to attack. He took the initiative to sneak up. Black Dragon King's camp. General, we have received news that the Dragon Clan's elites have all gone to defend against the Nether King's army. The Black Dragon King could not help but sneer. All of them. Yes. What the hell is the Dragon Clan doing? Defend against the Nether King with all their strength. Then what about my side? Ignore? The Black Dragon King said with some disdain, and then he was too lazy to be long-winded, and directly shouted, "Pass down the order! Attack in 2 hours!" Understood. The Black Dragon army was divided into 2 phalanxes. One was the vanguard formed by a group of Black Dragon warriors, and the other was a phalanx formed by various dragon warriors. Luo Tian bypassed the vanguard and attacked the rear. At this moment, on the towering tree, Luo Tian held his breath, looking at the black mass of Black Dragon warriors. He laughed excitedly and thought to himself, "It's going to be the new year. How much experience do these dragon warriors have? It's just a pity. These dragon warriors do not have the Invincible bloodline value reward. Otherwise, not to mention the 4 divine beast bloodline, even the Master God bloodline can be exchanged. At that time, who can fight against me?" This was a disadvantage. Dragons were still a type of demon beast, so they did not have the Invincible bloodline value. Of course, if there was, then it would be too heaven-defying. 100 to 200,000 Invincible bloodline value. This was a little too sharp. 2 balls. Here, boss, can you not call me Erdan? I'm a dragon after all. Okay, 2 balls. 2 balls. Luo Tian asked again, "Are you ready?" 2 balls giggled and said, "Of course." "Boss, let's start killing." Chapter 557. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The heavenly dragon pillar fell like a heavy cannonball. A large number of dark dragon warrior S were crushed into powder. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Dragon Warrior for obtaining 11,000 experience, 1,000 profound chi values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Dragon Warrior for obtaining 11,000 experience, 1,000 profound chi values. Congratulations! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Pterosaur blood. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Dragon Tendon. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Dragon Bone. A series of notifications rang out. It was not that there was no experience just because it was killed by Erdan. It was just that the experience was a little low. This was also because the system had determined that Luo Tian and Erdan were in a team, and a portion of the experience had been absorbed by Erdan. Luo Tian had only received half of the experience, but this was already a very sharp existence. Awesome! Luo Tian shouted excitedly and continued, "Erdan, continue!" Roar! The heavenly dragon pillar disappeared once again, and the moment it landed, another large wave of Black Dragon Warrior S fell. Attack! Someone is ambushing. Someone is ambushing. Quickly tell the general that an unknown creature is ambushing. An unknown creature is ambushing. Quickly report this. For a moment, the second square formation's military camp was in chaos. However, Luo Tian also said heavily, and immediately transformed into the demon Emperor Xing Tian. He then consumed a long-lasting pill that he had refined himself, and the time of the demon transformation increased to 4 hours. Holding the heaven-splitting divine axe in his hand, he wore the blood god armor. The blood god ring, his long scarlet hair, fluttered in the wind. His entire body was blood red. He looked like a berserk demon. The Emperor's aura on his body made Luo Tian even more valiant and incomparably powerful. 7 Berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 10,000 devils, great art, boom. Luo Tian grinned and released 2 surging forces. The aura around his body became even stronger. At this time he raised his head and roared again. Blood Shadow Great Technique! Blood Shadow Berserk! Rumble. The huge demon Emperor Xing Tian's body directly transformed into a blood shadow that covered the sky. The blood shadow was like a black cloud that covered the entire barracks. The dark dragon warriors who were defending were all covered in blood. At this moment, in the void, Luo Tian suddenly roared, "Explode!" Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire camp turned into a sea of blood. Every dark dragon warrior was exploding. Some died on the spot, while others were heavily injured. The moment Luo Tian released the blood shadow technique, 2 balls controlled the heavenly dragon god pillar to press down. Ding! Ding! Ding 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 ding! The sound was like tens of thousands of cannons being fired at the same time. The sound of the notification was so loud that one's eardrums were about to explode. A crazy explosion. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level: Mystic Venerable rank 6. So good! I leveled up in such a short time. This feeling is too awesome. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian said excitedly. He looked around and saw that the entire camp was barren. Everyone was dead. Everywhere was a mess and blood flowed like a river. Next camp. Luo Tian's eyes moved. He turned into a blood shadow and instantly flew to another camp. In the vanguard formation, the Black Dragon King was just about to order his troops to advance at full speed. However, he did not expect his backyard to be on fire. What? An entire camp died in less than a minute? Pah! The Black Dragon King slammed down with all his might and directly smashed a table into powder. He was extremely angry and shouted, "A bunch of trash! All of you are trash. A camp of a few thousand people can't even stop one person. What's the point of keeping you? He's that human, right? All right. Since you want to play with me, I'll play with you. Let's see how capable you are. You're actually stupid enough to use one person to stop my Black Dragon army." No wonder the Ice Dragon King led all the elites of the dragon tribe to defend against the Hades army. Looks like this was all arranged by you, wasn't it? Motherf asterisk cur. The Black Dragon King's eyes were filled with rage. Just as he was about to give the order, someone rushed into the tent. Someone rushed in from outside the tent and knelt on the ground. "Great General, the Third Army has been wiped out." What? Pah! The Dark Dragon King's right palm moved and directly slapped the warrior's head off. White smoke rose from the warrior's head as he gnashed his teeth. His entire body erupted with a dense, dark, evil aura. "Kill your way back." Boom! The Black Dragon King immediately transformed into a huge black dragon. With a flap of his wings, he shot out like a fighter jet. "Fifth camp, kill them all. 2 balls, kill them. Kill them all. Ha ha ha. Kill them again, and I'll level up again. I'll be a level 8 Mystic Venerable rank soon." This is too motherf asterisk king awesome. Luo Tian was too excited. This leveling speed was like sitting on a rocket. 2 balls' power was too mighty. He was like a killing machine that was crazily slaughtering. It was a true massacre. The god pillar fell from the sky. Rumble. A war hammer smashed down, and another large group of dark dragon warriors fell. Ding ding ding. Another large wave of experience points. His experience bar increased at a crazy speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level: level 8 Mystic Venerable rank. Ha! I leveled up again. 2 more levels, and I'll be able to get the system reward. 2 balls, be a little more fierce. Luo Tian laughed loudly. He thought about stepping into the mystic sage realm and returning to the Huashan immortal sect. He would settle old and new debts together. He would properly settle them. He would properly settle the score with the Great Elder and the Supreme Elder. If they dared to show off in front of him again, he would directly kill them. Kill. Blood shadow technique, blood shadow explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Ding, ding, ding. This was a very wonderful realm. His experience and Xian Qi increased crazily. This was the fastest leveling speed Luo Tian had ever experienced since he transmigrated. It was even faster than when he was a newbie. 2 balls was really too fierce. Luo Tian couldn't wait to hatch him. A dragon egg was already so fierce. Wouldn't it be lawless after it hatched? He was looking forward to it. The 9th Army Camp. Kill them all. In less than 2 minutes, the 9th Army Camp was covered in blood. No one was left alive. They couldn't stop Luo Tian and 2 balls at all. The 10th Army Camp. Continue. In another place, the Black Dragon King was leading the vanguard. He saw that his army camp had been completely destroyed. Blood flowed like a river and dyed half the sky red. The Black Dragon King was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had never suffered such a huge defeat before. Luo Tian, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 558. At the back, close to 100,000 dark dragon warriors were all killed, and it was done within an hour. This speed, it was an absolute change. Crazy! The worst thing was that Luo Tian had already reached level 9 Mystique Venerable rank, and his experience had already reached 90%. He was about to reach the strongest Mystique Venerable rank. That was too amazing. Luo Tian himself was shocked. Oh my God, do you have to be so fierce? Dan giggled and said, Boss, as long as you don't call me Dan, I can be even fiercer. Okay, Dan, suddenly. Dan said telepathically, Boss. Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian smiled and said, I know, the boss is here. A huge dark aura filled the sky. Even a blind person could feel it. The originally dark red sky turned black. The aura of the dark clouds was very powerful. Luo Tian's heart sank. He muttered to himself, What a strong aura. It's even stronger than the Earth Dragon King. How strong is this Black Dragon King? Dan, are you confident? Dan hesitated and said, Boss, this place is a bit far from the dragon tribe. The power of the heavenly dragon divine pillar can't be fully released. If it was the tribe, I should be able to kill him. But here, I can't guarantee it. The soaring dragon stone pillar was the dragon tribe's guardian stone pillar. Its existence was like a guardian totem. If it left the place, its power would weaken. Luo Tian did not think of this. Dan also did not mention it. If I hatch, I can completely control the heavenly dragon divine pillar. At that time, I can release all the power in its body. It won't be restricted anywhere. It won't be a problem to fight anyone. But Dan's expression was slightly downcast. Luo Tian smiled and said, It's okay, I'm still here. Dan said, Boss, this guy's cultivation is much stronger than the Earth Dragon King. You're only a level 9 Mystique Venerable rank, so you're not his opponent. Why don't we retreat and lure him to the dragon tribe? I'll release all the power in the heavenly dragon divine pillar and kill him. After all, Erden was just an egg. The only thing he could use was his will. He used his mind to control the heavenly dragon divine pillar. But his mind could not fully release the power of the heavenly dragon divine pillar. Furthermore, the reason why Dan could speak through voice transmission was because he had absorbed the power of the heavenly dragon divine pillar. If he could attract the Black Dragon King to the tribe, then it would be different. Luo Tian smiled and said, It's too late, he's already here. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly pressed down. Heaven and earth changed colors. The Black Dragon King's aura of darkness smashed into Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian's body sank slightly as he raised his eyes. The aura of the heaven-punishing Devil Emperor also erupted from his body at this moment, directly resisting this powerful pressure. Luo Tian, prepare to die. The Black Dragon King was enraged. He wished he could hang Luo Tian up and give him a good beating. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge dragon body of the Black Dragon King descended. His entire body was pitch black, his muscles were as hard as steel, and his entire body was black and shiny. He exuded an incomparably dense aura of power, which was extremely terrifying. Behind him, a large wave of black dragon army rushed forward like a tide, instantly surrounding Luo Tian. The Black Dragon King's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the mess in the barracks. Those dragon warriors were all killed, and the blood flowed like a river, causing him to become even more furious. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 3 muffled thunderous sounds came from the Black Dragon King's body. Luo Tian's face changed slightly and thought to himself, "Damn, he entered a berserk state before even fighting. This Black Dragon King's HP is around 15 million. His defense, strength, and speed are definitely higher than the Earth Dragon King's. 2 balls. Don't make a move yet, I'll test his power." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian did not wait for the Black Dragon King to make a move, and took the initiative to move. Level 7 Berserk! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 128 times the power of the attribute was unleashed. 10,000 devils, great art. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 10,000 times the power of the devil was released. Explode for me. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Tian's body also emitted a series of furious explosions. His blood-red body turned scarlet red, as if he was being roasted by fire. His entire body emitted waves of heat, as if they were all substantial power. In that instant, Luo Tian suddenly moved. Shadow shift. Whoosh. He moved at the speed of light. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A shadow landed on the ground, and a real body instantly rushed out, landing beside the Black Dragon King in an instant. Holding the heaven-splitting divine axe with both hands, he jumped into the air and directly slashed down heavily. Battle axe-style decapitation strike. 100,000 kilograms of the heaven-splitting divine axe surged into the air. The black clouds in the sky were cut open, and Luo Tian channeled all of his strength into the axe. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Bam! The divine axe cut through the air, bringing with it an incomparable power as it chopped down. The Black Dragon King raised his eyes slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer. "Insignificant skill. You dare to be impudent in front of me!" Buzz! The Black Dragon King immediately transformed into his human form. With a move of his right hand, his arm turned into black smoke and directly extended into the air. Bam! A huge hand directly grabbed onto Luo Tian's throat. The decapitation strike had yet to land. Boom! The move that Luo Tian had released had completely disappeared. Skill interrupt. This was something that only existed in the game. Luo Tian never dreamed that the Black Dragon King would be able to interrupt the skill that he had released. This was something that he had never thought of. This is bad. The Black Dragon King grabbed onto Luo Tian's throat with one hand, and without waiting for him to react, he pulled with all his might. Luo Tian was directly pulled into the void, and in the blink of an eye he returned to the real world. However, the distance between him and the Black Dragon King was only a dozen centimeters. The Black Dragon King formed a palm with his left hand and placed it on Luo Tian's chest. With a cold sneer, he said, "Black Dragon Break!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! An extremely strong, penetrating force rushed out from the palm of his hand. Walala! Then his back protruded and his body caved in. The clothes on his back were directly blown apart. His chest was badly mutilated. Black blood gushed out of his mouth. The power of this move was too fierce. However, this was not the end. The Black Dragon King laughed wildly. "I thought you were so powerful, but you're just a piece of trash. You want to stop me with just a piece of trash like you? A complete mess. While they were talking, the Black Dragon King's left hand did not leave Luo Tian's chest, and once again roared, "Black Dragon Break, 10 consecutive strikes! Holy sh*T! Combo!" Luo Tian's eyes stared blankly, constantly trying to break through the Black Dragon King's suppression, constantly trying to return to the virtual body, but to no avail. He was firmly suppressed. Bam! 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 After 10 strikes of the Black Dragon Break, Luo Tian's chest was almost pierced through. The last strike directly sent Luo Tian flying, heavily crashing into the side of a mountain. The entire mountain was smashed into him. Uncomfortable, his internal organs were all split open, and black blood continuously spurted out. Luo Tian was no match for him at all. Absolute suppression in terms of strength. Luo Tian's injuries were too severe. Even if he used the regeneration technique, he would not be able to save him. The only way. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, looking at the large wave of Black Dragon warriors behind the Black Dragon King. He shouted, "Two balls, attack!" Good night. Chapter 559. 10 consecutive strikes. The damage that Luo Tian suffered was so high that it was incalculable. His current body couldn't take it at all. He couldn't even release a single skill, and even if he did, it would be useless. His entire body was almost rotting, and his HP was rapidly decreasing. At this time, healing was no longer of any use. The only way was to level up. As long as he leveled up, all of his statuses would be restored to full. All of the injuries on his body would disappear, and the only thing he could rely on now was Two Balls' Heavenly Dragon Divine Pillar. Two Balls, attack! His life was hanging by a thread. All of his hopes were placed on Two Balls' attack this time. Two Balls also displayed his might and did not disappoint Luo Tian. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Pillar descended from the sky, bringing with it the might of the dragon ancestor. This was because Luo Tian had purposely told him that the target was not Black Dragon King, but the Black Dragon warriors beside him. Black Dragon King frowned and shouted, "Be careful!" At the same time, he immediately flew out. The might of the Heavenly Dragon Divine Pillar made him a little wary, not because he was afraid, but because he was careful. Furthermore, before he left, Tai Long had told him not to fight head-on against an unfamiliar and powerful force. Naturally, he didn't know that Two Balls' target wasn't him. He could escape, but the group of Black Dragon warriors behind him were much slower. Rumble! Rumble! The Heavenly Dragon Divine Pillar swept out, directly crushing a group of Black Dragon warriors. In an instant, in Luo Tian's mind, the system was about to short-circuit, constantly emitting a red light and flashing a warning. Notification. HP is rapidly decreasing. Player Luo Tian is in danger. Please replenish at the same time. Ding! 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 The Black Dragon warrior was killed, and the system sounded out. Luo Tian's eyes stared at the experience slot, watching as the number continued to increase. Soon, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. The system beep continued. 10 seconds later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level. Profound Sage rank 1. Ha ha ha. It leveled up. At this moment, the power of a profound sage poured into Luo Tian's body from all directions. The surging power of the sage realm was incomparably powerful, and it was countless times more powerful than the power of a mystique venerable. At this moment, Luo Tian's body recovered in an instant. It was as if he had been resurrected on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the novel skill reward. The reward skill is Dragon Slaying Slash. Do you wish to cultivate it? F***CK. System, if you were a woman, I would definitely marry you and love you for the rest of my life. Is there anything more loving than this? Knowing that I want to slay a dragon, he immediately provided me with a dragon slaying technique. Just the name alone is already very awesome. Luo Tian said excitedly, He never thought that the system would give him a set of dragon-slaying skills at this juncture. This was simply true love. As for whether the dragon-slaying slash was the skill cultivated by the main character of the novel, Luo Tian really couldn't think about it. Right now, there was only one thing in his mind, and that was to kill the Black Dragon King. Cultivate. Luo Tian did not hesitate at all. With a move of his mind, he immediately confirmed the cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating Dragon-Slaying Slash. Following the system's beep, a new skill appeared in the skill bar. Skill Art. Dragon-Slaying Slash Grade. Divine Level Cooldown. None Consumption. 1,000,000 Profound Chi Value Description. This skill is only effective against the dragon race. Against other races, the attack power is 0. Against the dragon race, the attack power is increased by 300%. Description 2. This skill is a stacking skill. After hitting the target, it can instantly trigger a second attack. A full 10 attacks can trigger a critical hit. The critical hit damage will be stacked again. After stacking 10 times, the attack released by the player will ignore the target's defense. Note: the stacking effect is random and depends on the player's attributes. XXX this skill. Luo Tian didn't care about the rest. His eyes were fixed on description 2, and his heart was boiling with excitement. 2 attacks stacked together, and then a critical hit that ignores defense. Isn't this F** King's skill too powerful? System Sister, I love you to death. As for the note, Luo Tian did not take it seriously at all. After playing games for so many years in his previous life, he understood very well that this kind of stacking randomness was completely dependent on the player's luck value. The higher the luck value, the faster the stacking, and there would be no mistakes. Luck value. Luo Tian had 100 points of luck value. Therefore, he did not care about the reason why the stacking could not be done. F***CK. Black Dragon King, right? I'm coming. Luo Tian's body moved and stood up from the ruins. The rubble on his body fell to the ground. With a twist of his neck and a move of his 10 fingers, there was a burst of explosive sounds. The aura of the profound sage realm erupted from his body. At this time, Luo Tian was incomparably domineering. Boss, hurry up, I can't take it anymore. While Luo Tian was looking at his status, the Black Dragon King saw that his subordinate had been killed by a large stone pillar. He did not care about Tai Long's reminder and directly used his strength to the maximum. He grabbed the stone pillar and fiercely smashed it. Two Ball's consciousness was almost unable to take his attack. This was not the dragon tribe. The power of the heavenly dragon divine pillar could not be released at all. Moreover, Two Balls was only an egg, and the consciousness he released was not even 1%. In this kind of situation, he could not withstand the Black Dragon King's random attacks. Luo Tian grinned and said, Two Balls, can I borrow your divine pillar to play with? Boss, what do you want to do? Luo Tian said, I don't want to do anything. It's just that I don't have a suitable weapon at the moment. Looking at your large stone pillar, it seems pretty good. Can I borrow it to play with? I don't need to release too much power. I just want to use it as a weapon. Two Balls directly said, now that the heavenly dragon divine pillar is in his hands, if you want to play with it, you can only snatch it yourself. My consciousness is almost unable to control it. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Understood. Suddenly, Luo Tian roared at the sky and said heavily, Black Dragon King, I'm not dead yet. Get over here. Extremely domineering, the Black Dragon King's face darkened. His 10 consecutive attacks did not kill Luo Tian. He was even more furious. Putting down the stone pillar, a black shadow flashed and directly landed in front of Luo Tian. His expression was even more shocked as he said, You're actually fine. It seems like you're not injured at all. How is this possible? Even Tai Long would be injured by his attack. Luo Tian was only a mystique venerable. Wait. You were clearly a Mystique Venerable rank 9 just now. How did you suddenly break through to the Mystique Saint realm? Shocking. Extremely shocking. How could he break through with such injuries? Was he a human or a ghost? Luo Tian's figure flashed and landed beside the heavenly dragon divine pillar. Chapter 560. The heavenly dragon divine pillar was too long, too thick, and too unwieldy. However, as a man, he couldn't say no. Furthermore, he was facing a thick, big, and long stone pillar, so he couldn't say no. Luo Tian hugged his arms bulging, his muscles almost bursting his clothes apart. The veins on Luo Tian's neck stood up like steel bars, his face flushed red, and he roared towards the sky. Ah! Walala! The heavenly dragon divine pillar moved. Pure power. Luo Tian did not release any cultivation technique's power. With the pure power of the profound sage realm, he directly lifted up the unbelievably heavy heavenly dragon divine pillar. He walked over unsteadily and cursed in his heart. Damn, isn't this pillar too heavy? It's really like Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang. It's unimaginably heavy. Dan also noticed that Luo Tian was having a hard time and couldn't help but ask, Boss, do you want me to control it? Luo Tian directly refused. No need, I can still bear this weight. Level 1 Berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The strength in his arms had obviously increased by 2 times, and Luo Tian's body also stabilized. His complexion recovered, and with a move of his right hand, he directly used his shoulder to carry the heavenly dragon divine pillar, and laughed disdainfully at the Black Dragon King, who was not far away. Grandson, come up and bite your grandfather. Black Dragon King's gaze turned sinister. You're courting death. Today, no matter how capable you are, you won't be able to escape death. I don't care who you are, no matter how strong your background is, even if you are the son of the heavenly dragon. You will still die today. Anger. Fury. Luo Tian was the same. He was also extremely angry. Just now, he was almost killed by the Black Dragon King, and the suppressed anger in his heart continued to surge. He watched as the Black Dragon King transformed into an incomparably huge black dragon. His claws were like Vajra, and the depths of his throat were incomparably red. Dan immediately reminded him, Boss, be careful, he's going to spit out the black dragon flames. This flame is very strong. Luo Tian's brows twitched and said in a deep voice, Is there a way to solve it? Dan said, Yes. Use the heavenly dragon divine pillar to stab his chrysanthemum. That way, he won't be able to erupt. This, Luo Tian was shocked. He didn't expect Dan to come up with such a good idea. It was so good that it made Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tighten. He gave Dan a thumbs up and said, Dan, you are indeed worthy of being called Dan. You can even come up with such an idea. Too awesome. Stab his ass? You bastard. You want to stab a black dragon's ass? If you have the guts, come and stab it. I'll see how you stab it. Two Balls hesitated for a moment and said with certainty, Boss, the only way is to stab him in the ass. Don't you have a skill called Shadow Shift? You can now release several phantoms and switch back and forth. He might not be able to catch you. Thinking about fulgurating shadows, Luo Tian was furious. Just now he was instantly choked by the Black Dragon King and suffered 10 heavy blows in a row. That pain almost took his life. One more time, Luo Tian did not retreat. He laughed coldly and said, He definitely wouldn't have thought that I would use fulgurating shadows again. If you didn't say it, even I wouldn't have thought of it, let alone him. Immediately, Luo Tian carried the heavenly dragon divine pillar on his shoulder, and a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He shouted heavily, You have to get up from where you fell. Shadow Shift. 3rd level. 3rd illusion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 phantoms and 1 entity instantly descended. The phantoms were controlled by Luo Tian's will and disappeared from their original position. They instantly landed on the right side of the Black Dragon King, then on the left side and behind. The Black Dragon King laughed coldly in disdain. It's this kind of low-level cultivation technique again. This kind of cultivation technique is like trash in front of me. Luo Tian, go and die. Black dragon fire. Endless scarlet flames, extinguish. It doesn't matter if that's your entity, you have to die. No one can withstand my Black Dragon King's endless scarlet flames. His throat rolled. The thick flames were like the boiling lava of a volcano. It was just that the Black Dragon King's endless scarlet flames were tens of thousands of times stronger. Boss, hurry up, hurry up. If you're too late, it'll be too late. The endless scarlet flames are too strong. You won't be able to withstand it at all. You'll be instantly turned into ashes. Two Balls anxiously urged. In his heart, he was also extremely worried for Luo Tian. Luo Tian frowned. He was waiting. He was waiting for the most suitable moment, which was also the moment when the Black Dragon King relaxed. The fulgurating shadows techniques level was indeed a little weak. Just now it was seen through by the Black Dragon King with a glance, and this time it would still be seen through by him. If Luo Tian's speed was slower than the Black Dragon King by half a second, he would still be stopped by him. Rumble, rumble. The endless scarlet flames kept rolling in the Black Dragon King's throat, letting out a dull, explosive sound. Seeing Luo Tian standing there foolishly, the Black Dragon King couldn't help but laugh wildly. Lowly human, in front of this king, you're just a piece of trash, the world's most lowly creature, ha ha ha, the moment he spoke. Luo Tian instantly disappeared. In that 1/10,000th of a second, he stacked the power of the 7th rank Berserk and the 10,000 Devil technique. In an instant, he directly landed behind the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King's reaction was a little slow, but he still caught the trajectory of Luo Tian's movement. He loudly laughed and said, "Trash, it's useless. I already said that this kind of trash technique is useless in front of me." Just that, the Black Dragon King did catch the trajectory of Luo Tian's movement. Just that. He couldn't keep up with his speed. It wasn't because he was slow, but because Luo Tian was fast. His cultivation had now reached the profound sage realm. What he had was the system. He didn't need to enter a new realm like other martial artists and slowly cultivate the power of this realm. He only needed to level up to obtain the power of this realm. The power of the profound sage realm was completely grasped by Luo Tian, and it only took a moment. This was the opportunity that Luo Tian was talking about. He was betting. He was betting that the Black Dragon King's speed would still be the same as before, and would not increase, but he had increased a little. This little bit was enough for Luo Tian. Hee, I'm going to stab your chrysanthemum. Luo Tian's arms moved, and the moment the Black Dragon King reacted, he directly used the thick, huge, and long heavenly dragon god pillar to stab the Black Dragon King's chrysanthemum. Swish! It was unknown whether the Black Dragon King's chrysanthemum had been stabbed by other dragons or some powerful creature, or whether his chrysanthemum had always been so big, or whether Luo Tian's strength was too fierce, but the heavenly dragon god pillar stabbed in without any resistance. Woo! The Black Dragon King screamed. Endless scarlet flames directly exploded in his throat. Boom! Boom! Luo Tian's balls tightened. Looking at the Black Dragon King's chrysanthemum covered in blood, his own chrysanthemum also secretly tightened. So good, ha ha ha. Chapter 561. The sadness of the balls, the pain of the balls. This kind of pain was even more intense than heart-wrenching pain. Black Dragon King's chrysanthemum spat out blood, and his body flew into the sky in pain, spurting blood all the way. What was even worse was, he had completely endured the endless scarlet flames. Boss, well done. Too beautiful, haha. Look at Black Dragon King. He's about to call out for his mother. This is too fun. I didn't expect that stabbing his chrysanthemum would be like this. It's so fun. Dan said happily. Luo Tian frowned and said, Damn, so you don't know either, are you spouting nonsense? Dan, your skin is itching, right? Do you know how big of a risk I took? If I couldn't interrupt his endless scarlet flames, then the one who died would be me. Dan also realized that he was a little inappropriate, like a child who had made a mistake. He said, "Boss, in theory, it is possible, but I have never practiced it before. In theory, it is possible to prevent his endless scarlet flames from erupting." Theory? What's the use of theory? You scared me to death. Even my chrysanthemum feels a little pain, ha ha ha. Luo Tian suddenly laughed out loud and said, "So satisfying." Dan realized that Luo Tian was bluffing him and immediately laughed. "Very satisfying, right?" "I think so too, hee hee," seeing the Black Dragon King tossing and turning in the sky and roaring in pain. The Black Dragon King's eyes lit up. Luo Tian and Dan were like two idiots, laughing happily. However, laughing was one thing, but Luo Tian did not forget about the important matters at all. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he sneered. "While you're sick, I'll take your life. Black Dragon King, you gave me 10 consecutive strikes just now and almost sent me to hell. Now it's my turn." 7 Berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Demon Emperor Xing Tian's body suddenly exploded, releasing a powerful force. Luo Tian carried the heavenly dragon divine pillar on his shoulder and roared, "Wind shadow step, moonlit steps." Whoosh! He moved in an instant. He leaped directly into the air, facing the Dark Dragon King, who had already transformed into a human and was holding onto his anus with both hands. Jumping around in pain, Luo Tian smiled coldly and said, "Blackie, how is it? Does it feel good to have your anus pierced? Look at this big stone pillar. It's still stained with blood. Does it make you feel better?" The Black Dragon King's eyes looked like they were about to spit out flames. He stared at Luo Tian with a man-eating gaze and said, "Dog, I'm going to tear you into 108,000 pieces." Suddenly, the aura on the Black Dragon King's body suddenly intensified. In the sky, the black clouds churned like a tsunami in the ocean. In just a short moment, the entire sky was covered by the black clouds. Thunder rumbled everywhere, and the sky was filled with an incomparably dense power of darkness. It was as if the world had turned into hell. Two Balls reminded him again, "Boss, be careful. The Black Dragon King is really strong. He has already exceeded my expectations." Luo Tian did not say anything. Carrying the heavenly dragon divine pillar, he charged forward. Strong? The stronger he was, the more he liked it. Looking at the golden light shining on the Black Dragon King's body, Luo Tian almost drooled a few times. No matter how strong the boss was, he had to think of a way to kill him. This was one of the bosses in the second stage of the SSS level mission. He had to kill it. Suddenly, Luo Tian raised the heavenly dragon divine pillar above his head. The stone pillar towered into the black clouds, and muffled thunder surrounded the stone pillar as it wreaked havoc. Luo Tian moved, slightly sensing the surrounding power of darkness. His arms moved and crazily rushed forward. "I'll let you try my new cultivation technique. Dragon Slayer." The skill was released. A sinister dragon's roar came from within his body. This dragon's roar was like the screams of someone who had their dragon tendons pulled out, their dragon bones kicked out, and their flesh torn apart. Two Balls was shocked. A power that has a fatal effect on the dragon race. "Boss, when did you cultivate this kind of cultivation technique that is specially used against the dragon race?" Luo Tian laughed. "Just now." This power exploded from the depths of his heart, directly rushing into his arms, and then to the top of the heavenly dragon divine pillar. Boom! The 108 divine dragons carved on the heavenly dragon divine pillar all trembled, letting out a series of low dragon roars. At the same time, Black Dragon King's face was shocked. This cultivation technique? Just how many heaven-defying cultivation techniques has this brat cultivated? He even cultivated this kind of cultivation technique that is specially used against the dragon race. It seems like he came prepared to deal with my dragon race. Humph! You dog! Then I can't let you live even more. Black Dragon King spread out his arms, opened his 10 fingers, and grabbed with all his might. Buzz! A buzzing sound rang out between heaven and earth. In the sky, all the dark energy within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was controlled by his hands. The dark energy continued to gather, forming a vortex above his palm. The scene was somewhat familiar, just like the 3 points returning origin chi that Xiongba used in the movie Wind and Cloud in his previous life. One was to refine the water in the air. The Black Dragon King, on the other hand, refined the surrounding dark energy. Compared to the Black Dragon King, the two were much stronger. Rumble, rumble. The moment the heavenly dragon divine, pillar, slashed down, Black Dragon King's dark energy turned into 2 shock waves and blasted out. Boss, be careful! Erdan exclaimed. Luo Tian did not dodge at all. It wasn't that he didn't have enough time. If he dodged, then his second attack would not be able to connect, and the stacking effect of the dragon's slaying slash would disappear. This way, it would be even more difficult to kill Black Dragon King. Titan defense. Golden Bell cover. 2 defensive powers were added to his body, and the Blood God's armor also flashed with a scarlet light. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 20899 inch 20,000 points of damage. Luo Tian was stunned. The dragon's slaying slash is indeed valiant. At the same time that he attacked Black Dragon King, Luo Tian's body suddenly sank. The dark shockwave hit his chest, causing him incomparable pain, but he did not dare to relax in the slightest, nor did he dare to use healing skills to heal himself. Take it head on! Dragon slaying slash, second strike. Luo Tian once again attacked. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 21,000 inch Black Dragon King was also infuriated and once again released 2 shockwaves of dark energy. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian's chest was split open, blood seeped out and his chest was wet. Luo Tian's face was also somewhat pale, but he did not give up and did not relax. In an instant, he had already chopped down the 3rd strike of the Dragon Slayer. Black Dragon King's eyes turned sinister as he roared, "Fight with me? I want to see how capable you are." Extremely arrogant, his physical body was second only to the Dragon Emperor in the dragon race, and was incomparably strong. Tens of thousands of HP was nothing to him, who had tens of millions of HP. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Bam. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Bam. You attack, I attack, the 2 of them went all out. The 10th critical hit. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Rumble. Puffed. Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of black blood, his expression becoming more and more sinister, and he laughed coldly in excitement. The 10 critical hits have been stacked. Now it's an attack that ignores defense. Chapter 562. The Dragon Slayer was crazily stacked. The damage of each attack was increasing. After the 10th critical strike was stacked, Luo Tian was startled. His mouth was full of blood, but his expression was extremely sinister. He sneered and said, "Now is the time to explode." No more explosions. His life was gone. The Black Dragon King's attack caused Luo Tian to be in so much pain that he wanted to die. The 2 of them clashed in strength, and Luo Tian was completely at a disadvantage. He was not a match for the Black Dragon King at all. Luo Tian's entire body was covered in blood. He was about to be crippled. Erdan kept on shouting, "Boss, stop fighting. If you continue fighting, you'll die." Indeed, he would die. He would really die. Luo Tian was afraid of death, extremely afraid of death. Who wasn't afraid of death? But what he wanted to do now was to kill the Black Dragon King. 20 attacks. He had endured 20 attacks himself, and his sea of consciousness was in turmoil one after another. The system kept flashing red lights to remind Luo Tian that his life point was rapidly decreasing. His life was in danger. Please replenish quickly. There was no time to use the healing technique or the regeneration technique. Luo Tian could not let everything that he had just done go to waste. No cultivation technique could appear during the stacking process of the Dragon Slayer, and once he used the healing technique, the stacking effect of the Dragon Slayer would disappear, and he would have to stack it again. It had already been stacked up to 20 layers. The Killer Book's 20th floor was already extremely fierce, let alone this Dragon Slayer. Luo Tian roared with all his might, his arms moved, and the heavenly dragon divine pillar once again rose into the sky. His eyes locked onto the Black Dragon King as he roared, Come again! Let's see who can beat who! Rumble! Dragon Slayer! The Black Dragon King's face darkened. His expression was still arrogant and egotistical. Looking at Luo Tian, who was covered in injuries, he coldly snorted. Trash who overestimates himself. You still want to use this move. I told you that this move is useless against me. Your attacks are like tickles to me. Even if you do it 100 times, it will be the same. Luo Tian was a madman. At least, that was what the Black Dragon King thought. He had actually used the same technique 20 times in a row. Although his strength had increased each time, it was completely insignificant to him. He had only suffered some flesh wounds. So the Black Dragon King didn't take it seriously at all. The power of darkness. Break. The Black Dragon King grabbed at the air, and 2 black balls turned into a beam of light that shot towards Luo Tian's chest. The Black Dragon King laughed wildly and said, You want to compete with me in terms of strength? You want to compete with me in endurance? I forgot to tell you that my black dragon's physical body is the most powerful among the dragons. Even Dragon Emperor's golden dragon body couldn't match it. You lowly human, who do you think you are? You're simply seeking death by competing with me in this way. Rumble. 2 black balls carrying dense dark energy once again rushed towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't try to defend himself. He did not even think about defending himself. His arms moved as he hugged the heavenly dragon divine pillar tightly and smashed it down. Boom! Bang! Like Luo Tian, the Black Dragon King didn't dodge, because he was the Black Dragon King, one of the dragons with the strongest physical body in the Sky God race. How could he be scared by a human's attack? However, what he didn't expect was that this strike would stun him a little. Blood spurted out from his head as his body suddenly sank. His eyes were slightly startled. This power seems to be different from before. How could this be? He was already injured to such an extent. How could he still unleash such a powerful force? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ha ha! Luo Tian's body caved in, and blood spurted out like a pillar. However, his face had a sinister and complacent smile, and he said with a mocking tone, Grandson, how is it? Is this power strong enough? Is it good enough? Ha ha ha! Just now, when the heavenly dragon divine pillar smashed down, it directly dealt a damage of 203,333. Critical hit in addition to ignoring defense. This damage value was simply off the charts. In that instant, Luo Tian hugged both of his hands once again, and once again sent the heavenly dragon divine pillar into the clouds. Without giving the Black Dragon King any time to react, he once again shouted fiercely, Dragon slaughter! Kill him for me! This king doesn't believe it. The Black Dragon King stared fixedly at the heavenly dragon divine pillar that was pressing down from the sky. He clenched his teeth and let out a fierce roar, immediately transforming into the body of a black dragon. In the next moment, his wings flapped fiercely, and the jet-black dark energy on his claws formed a huge wind blade. He shouted in a deep voice, Brat, go and die! The wind blade blurred. The air pressure in the sky tightened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was incomparably fierce. Luo Tian clenched his teeth and secretly thought in his heart, "Can I still hold on?" His health point was almost at the bottom. The power of the wind blade, condensed from the dark energy, was too strong. Luo Tian was not sure if he could withstand it, but right now he was already like an arrow on the bow. He had no choice but to release it. "Boss, I'll take this blow for you." Suddenly, Dan's voice rang out in his body. Without waiting for Luo Tian to reject, a red light flashed from the dragon egg, directly wrapping around Luo Tian's body. At the same time, Dan hurriedly said, "Boss, go ahead and attack him. You must blast his face until there's nothing left of it." Dan was also furious. Seeing Luo Tian take on the Black Dragon King's attacks again and again, his heart was filled with pain. He was very clear that Luo Tian had already obtained the Heavenly Dragon Pearl. He could completely withdraw from the Heavenly Palace God race and return to the Huashan Immortal Sect to open the ancient battlefield. However, Luo Tian did not do so. He had always wanted to hatch himself. One must know that he was facing the Black Dragon King, the Nether King, and the incomparably powerful Tai Long. All of this was for him. Dan's heart clenched. It was very painful, very painful. Seeing Luo Tian's body covered in injuries and constantly spitting out blood, his heart felt even more uncomfortable. With such a master, what else could he ask for? It was also at this time. Dan made up his mind to protect Luo Tian no matter what. At this moment, not allowing Luo Tian to think too much, he immediately said, "All right, I'll blast him to death." Buzz! Luo Tian's body flashed with a red light and was immediately wrapped up by an indescribable power. This power made Luo Tian feel as if he was swimming in a sea of power, and it was extremely comfortable. Then Luo Tian laughed sinisterly. "Black Dragon King, explode for me! Dragon Slayer! Dragon Slayer! Dragon Slayer!" The Black Dragon King did not believe in heresy and continued to release dark wind blades. However, no matter how strong the wind blades he released were, they rushed into Luo Tian's body like a clay ox entering the sea, and did not have the slightest reaction. "Huff, huff, huff!" Black Dragon King gasped for breath. His entire body was covered in injuries. Looking at Luo Tian's arrogant expression, his eyes turned sinister as he shouted, "Just you wait, I won't let you off!" "You want to run?" Luo Tian immediately threw away the Heavenly Dragon Divine Pillar, moved in the air, and laughed coldly. "Less than 1,000,000 HP? Then let's settle it once and for all. Strange fire! Green Lotus Core fire, explode for me. Target locked." Chapter 563. Strange Fire. The damage value was 1,000,000 points. Luo Tian had already expected that the Black Dragon King would run away if he couldn't win, and had already calculated everything. The moment he moved, he immediately released the strange fire. Green Lotus Core fire. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A streak of flame shot up into the sky. The Black Dragon King's huge body was directly smashed into powder. Beautiful! Strange fire is indeed a strange fire, and it even has the ability to kill instantly. If I can gather other strange fire, wouldn't the damage be off the charts? With a wave of attacks, who can stop me? Luo Tian thought to himself. At the same time, he also thought about the instant kill attribute of the strange fire. If he fused it with other cultivation methods, would it really become an instant kill skill? Just like the Sword of the God in Invincible level up. Who would see who? This Gudong. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva fiercely. "I think there's a need to give it a try." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the Black Dragon King. You've gained 5,000,000 experience and 5,000,000 profound chi values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Black Dragon Heart. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Black Dragon King Blood Vein. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Black Dragon King's huge bone. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 5-element spirit, fire spirit. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the black dragon armor. A series of explosions rang out. Luo Tian exclaimed excitedly, "Awesome!" The black dragon heart was similar to the ice dragon heart. Its attributes were: it was like a pendant. This was the best thing to give to a girl. Luo Tian laughed excitedly, and then checked the black dragon king blood vein. 4-legged salamander? He wasn't interested in this bloodline at all. Leave it for the fatty bones of the black dragon king. It was a huge dragon bone, and the shape of the dragon bone was like a huge broadsword. Luo Tian was overjoyed in his heart, and secretly said, "Dragon Slayer just happens to need a broadsword. I will forge you today. I also don't have a suitable weapon. The broadsword is the hegemony of weapons. I prefer it. Domineering." Suddenly, Luo Tian missed his blood-sucking frenzied saber. Item: Black Dragon Armor Grade. Divine Description: negates 60% of physical damage and 80% of darkness damage. It wasn't a very good divine artifact, but it was still alright. He would keep it for now. Now that the Black Dragon King is dead, the second phase of the SSS rank mission is considered half completed. The other half is to kill the Nether King. Killing the Nether King will help the dragon race resolve their crisis, and the mission is completed. Only the third phase is left. Just as Luo Tian was thinking about this, Erden's weak voice suddenly sounded in Luo Tian's mind. "Boss, I can't hold on any longer." Buzz. Just now, Erden had been enduring the attacks of the Black Dragon King. Luo Tian was not injured at all, and within the power of the red light he felt incomparably comfortable. Even the pain from before had completely disappeared. Erden's voice was slightly startled in Luo Tian's body. The red light retracted. Luo Tian once again returned to the moment when he was heavily injured. His face suddenly darkened, his eyes moved, he looked at the sky, and secretly shouted in his heart, "Crap!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. In mid-air, he relaxed, completely unable to withstand it, and directly fell from mid-air. Regeneration! Healing, healing, healing. He used it crazily. In the instant of free fall, Luo Tian desperately cast a healing spell on himself, and in that short moment his condition improved slightly. The moment he landed, he finally recovered a bit of his strength and regained control of his body. Bam! Luo Tian fell to the ground, his back in pain, but it was not enough to take his life. His face was pale, his breath was weak, and the pain in his body was spreading like flames. At this moment, Luo Tian did not have the time to care about himself. What he was most worried about was Erden. Now that he thought about it, Erden had definitely taken a huge risk just now. Moreover, it wasn't that he didn't take the Black Dragon King's damage, nor did he defend against it. Instead, he endured it. Such a powerful dark wind blade. When Luo Tian thought of this, his heart ached, and he said, "Erden, why are you so stupid? How are you now?" Luo Tian was incomparably anxious. The dragon egg remained motionless in his body, as if it was a dead egg. Luo Tian became even more anxious. He opened the system to check Erden's attributes, but there was nothing missing. He anxiously asked again, "Erden, Erden, don't scare me. Please don't scare me. Erden, move a little. Can't you move a little? What do you want me to do?" No matter how Luo Tian asked, the dragon egg still did not have the slightest reaction. Luo Tian's entire body was in pain. He was also worried about the dragon egg, afraid that Erden would die inside before hatched. If that happened, Luo Tian would never forgive himself. Unknowingly, Luo Tian had already treated Erden as his own brother, a brother like Feng Lei and the others. If his brother died for him, Luo Tian would definitely not forgive himself. His heart ached. The pain in his body had been completely ignored by him. Luo Tian was such a person. He would rather endure more pain than see the people around him suffer. Even if he couldn't bear it, he had to. He hoped that his brothers and women would be safe and sound, and that they wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. Erden, you can't die. Luo Tian clenched his fists and roared in his heart. Strength, strength, strength. Why am I so weak? Why can't I protect my brothers? Why? Why? If I can't even protect my brothers, if I go to Broken Sky City and save Shui, how can I face Moro Wanjian? How can I trample him to death? His heart ached. The Black Dragon King's strength had already reached the profound sovereign realm. With such a high realm, he was still killed by Luo Tian, who was only at the first stage of the profound sage realm. No one in this world could do this. Luo Tian was really strong, very strong. However, he was not satisfied. He had been risking his life because he knew that his cultivation was not enough to shake everything, not enough to stand at the peak of the profound sky continent. In the past, it was only Broken Sky City, Murong Wanjian, and Violet Soul Hall. Now it was different. Imperial Immortal Sect, Xinghai Immortal Sect, 10 Great Immortal Sects, and Huashan Immortal Sect. These were like mountains pressing down on Luo Tian's shoulders, making it hard for him to breathe. It was very uncomfortable, but he gritted his teeth and endured. He was enduring pain that ordinary people couldn't bear. For this goal, he took one step at a time, risking his life to advance. He firmly believed that sooner or later, he would be able to defeat all these people, all these forces. However, seeing Erden get injured because of him, his heart felt as if it had been pierced by 10,000 steel needles. It was really painful. It was also at this time. The dragon egg moved slightly and Erden's weak voice sounded. "Boss, I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry I can't accompany you." "Boss, thank you. Thank you for bringing me a different life. Thank you." His voice became weaker and weaker. Luo Tian's heart was dead silent and his entire person collapsed. It was also at this moment that the system sounded out. Chapter 564. Two Balls was facing death. Luo Tian didn't expect that Two Balls would use his own life to take the damage from the Black Dragon King. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't have allowed Two Balls to do that. He would rather die than see his brother die. Just as Luo Tian was in despair, a system notification rang out. Instantly, Luo Tian's heart tightened. His heart was filled with sincerity. He had never begged so sincerely before. "God, I beg you, you have to let Two Balls live. I am willing to use my lifespan in exchange." Luo Tian was about to collapse. Two Balls' voice slowly faded like an old man. His voice got weaker and weaker as he died. Luo Tian's heart clenched. Ding! Dragon egg incubation speed increased. Incubation time, 3 days. Incubation item, God Dragon Soul. Once time passes, incubation fails, dragon egg will be destroyed. Incubation success. Affinity increased by 100 points. It will never betray you. The system's voice rang out. Luo Tian listened attentively and even muttered along with the system. 3 days, 3 days. There's still 3 days. There's still a chance. Two Balls, you have to hold on. I'll definitely complete the mission and get the Divine Dragon's soul. I'll definitely hatch you. Luo Tian's heart trembled. 3 days. That was just too short. He still had to kill the Nether King and the final boss Tai Long. All of that needed time to prepare. It really wasn't enough. But Luo Tian didn't have a choice. If he couldn't complete it within 3 days, the dragon egg would disappear and there would be no more Two Balls. Luo Tian's heart tightened. His body was still in pain, but it was like he couldn't feel it at all. His eyes locked onto Fallen Moon Canyon and sunk. Two Balls, no matter what price I have to pay, I will hatch you. Even if I die, I will hatch you. Just you wait. Shortly after, Luo Tian directly used 10 celestial energy inner pellets. He released all his strength and used it all on speed. He was like a rocket as he charged towards Fallen Moon Canyon. The second stage of the SSS grade mission was to kill the Nether King. At this moment, Luo Tian had become a killing machine, a true madman. Bloodsea City in the main hall. Tai Long's expression was extremely ugly as he stared at a certain spot in the Dragon Mountain. His eyes were bloodshot and he was extremely furious. Damn human! How dare you ruin my plans and kill the Black Dragon King? He killed the entire Black Dragon army by himself. From the 5th rank Mystique Venerable rank that entered the Heavenly Palace to the 1st rank Mystique Sage of the God Clan. The speed of your breakthrough is like flying. To be able to break through so quickly at such a high level, I have to say, Luo Tian, you're really not simple. However, even if you are extraordinary, even if you are a genius among geniuses, since you want to block my path, you will definitely be trampled under my feet. Suddenly, the muscles at the corner of Tai Long's eyes twitched a few times as his killing intent intensified. His gaze darkened as he shouted, "Send orders to the Nether King. Tell him to withdraw his troops and return to Blood Sea City. Do not delay and return immediately. Master, I'm afraid that the Nether King General is currently fighting with the dragon race. If we withdraw our troops now, it will hurt their morale. Isn't that a little inappropriate?" Bang! A green light shot out from Tai Long's eyes, and the head of the elder who spoke exploded. His brain matter splattered everywhere as he coldly shouted, "Who else dares to question my words? Execute my orders. If you dare to talk nonsense with me again, I will take your life." He was already extremely furious. With a slight thought, he directly destroyed the sea of knowledge of that profound sage. Everyone immediately lowered their heads and were as quiet as cicadas in winter. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Immediately after, Tai Long coldly said, "Tell the Nether King to defend Blood Sea City with all his strength. I will go into seclusion in the Blood Sea Divine Realm. Luo Tian, even if you can control the soaring Dragonstone Pillar and release its power, even if you have a divine tool that even I can't imagine protecting your body, that red light is indeed very strong. However, no matter how strong you are, it is impossible for you to be stronger than me, who is in the profound God realm. When I come out of seclusion, it will be the time of your death. Tai Long, peak profound God realm." He was only a little bit away from breaking through to the profound God realm. It could be a second or it could be a year. However, Tai Long would definitely not use a year's time. This was because the cultivation speed of the Blood Sea Divine Realm in his mysterious space was extremely fast. It did not matter if Tai Long could break through to the profound God realm or not. This was not good news for Luo Tian. He only had 3 days. If he could not kill Tai Long in 3 days, he would not be able to obtain the divine dragon soul and would not be able to hatch the 2 eggs. In that case, the dragon eggs would die. 3 days. Time became very, very short. Falling Moon Canyon. Luo Tian rushed over with all his might. This place was already a mess. There were countless casualties. There were Dark Angel Race and Dragon Race. Seeing Luo Tian appear, the Ice Dragon King immediately went up to him and smiled. "Brother Luo, why are you here? The Underworld King's army has already been repelled by us 6 times. We can definitely defend this place well." Karen, Ike, Aaron, and Little Xia also walked over. To their Ice Dragon race, they had used their own strength to prove themselves today. Qin Changtian also anxiously walked over and asked, "Brother Luo Tian, you are injured. Your injuries are very serious. Quick, 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 call Grandpa Merlin over." "No need," Luo Tian directly asked. "Where is the Underworld King's army?" The Ice Dragon King said, "They suddenly retreated not long ago. They have already retreated more than 10 kilometers. We did not pursue the matter because we were afraid of being ambushed. Brother Luo, how are things on your side?" "Retreated? It seems like Tai Long already knows that the Black Dragon King is dead. This Tai Long is much stronger than I imagined." Immediately, Luo Tian looked at Qin Changtian and said, "Changtian, I need your help. I need you to accompany me to kill my way to Blood Sea City. I don't have much time left. With my current cultivation, I am not Tai Long's opponent. I can only rely on you. The only hope of killing Tai Long was the profound of the heart of the heavenly dragon. Luo Tian was unable to cultivate it. He could only rely on Qin Changtian. Qin Changtian looked at Luo Tian's anxious expression and did not ask any more. He immediately nodded and said, "Brother Luo Tian, my life is given to me by you. Don't talk about helping. Even if you ask me to die, I will not even frown." "Good. Thank you." Luo Tian did not know what to say. His heart was in a mess. Thinking that Dan only had 3 days, he started to panic. To deal with the underworld king, to kill Tai Long, this was too difficult for him. Luo Tian immediately said, "Let's go." Okay. The Ice Dragon King did not understand. The tempo was too fast. He did not understand at all. The people around him did not understand either. What was Luo Tian doing? Why was he in such a hurry? It was also at this time. A dragon hurriedly ran over and said, "Great General, the Black Dragon King's army was completely killed by Luo Tian. Not a single one was left, including the Black Dragon King himself." Everyone was stunned. A few days ago, another female author died of a heart attack. The old cow had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was uncomfortable, and he did not know what to say. Rest in peace. If there is a next life, do not step into this line of work. Good night, everyone. Chapter 565. Kill. Madman, madman, he is a complete madman. Don't run. Stabilize the formation. He is only one person, and we have tens of thousands of people. What are you afraid of? Don't run. Nether King's army. After retreating from Fallen Moon Canyon, they quickly retreated towards Blood Sea City. Nether King was puzzled. He did not know why Tai Long gave such an order. Although he did not manage to break through the defensive line of the Dragon Clan, as long as he was allowed to charge a few more times, he would definitely be able to break through the defensive line and wipe out the Dragon Clan completely. However, at this crucial moment, he was actually asked to retreat. Furthermore, it was an extremely urgent retreat to Blood Sea City. This made him puzzled. Just when they were retreating, suddenly, 2 streams of light shot down from the sky. One of them stood at one side and did not move at all. The other person was a complete madman. His entire body was covered in blood and injuries. However, when he killed the Dark Angels, he was like a killing machine. He was like a god of war that crawled out from purgatory. Too terrifying. Originally, there were more than 60,000 soldiers. Every time they formed their formation, they would be destroyed. Every time they formed, they would be destroyed. 60,000 Dark Angels, afraid of one person. Nether King did not expect that when he was about to go out and fight, Blood Sea City sent another message. What? He is Luo Tian, the human that entered the Heaven Palace. He actually killed the Black Dragon King. What is the background of this human? Nether King frowned as fear rose in his heart. It was not because of anything else, but because Luo Tian was able to kill the Black Dragon King. He was only a 4-winged Dark Angel. In terms of strength, he was not as strong as the Black Dragon King. Luo Tian could even kill the Black Dragon King. That meant that he was definitely not his opponent. How could he not be afraid? Master has given the order. Nether King General, quickly retreat to Blood Sea City. Retreat? How can we retreat now? That madman is constantly slaughtering. My 60,000 Dark Angels army can't even stop a single human. How am I supposed to retreat now? Was he going to abandon them? Even so, what is the use of me returning? Nether King's brows twitched as he pushed the fear out of his heart. The strong would always be different from the weak. The Nether King was very clear about his situation. There was no point in retreating. If that was the case, why not fight a bloody battle? I don't believe that my 60,000 strong army would be afraid of a lowly human like you. The Nether King released his black, murderous aura and roared. Dark Angel, listen to my order. Kill whoever dares to take another step back. Pass down my orders. Set up the angel formation. Suddenly, the dark angel army, which had been thrown into disarray by Luo Tian alone, stabilized for a few seconds. Then, the dark angel phalanx at the back quickly moved and formed a huge angel-killing formation. Brother Luo Tian, be careful. They have set up the angels, God-punishing array. Do not enter it, no matter what. Qin Chang Tian reminded. However, he didn't finish his words. Luo Tian had already charged into the angel, God-slaying array. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a real god of death. His eyes were dark, and the murderous intent of the god of death was extremely strong. He shouted in a deep voice, Angel, God-slaying array, I'm going to break your bullshit formation today. Azure Dragon Bloodline, come out. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. An incomparably ferocious Azure Dragon's shadow coiled around Luo Tian's body. Roar! The dragon's roar soared into the sky, dispersing the dark aura within tens of kilometers. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister as he shouted again, Sharingan illusion! Come out. 1, 3 Tomo appeared in his blood-red eyes. The Sharingan had also leveled up. The illusion of the third stage of the Sharingan was completely different. Its level was already 1 level higher. At this moment, the veins on Luo Tian's forehead popped out as he laughed sinisterly. All of you, kill each other! Ha ha ha! Rumble! Rumble! A large group of dark angels who had fallen into the illusion began to kill each other crazily. The angel, God-slaying array that had not even been set up for a minute was broken by Luo Tian's move. This kind of array used people as the eye of the array. The easiest way to break the array was to kill all of them. Ding! 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 In Luo Tian's mind, the system beep sounded crazily. His experience bar rose crazily. However, it did not rise as fast as the Dark Dragon Army. The main reason was that Luo Tian was now in the profound sage realm, so the amount of experience he received was greatly reduced. However, Luo Tian was still very satisfied. In less than a moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, 2nd rank, Profound Sage. Who? He gritted his teeth and rushed up. Luo Tian was really using his life to endure the pain on his body. If he did not level up, he did not know if he could endure it. It was too painful. After leveling up, all of his attributes were restored. Even the after-effects of the Sharingan were restored. Too strong. Big brother Luo Tian is too strong. How could he be this strong? He broke through the angel god slaying array in an instant and even made a breakthrough himself. In just half a month, he went from the 5th level of the Mystic Venerable rank to the 2nd level of the Mystic Sage realm. This speed is simply too fast. It's so fast that it's unimaginable. Great General, it's not good. The angel god-slaying array was broken by him in an instant, and the Nether King was incomparably furious. He scolded angrily, and what? And that human just broke through. What? The 4 wings on the Nether King's body suddenly released, directly sending dozens of people flying. He roared angrily, A bunch of trash, you can't even resist a lowly human. What's the use of raising you? His voice exploded in the air. Then, the Nether King instantly landed in front of Luo Tian. His gaze was cold as he pointed at Luo Tian's nose and shouted, You dog, die for me! Angels, imprisonment. 10,000 arts of heaven. Cage, fall for me. Without any hesitation, the moment the Nether King appeared, he immediately released the Angel Clan's forbidden technique, Angels, imprisonment. This was a secret technique. It could bind a person for a short period of time, and the duration was determined by the caster's cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the longer the duration of the binding. Once bound, one's strength, defense, and even magic treasure would stop working for a moment. In other words, he was waiting for death. Qin Changtian had been following Luo Tian all this time. Seeing the Nether King use the forbidden technique, He immediately cried out in alarm. "Big brother, Luo Tian, be careful!" Boom! A loud sound came from the sky. A ray of dark light directly landed on top of Luo Tian's head. The light beam directly bound Luo Tian. He couldn't move. Everything happened too quickly, not allowing Luo Tian any time to react. Seeing that Luo Tian was imprisoned, the Nether King couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha! You damn trash, you've been imprisoned. Now, you can just wait for your death." Luo Tian's eyes darkened. All of his strength, defense, and the black dragon armor on his body were all imprisoned. However, the system did not belong to these, so it was naturally unable to imprison it. At this moment, Luo Tian roared in his heart. "Fuse with the vermilion bird blood vein." Chapter 566. 3 days. It was too short, so short that he couldn't do anything. Luo Tian didn't want to waste any time. He couldn't waste even a second. The next battle would be the real test for Luo Tian. He couldn't let Dan die. Absolutely not. He originally planned to fuse with the second bloodline in the future, but he couldn't wait any longer. He made a prompt decision to fuse with the second bloodline of the 4 divine beasts, the vermilion bird bloodline. Ding! Are you sure? Yes. Fusion begins. Fusion requires 15 seconds. Countdown begins. 15, 14, 13. A short 15 seconds. It might seem short, but for a supreme expert like the Nether King, it was too long. In 15 seconds, he had 10,000 ways to kill Luo Tian. Luo Tian frowned. He couldn't release any power after being imprisoned by the dark light beam. He was like a live target that could only be shot at. Hold on. Luo Tian, you must hold on. You had endured so much in your previous life. Didn't you walk on the edge of a knife every time you transmigrated to this world? Even if your life wasn't threatened, you still managed to survive. This time you must hold on. Shua is still waiting for you to save her. You, Tang Tang, they're still waiting for you to roll in bed with Shua. Morong Wanjian is still waiting for you to step on. Imperial Immortal Sect and Xinghai Immortal Sect are still waiting for you to blow them up. You can't die here. 15 seconds. You must hold on. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he could only wait. The Underworld King's cultivation was only a little bit lower than the Black Dragon King. His strength had also reached a very terrifying realm, using a forbidden technique to imprison himself. Luo Tian simply couldn't break through. If the Black Dragon King didn't attack him from the start, Luo Tian wouldn't have been able to kill him. At this moment, the only thing Luo Tian could do was to hold on. Ha ha ha! Puny human, I was wondering how strong you were. To think that you would be trapped in an instant. Ha ha ha! You are truly a piece of trash. The Nether King laughed maniacally. He was extremely pleased with himself. There was no longer any fear in his heart. It was indeed very difficult to use the angel race's forbidden technique. However, as long as they were imprisoned, they would only be waiting for death. The Netherworld King's army was in an uproar. Mighty, great general, kill him. Kill this lunatic. Cut him into pieces. We can't let this madman live. General, kill him. His voice shook the heavens. The Underworld King was not afraid of Luo Tian, but the angel army was scared to death. Looking at Luo Tian was like looking at the Grim Reaper. They could die at any time. Their hearts were filled with fear. Even if Luo Tian was imprisoned, they were still afraid. He hoped that Luo Tian would die as soon as possible. The Nether King laughed coldly and said, "Damn trash, you killed so many of my people and even killed the Black Dragon King. Good, good, good. Today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to their souls. The power of darkness. Get out." A buzzing sound erupted from the Nether King's body. The 4 black wings on his back shook, and a surge of black flames rolled out, directly enveloping his body. Following that, the Nether King roared, and the black flames condensed into a huge ball around him. With a sinister sneer, he pushed with both hands, "Go to hell!" It was also at this time Qin Changtian immediately transformed into a golden dragon. A golden light flashed. He directly used his huge body to block in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian's eyes shook as he roared, "Changtian, get out of the way!" Two Balls was about to die because of him. His heart was filled with guilt. Now that Qin Changtian was standing in front of him, if anything were to happen to him, Luo Tian would never forgive himself. Furthermore, Qin Changtian was the key to the success of this quest. Whether or not they could kill the final boss depended on Qin Changtian. Nothing could happen to him. Qin Changtian smiled, turned his head, and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, I can take it." "You can't take it. Hurry up and get out of the way." Luo Tian shouted hysterically. The death god's killing intent in his sea of consciousness raged crazily, and a thick wave of evil qi was released from Luo Tian's body. Inner demon. When the blood demon's remnant soul invaded Luo Tian's body, he had this feeling before. At this moment, Luo Tian was extremely angry, and his heart was incomparably manic. It was also because of this that the inner demon appeared. However, Luo Tian's eyes widened, and he shouted, "You'd better behave yourself!" Luo Tian's heart sank, and his eyes widened. His will poured into Luo Tian's body, and he shouted, "You better behave yourself!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The idea moved, scaring the inner demon back. Luo Tian's anger had already soared to the extreme, not to mention the inner demon. Even if the blood demon was in front of him right now, he would still slap him to death. "Ha ha ha! You must be that little golden dragon? With just a little trash like you want to block my attack. Die for me. When you die, it will be him. Both of you will die, ha ha ha." The Nether King laughed arrogantly. The dark energy condensed into a dark energy shockwave had already shot out. Looking at the dazzling black light, the Nether King laughed. He laughed very proudly. "Go away. Changtian, go away quickly." Luo Tian was hysterical, but it was completely useless. Qin Changtian stood firmly in front of Luo Tian, his entire body emitting a golden light. "Dragon Emperor shield out for me!" Buzz. On the Dragon Emperor token, a protective shield burst out, directly wrapping around Qin Changtian. Dragon Emperor token? Humph. So what if you have the Dragon Emperor token? If it was the old Dragon Emperor, he might be able to block it, but a little brat like you can't block my dark energy at all. The Nether King said in disdain. Rumble, rumble. A powerful force exploded out. The shield on Qin Changtian's body lasted for a few seconds before exploding. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Bam! Crashing into the mountainside a few hundred meters away, the entire mountain peak collapsed instantly. Qin Changtian was buried in the ruins. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Nether King, F*CK, your ancestor. Luo Tian roared in anger. At this moment, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully fusing with the Vermilion Bird bloodline. Luo Tian immediately roared, "Vermilion Bird bloodline, out for me!" Wah! A mournful cry of the Vermilion Bird rang out from Luo Tian's body, followed by the Azure Dragon's roar that exploded in the sky. The entire sky changed color as the two incomparably powerful bloodlines fused together. The power soared to the sky, incomparable. Everyone was stunned. Bloodline? Two bloodlines fused together? How was this possible? Instantly, Luo Tian gritted his teeth and roared towards the sky. "Vermilion Bird ascends to the sky, break for me!" Rumble. On Luo Tian's body, a Vermilion Bird's shadow rushed into the sky like a phoenix, breaking through the Nether King's angel prison. Die for me. Chapter 567. Dragon Tribe. Ice Dragon King frowned. In the main hall, many people were looking at him, waiting for his decision. Not long later, Ice Dragon King loosened his brows and made a decision in his heart. It was as though a heavy burden was lifted from his shoulders, relaxing a lot. He then said, "Pass down the order. Order all the warriors of the Ice Tribe to advance to Blood Sea City at full speed." "Okay," Karen suddenly roared before smiling awkwardly. "Chief, I was too excited, haha. It's time to fight with Tai Long. This time we must get rid of this tumor." Traitor of the Dragon Tribe, bastard, humph. The elders and warriors of the Ice Tribe were venting their anger. On the other side, an elder of the Dragon Tribe walked up to the Ice Dragon King and said, "Ice Dragon King, if your Ice Tribe is going to Blood Sea City, what about us? You won't let us guard your tribe, right? We won't do such a thing. Right, we also want to go to Blood Sea City. We also want to find Tai Long to settle the score. My father, my family all died in the hands of Tai Long. I will not let him go. I want to go too. I want to go too." Everyone shouted as their eyes were filled with hatred. Many of the Dragon Tribe had family members and friends who died in the hands of Tai Long. Now that the Black Dragon King and another king were dead, it was time to counterattack Blood Sea City. They would not give up this chance. Even if they could not kill Tai Long, they would watch him die with their own eyes. The ice-cold King Shuang, Sha, slightly pressed down, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Soon after, he said, "I didn't say that you guys can't go. You guys have other missions. The soaring dragon pillar is still abandoned in the Dragon Mountain. This is the weapon of brother Luo Tian. In the battle against Tai Long, we will definitely need it. Your mission is to transport the soaring dragon pillar to Blood Sea City. At that time, we will gather together and launch a counterattack against Blood Sea City." "Okay. Since it is a weapon left behind by a hero, we will deliver it, even if we die. We will not be slower than you. Brothers, the time for revenge has come. Raise your spirits. We will fight to the end with Blood Sea City. Kill, kill, kill." Their morale soared to the heavens. The dragons did not leave a single one behind. The women, children, and the elderly all marched towards Blood Sea City. Blood Sea City. In the Blood Sea Palace, the few elders of Blood Sea City were like ants on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. "What should we do? The Dragon Race's army will arrive in a day's time. At this time, Master is in seclusion. The Black Dragon King and the Hell King have both died in battle. Blood Sea City is in chaos right now. What should we do? It's all that damned human's fault. That petty and lowly patriarch actually killed the Black Dragon King and the Nether King. Moreover, he even dared to issue a challenge to the Lord. That brat is too hateful. The consequence of challenging the Lord is death. Let's not talk so much now. The problem now is how we are going to resolve this crisis. The Blood Sea City's defense army is completely unable to withstand the Dragon Race's allied army. Furthermore, the Dragon Race currently holds the absolute advantage. Those Dragon Race leaders who have separated themselves from the Dragon Race will definitely gather together. They are just fence-sitters. If they don't appear now, the Dragon Race will not acknowledge them. At that time, they won't even be able to stay in the Heavenly Palace Celestial Race. What can we think of? The Blood Sea City's defense army only listens to the Lord. Even if we have a solution, they won't listen to us. I think we don't have to do anything. The Lord has his own plans. He will definitely dare to come out of seclusion before the Dragon Race's allied army arrives. Once he comes out, the Dragon Race's allied army won't even be worth mentioning. As for that human, he will definitely die miserably. Let's wait and see. The Lord is the chosen one. For him to be able to return from the ancient world, it means that he is strong. The elders of Blood Sea City finally came to a conclusion. Wait for Tai Long to come out of seclusion in the depths of the Dragon Mountain. 2 days later, Qin Changtian's hands were bleeding as he frantically dug away the rocks on Qin Changtian's body. Qin Changtian muttered to himself, "Please don't die. Please don't die. If you die, it will really be over." Thinking about how Qin Changtian had blocked the Hell King's attack for him, Luo Tian's heart tightened. Erden was like that. Qin Changtian was like that. Only brothers could do that. Luo Tian's heart was filled with gratitude. Right now, there were only 2 days left. He hadn't even seen Tai Long's face. What should he do? His heart was vexed. Luo Tian let out a breath of cold air as he thought to himself, the more it is like this, the calmer you should be. Luo Tian, you have to be calm. You can't lose your mind. You have to stay calm. Don't think so much now. Do your best to save Qin Changtian. Thinking of this, Luo Tian's hands dug even faster. The huge golden dragon body was revealed. Qin Changtian's breathing was slightly weak, but it did not break. Instantly, Luo Tian used the regeneration technique. Soon after, immediately he took out the 7-colored snow lotus and broke off a piece. He placed it in Qin Changtian's mouth and used his Xian energy to slowly dissolve it. Luo Tian did not know if the 7-colored snow lotus would be of any use. However, since he was able to save little Xie last time, it would definitely be useful to Qin Changtian. Whew, he breathed out fiercely. Qin Changtian's eyes opened slightly. Looking at Luo Tian, he smiled weakly. Big brother Luo Tian, I thought I would never see you again. He, still laughing. Do you know how dangerous it was at that time? Even if you had the power of the Dragon Emperor protecting your body, you wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the Nether King. Luo Tian glared at Qin Changtian. At this time, the healing technique had never been heard of before. He frantically released it on Qin Changtian. Qin Changtian's complexion also improved slightly. He scratched his head and laughed. There's still a next time. I will still carry it. Big brother Luo Tian, you are my benefactor and also the benefactor of the dragon race. Even if you ask me to die for you, I will not frown. Idiot! Luo Tian directly slapped the back of Qin Changtian's head lightly and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Changtian laughed foolishly and said, Big brother Luo Tian, what do we do next? Luo Tian looked at the sky and then looked at Qin Changtian and said, Let's rest here for the night. Tomorrow we will go to Bloodsea City and settle the score with Tai Long. Okay. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the forest, Luo Tian entered the 4th level of the skill necklace. His current cultivation level was already at the 4th level. Sharingan. Ding. Skill proficiency +4. Dragon slaying slash. 9 dragons and 9 elephants. Shadow shift. Luo Tian did not stop for even a moment and crazily trained his skills. There were no monsters to kill here, and the only way to prompt himself was to train his skills. While training his skills, Luo Tian looked at the rainbow snow lotus. The battle with Tai Long will definitely be a fierce one. It's time to refine the rainbow snow lotus into an experience pill. Chapter 568. Refining the experience pill was the same as refining pills. Luo Tian did not leave the skill necklace's space. Instead, he took out the azure dragon furnace and started refining it. The existence of his face had failed. Even if Luo Tian's alchemy technique had a bonus effect, there would always be a time when it failed. Therefore, Luo Tian did not dare to rashly refine it. He only used a little bit of the rainbow snow lotus. The snow lotus was placed into the furnace. Luo Tian's profound qi catalyzed it, and a green flame rose from the furnace, emitting a fragrance. Luo Tian frowned and thought to himself, Isn't this thing too difficult to refine? The profound qi value dropped crazily. Luo Tian's idea crazily moved. However, just a little bit of the rainbow snow lotus melted very slowly. The profound qi value has decreased by 500 points. The profound qi value has decreased by 500 points. The profound qi value has decreased by 500 points. A loss of 500 profound qi values in a second didn't seem like much. But if this continued for a long time, even a vast ocean would be consumed. However, Luo Tian couldn't give up halfway After all, it was the experience pill. This kind of high-level pill that even the profound sky continent didn't have. It was reasonable for it to be troublesome to refine. A full half an hour passed. More than 1 million profound chi values were consumed. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A black flame suddenly spewed out from the furnace. Ding! Refining failed. Holy sh*T. I actually failed after consuming 1 million profound chi values. What the hell? Luo Tian immediately cursed, feeling a little pained. 1 million profound chi values. Luo Tian was not in a hurry to refine the experience pill a second time. Instead, he carefully recalled every detail of what happened just now. Experience was summed up. Whether it was cultivation or cultivation skills, there was experience to speak of. The reason why Luo Tian was so good at playing games was because he was good at summarizing, not letting go of any detail. The game was similar to reality. There was always a reason for failure. Luo Tian thought about it carefully for 10 minutes, and then began to refine it again. About 20 minutes. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Black smoke once again spewed out from the furnace. The system beeped. Another failure. At this time, Luo Tian did not curse like the first time. Instead, he was incomparably calm, and once again summarized the refining process in detail. The first time was half an hour, the second time was 20 minutes, the time was shortened by a third. It seems that refining the 7-colored snow lotus does not have a specific time, and is completely determined by the consumption of profound chi. If that's the case, immediately, Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and he refined it for the third time. This time he directly controlled his Xian Qi, and instantly consumed 1 million Xian Qi points. 1 million Xian Qi points poured into the cauldron, and the flames shot out more than 10 meters high, incomparably intense. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining the experience pill, triggering the system reward of 2 million Xian Qi. 2 million profound Qi! Hee. Seems like the system is very clear about my current situation. Thank you, Big Brother system. Luo Tian laughed in his heart, and then impatiently opened the system. Holding his breath, he focused his mind, and his heart was slightly excited. Experience pill, it must be 100 million per pill. No, 1 billion per pill. No, at the end it must be 1 pill to level up 70, 80, or 90. Experience pill. If it was a game, it was not a good thing. However, in this different world, for Luo Tian, who could only rely on experience to level up, it was extremely important. Moreover, at this time, when he was about to have a decisive battle with Tai Long, he needed it even more. Two Ball's life was in his hands. If he could not quickly complete the quest and obtain the divine dragon's soul, Two Balls would die. Sister Tsang, please bless me. Item. Experience pill grade. Divine level attribute. 01000000000. What's going on? 0 experience and then 100 million. Do I have to replenish it myself? Luo Tian was a little unhappy. He looked at the item description again. Description. Experience pill is an absorption type pill. The player will receive 10 experience points. Experience pill will absorb 1 experience point, absorbing 10% of the experience. The absorbed part is additional experience, and it will not affect the player's experience bonus. Once the experience is replenished, the experience pill can be consumed. Note, this pill can only be used by the player and cannot be traded. So it is like this. Luo Tian looked at the item description and said to himself, if I can directly refine the experience, that would be too heaven-defying. A rainbow snow lotus can refine close to 100 experience pills, and if they are all experience, then it would be 10 billion. Wouldn't I directly level up to a Xian God expert? However, this is the same meaning, but I have to accumulate it myself. It's a little slow, but the experience won't change at all. This pill will only give me a 10% increase in experience. Luo Tian muttered to himself and thought to himself, if I can refine double experience pill or something, that would be great. Since I can refine the experience pill, why can't I refine the double experience pill? Refining experience pill is directly related to the consumption of the profound qi. If I increase the profound qi, will there be an unexpected gain? Luo Tian thought of this. He couldn't help but become excited. Then, after getting another large piece of rainbow snow lotus, Luo Tian felt a little pained. This amount was almost enough to refine 5 experience pill. Let's go all out. The idea moved. Luo Tian immediately released 10 million profound qi. During this period of time, Luo Tian's profound qi value had increased crazily. 10 million profound qi was about 1/5 of his profound qi value, and in order to try and see if he could refine an even more awesome experience pill, Luo Tian went all out. Buzz! A muffled, thunderous sound came from the furnace. The flame turned from green to colorless. Flames soared to the sky. Luo Tian's entire body was incomparably hot and dry. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. With a thought, he drew 10 million points of Xian Qi and entered a state where he was one with the heavens. He was like a wild blade of grass, and his brush moved like a dragon. Arrogant, and fearless, it was wreaking havoc inside the furnace. At this moment, Luo Tian merged his idea into it as well. Alchemy. It was completely out of the ordinary. It was completely based on Luo Tian's own idea to change and create, just like a mad scientist. Time passed by minute, other than a small portion of the 10 million profound qi being used to burn and melt the rainbow snow lotus. Most of it was absorbed by the snow lotus. It continued to erupt and absorb, and the pill also crazily condensed, changed, and condensed again. This was a very long process. Do it for me. Luo Tian's eyebrows moved, his eyes suddenly opened wide, and he roared. A loud sound suddenly came from the furnace. Luo Tian's mind tensed up. It must succeed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining. The item is Chapter 569. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining. Item 3 times experience pill. 3 times. Oh my god. Sister Tsang, I love you. I will always love you. Never in his dreams would he have thought that Luo Tian would be able to refine a 3 times experience pill. 3 times, that was to say, 3 times the amount of time needed to level up. This was simply a heaven-defying pill. 10 million points of profound qi. With the addition of 5 7-colored snow lotuses, he was able to refine a 3 times experience pill. This was undoubtedly a powerful breakthrough. Even if Xiao Yan was still alive, it would be impossible for him to be so powerful. The pills that they refined were all restricted by the world they were in, and no matter how powerful they would only be divine pills or immortal pills. However, what Luo Tian refined was an experience pill, a multiple times experience pill. This was undoubtedly the creator of the pill, the true master. Luo Tian was extremely excited. He immediately opened the system and checked the attributes of the 3 times experience pill. Item 3 times experience pill grade, super divine level description. This pill is a 3 times experience pill. Consuming it will trigger 3 times the experience for an hour. Once the time is up, the experience will return to normal. 1 hour. Luo Tian's heart was trembling. In his previous life, this kind of heaven-defying pill only lasted for a few minutes, but this time it was already an hour. Immediately, Luo Tian was extremely vexed. If I had known earlier, I would have refined the 7-colored snow lotus earlier. If I had used it during the day to kill the Black Dragon King and the Nether King, how much experience would I have gained? 160,000 troops were killed by Luo Tian alone. He had leveled up 9 times in a row. If it was multiplied by 3, Gudong, Luo Tian's intestines were green with regret. Damn, why didn't I think of refining the 7-colored snow lotus? If only I could use it during the day, I would have definitely made a fortune. Luo Tian had always wanted to refine the 7-colored snow lotus in the ancient battlefield of the Huashan immortal sect. The description of the 7-colored snow lotus only said that it could refine an experience pill, but it did not say that it could refine a 3 times experience pill. If there was a hint, he would have refined it long ago. However, then again, 10 million points of profound qi was not an ordinary amount. Only a tycoon like Luo Tian could afford it. If it was an ordinary warrior, even a profound god realm expert would not be able to consume so much profound qi to refine a single pellet. No matter how good a pellet was, it would not be able to consume so much profound qi to refine it. Profound qi was the foundation of a martial artist. Once one's profound energy was exhausted, it would be fatal. In layman's terms, it was just like the mana potion in the game. Without the mana potion, no matter how powerful you were, it was useless. You could only wait to be slaughtered. Furthermore, after refining the triple experience pill, Luo Tian's spirit was on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for the fusion of the giant god's spirit and the soul of the myriad Tao Titan race entering his sea of consciousness, Luo Tian would never have been able to hold on. Now that he thought about it, there was a lingering fear in his heart. The consumption of spiritual force in the process of refining was too uncomfortable, and a little carelessness would have cost him his life. After refining the 3 times experience pill, Luo Tian did not continue refining. He didn't have much profound qi left. Tomorrow was destined to be a fierce battle. The value of the profound qi was extremely important. If he didn't have the profound qi, then he wouldn't have the power to fight against Tai Long. Following that, Luo Tian moved and walked out of the skill necklace. At this moment, Qin Changtian carried a few demon beasts and walked over. The bonfire had already been set up, and he said while grinning, "Big brother Luo Tian, let's barbecue. I really want to eat your barbecue. Maybe after tomorrow I won't be able to eat your barbecue anymore." Luo Tian didn't say much, and directly roasted the demon beast meat over the fire. Qin Changtian didn't know how strong Tai Long was. Luo Tian didn't know either. They only knew one thing about Tai Long. The Dragon Emperor was defeated in just a few moves, and was severely injured, and was directly thrown out of the Heavenly Palace divine race. This kind of power was beyond imagination, and tomorrow was destined to be an unimaginably fierce battle. Even if Qin Changtian cultivated the profound meaning of the heart of the Heavenly Dragon, he wasn't confident. Tai Long was simply too powerful. The night before the great battle, he should eat well, sleep well, let go of everything, and enjoy himself. Not long later, the fragrant barbecue meat was ready. Luo Tian first cut a big piece for Qin Changtian, then cut a small piece for himself. As he ate the barbecue, he thought about the past, thought about Feng Lei, thought about Tang Tang, thought about Qin Yu, thought about Xian thought about Goblin Clan's Fan Chongjian, thought about the strange old couple in the Shadow Mountain Corp City, thought about Xian in the Biming City, thought about the group of cute giant demons in the Soul Refining Array, thought about the little carp in the Titan clan. Finally, he thought about Cold Frost. He had always wanted to spank her tight, but Cold Frost, she was the real ice goddess. Finally, it was Li Shuer. Thinking about her smile, her bitterness, her cuteness, and her slight coquettishness, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and he smiled lightly. He raised his head to look at the sparse starlight and muttered to himself, "Shui, are you all right?" Suddenly, there was a star that gently blinked a few times, as if it was responding to Luo Tian. "Brother Luo Tian, I'm fine, I miss you too." The power of the stars. As long as one could see the stars anywhere in the Tian Shan continent, Li Shuer would be able to sense everything. At this moment, under the starry sky, she thought about Luo Tian and smiled brightly like spring flowers. She smiled very happily, very happily. "Brother Luo Tian, you have to be well, you have to be well." "Boss, are we going to die tomorrow?" I don't know. Boss, what's your real purpose in coming to the Heavenly Palace God Clan? After tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, you'll know. Oh, boss, every day by your side is very exciting. I really hope to be by your side forever. You and your dragon clan, Changtian, no matter when, you will always be my brother. Just remember this. The two of them lay on a large rock, slowly talking and slowly closing their eyes. Luo Tian rarely slept. He was cultivating with all his might at every moment, not killing monsters, but cultivating skills. He was like a machine that worked day and night. Tomorrow, he would have to face the Heavenly Palace God Clan's final boss, Tai Long. It was very likely to be a super expert at the highest level of the profound God realm. Luo Tian had no confidence, not even a trace of confidence. But he had no choice for Air Dan, for the SSS level mission, and for himself he had to face it. The pressure was huge, but he had never thought of retreating. In his previous life, he lived like a coward, without any energy at all. In this life, he wanted to live an exciting life. It was not easy for him to transmigrate if he did not live up to those awesome main characters in novels. Since he wanted to live, then he would live up to the strongest, the highest level. He wanted to look down on the world, crush everything, and destroy all those who were not convinced. Luo Tian slowly fell asleep, sleeping very deeply. Very deeply, this was the first time he slept so well since transmigrating to this world. The east was faintly turning white. A new day had begun. Live. Or die. Today was very tiring. I spent the whole afternoon transforming into a cow in the fields, only returning home after 7 p.m. My parents are old. Now it's my turn to carry everything. For Nyonyo, for my parents, I have to carry on. My bones are about to fall apart. So tired, everyone, please subscribe. Good night, sweet dreams. Chapter 570. The Alliance Army rushed towards Blood Sea City. This was a counterattack. But in their hearts, it was not a counterattack, but a last ray of hope. They did not even have the slightest confidence. It was as if it was not them surrounding Blood Sea City, but Blood Sea City surrounding them. Tai Long's cultivation was unfathomable. As for how high it was, no one knew. In the world of the strong, one person could change everything. No matter how many people there were, no matter how many allies there were, it was useless. Profound God experts were existences that ignored numbers. Even if it was an alliance army of millions, they would not put them in their eyes. It was just that if they did not go, they might not have the chance in this lifetime. On a small hill opposite Blood Sea City, war flags fluttered in the wind, a cauldron of voices, a black mass. The Ice Dragon Clan's formation. Why hasn't Luo Tian appeared? And the Dragon Emperor, where did they go? Just now the other alliance leaders came to ask, where did Luo Tian go? Luo Tian, a very important existence. They all knew that the person who killed the Black Dragon King and the Hell King was Luo Tian. Whether they could break through the gates of Blood Sea City today would depend on Luo Tian. Unknowingly, Luo Tian had become the backbone of the Dragon Clan. The true core. The Ice Dragon King frowned and muttered, "Brother Luo, where are you?" Karen couldn't help but say, "Brother Luo should have arrived at Blood Sea City before us. He couldn't have been behind us. With their speed, they should have arrived last night, yet they still haven't appeared. Could it be that they have already entered Blood Sea City?" Little Xia looked at the blood-red halo around Blood Sea City and said, "It shouldn't be. The shield is still there. Brother Luo cannot have entered first." Then where did they go? They did not know that Luo Tian and Qin Changtian had rested for a night in Dragon Mountain. They did not rush. This was also the reason why the Dragon Clan Alliance had reached Blood Sea City before them. Without Luo Tian, they did not know what to do. Attack? Or should I continue to wait? The Ice Dragon King's eyebrows loosened as he looked at the Blood Sea City and said in a deep voice, "No matter where they are now, since we are here, we have to do something. From what I see, since the Blood Sea City has activated the Great City Barrier Array, Tai Long is either not in the Blood Sea City or he is in seclusion. This should be the time when the Blood Sea City's defense is at its weakest. What we have to do now is to break through the Great City Barrier Array and save Luo Tian and the others some energy. Uncle Karen immediately responded, "Leader is right. Since we're here, we must do something. Whether we live or die, we must go all out today. The survival of the Dragon Clan, the survival of the Heavenly Palace God Clan, will depend on today. Kill, kill, kill." The Ice Dragon Square formation's battle cries shook the heavens. The other phalanxes also began to shout in response. The Ice Dragon King's voice shook. "Warriors of the Dragon Clan, the time to decide your fate has come. Today there will be no death. Kill, kill." The allied army roared. The energy within the Ice Dragon King's body suddenly emitted a loud sound as it transformed into a huge ice dragon and flew towards the sky, following which it swooped down heavily. Its target was the defensive shield of the Blood Sea City. After it attacked, the Ice Dragon Clan had all transformed into huge dragons and charged forward. The other phalanxes continued to react. The huge dragons that covered the sky and covered the earth, Western huge dragons, charged towards the defensive shield of the Blood Sea City and continued to attack. The attacks released by tens of thousands of dragon warriors were extremely powerful. The defensive shield of the Blood Sea City was trembling. It was shaking. Blood Sea City Great Hall. Many elders had cold sweat on their foreheads. In the past, they were either from the Dragon Clan or the Angel Clan. Now that they had betrayed the Blood Sea City, if the Blood Sea City were to be breached, there would only be one outcome for them: death. What should we do? Master still hasn't come out from his seclusion. The defensive array of the Blood Sea City will not be able to hold on for long. We have to come up with a plan. We cannot continue to wait like this. If Master still doesn't come out from his seclusion and they charge into the city, we will not be able to defend against them. At that time, the situation would be lost. Our outcome: no, I want to go out and fight. Count me in. Me too. No one could sit still. The fire was burning their eyebrows. Tai Long was in seclusion again. They were very anxious in their hearts. A portion of them were also wavering. Some even thought that Tai Long had secretly escaped and abandoned them. Some people went out to fight. Some people secretly left the Blood Sea Great Hall, looking for an opportunity to escape. As long as they escaped from the Blood Sea City, escaped from the Heavenly Palace divine race, everything would become better. Then, everyone in the Blood Sea City was in a state of panic. Humph! The Dragon Clan Alliance army is pressing down on us. Master could have gone into seclusion at any time, but he chose to do so now. I think that he has abandoned us and escaped first. I don't want to die in the Blood Sea City. From today onwards, I will leave the Blood Sea City. That's right. We are not fools. I will leave too. The two of you. Master usually treats you well, but you actually want to escape at this time. Are you worthy of Master? He doesn't want us anymore. Are we still going to stay here and wait for death? The Blood Sea City's military strength is unable to defend against the Dragon Clan Alliance army. If we continue to wait like this, we will only be waiting for death. I don't want to die. I don't want to die either. Go. A large group of people fled. A large group of people rushed to the front line. The Great City Barrier Array continued to hum. With a hum, cracks began to appear in many places. The Ice Dragon King waved his arm and roared. The Great City Barrier Array is about to collapse. Brothers, for the honor of the Dragon Clan, kill! 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 After being crushed by Tai Long for so long, the anger that had accumulated in everyone's hearts exploded out at this moment. Even more strength. The Great City Barrier Array was being consumed even faster. The attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth continued to crush the Great City Barrier Array. A few minutes later, clang! Rumble! The Great City Barrier Array disappeared with a wing sound and was broken by the Ice Dragon King and the others. The Blood Sea guards on the city gate were trembling, their faces pale. The Nether King and the Black Dragon King had brought away most of the warriors from the Blood Sea city. There were only about 10,000 warriors left in the city. However, without Tai Long around, some of the elders had already escaped. This made them not know whether they should fight or flee. The Ice Dragon King roared towards the sky, "Charge!" All the Dragon Clan warriors responded in unison, roaring in unison, "Kill!" The great battle was about to begin. The Ice Dragon King did not think too much. This was the best time to destroy the Blood Sea city. All the Dragon Clan warriors rushed into the Blood Sea city like a tide. The Blood Sea city warriors were retreating bit by bit, and they were unable to resist. Just as the Ice Dragon King was about to rush into the Blood Sea Palace to announce his victory, at the back of the palace, a huge blood pillar shot up into the sky, dyeing the sky blood red. Following that, a wave of blood waves shot out from the bottom of the blood pillar. "All of you die for me!" He had come out. The final boss had come out. Thank you to the Return of Love line for the 10,000 book coins reward. Thank you. Chapter 571. All of you die for me. A voice exploded in the air. The blood-red wave that shot out floated a meter in the air. Following the voice, the blood-red wave instantly exploded. Boom! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. The entire Blood Sea city had truly become a Blood Sea world. Everything in the surroundings was dyed blood red. It was too horrible to look at. More than half of the tens of thousands of dragon warriors that entered Blood Sea city were instantly killed. The Ice Dragon King bore the brunt of the attack and was sent flying, crashing into the city wall. The city wall collapsed and was buried under the rubble. Half of his head was exposed. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he was on the verge of death. "Father! Leader!" Little Xia ran over frantically. Just now, the Ice Dragon King had protected her and blocked most of the impact. Just as little Xia was about to rush over, a crimson shadow descended from the pillar of blood and stepped on the head of the Ice Dragon King. His face was covered in blood and looked extremely ferocious. His expression was like a demon as he looked at the Ice Dragon King in the ruins and stomped his right foot. Pum! The Ice Dragon King's head exploded. "Father! Leader!" Ice Dragon King. The Ice Dragon King was instantly killed. He did not have any resistance at all. In front of Tai Long, he was not even an ant. From start to finish, Tai Long did not even look at him. His eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. He did not put him in his eyes at all. Little Xia's face was pale. Her body was trembling. Looking at her father, who was lying in a pool of blood, she madly rushed over. Karen tried her best to pull him back. "Young master, don't go. You are not his opponent. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. I'm going to kill him." Little Xia let out a heart-wrenching cry. Tears flowed down her cheeks, but she couldn't make a single sound. Her heart was in incomparable pain, and her entire body was trembling incessantly. It was as if she had fallen into a bottomless pit of ice. Tai Long turned his body slightly and looked at those who were still alive. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cruel and cold smile as he said, "You bunch of trash want to attack my Blood Sea city? A bunch of reckless fools." The moment his voice fell, Tyrone's voice changed again. He turned into a streak of blood-red light and landed in front of the other leader of the Dragon Clan. He grabbed the leader's head with his right hand and said with a frown, "Suck! So! In 3 seconds, the Dragon Clan's leader turned into a dried corpse. He slowly fell to the ground. Tai Long stomped on the dried corpse, turning it into powder and scattering it into the air. He had killed 2 of the strongest leaders in 2 moves. This kind of power was too strong. Tai Long laughed coldly. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Profound God's power. This is the power of the profound God. Absolute suppression. Absolute dominance. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Palace. God race, dragon race, angel race, who dares to stop me? My Lord is mighty! My Lord is mighty! My Lord is mighty! Within Blood Sea City, the voices shook the heavens. Everyone in the Dragon Clan Coalition army was pale. Their bodies were trembling from head to toe. They were so scared that they didn't dare to move. This kind of power, this kind of aura, directly suppressed them to the point that they couldn't breathe. They were no match for this. They were no match for him at all. At this moment, Tai Long flew into the air. His eyes turned blood red. His lips moved slightly as he chanted a few words that couldn't be understood. Then his eyes suddenly opened wide as he roared, "Undead, rise for me. Come and sweep this world." A blood-red stripe shot out from his palm. The stripe transformed into a huge black shadow in the air. The black shadow was like the shadow of the death god. There weren't many of them, but it wasn't the shadow of the death god. It was an undead emperor. Tai Long was incomparably respectful. He directly knelt down on both knees and said, "Undead Emperor, I am your most loyal servant. These undead are my gifts to you." The black shadow's huge black head slightly raised. Then it made a deep breathing action. Hiss! Hiss! Those dead dragon warriors had their souls sucked out one after another. Even those dragon warriors who weren't dead and were only injured had pale faces and hideous looks on their faces. They had been struggling nonstop, and phantoms were being peeled out of their bodies one after another. It was very painful. Their souls were forcefully leaving their bodies. This feeling was as if their bodies were being hollowed out. "Ah, save me, save me. Just kill me." The black shadow frantically sucked in the souls. The Ice Dragon King's body moved slightly, and a huge shadow slowly peeled off from his body. At this moment, little Xia was even more heart-wrenching, and her eyes were completely bloodshot as she let loose a torrent of abuse toward the black projection. "Let go of my father's soul, you freak! F***CK, your 18 generations of ancestors. Let go of my father." Tai Long's eyes narrowed slightly as his body suddenly moved. He instantly descended from the sky and landed directly on little Xia's body. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said in disdain, "You're asking to die." His right palm moved. A burst of dark red power surged forth. It struck directly toward the center of little Xia's head. It was also at this moment that Karen rushed forward and stood in front of little Xia. Whoosh! Whoosh! Karen's body quickly turned into a shriveled corpse. She was dead. "Uncle Karen." Little Xia's body sank, and she gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. She was like a little child as she pounced on Tai Long's body and struck him with her hands. The pain in her heart was so intense that she had already lost her mind. Tai Long lashed out with his left hand and slapped little Xia, flying through the air. Bam! Little Xia was sent flying and crashed into the city wall, causing a large chunk of it to collapse. Little Xia spat out black blood as she stared intently at Tai Long. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Alan and Ike transformed into ice dragons. Ike helped little Xia up, while Alan brought up the rear. "Run." It was also at this moment that all of the dragons came to their senses. If they stayed any longer, they were all going to die. They fled in a frenzy. Tai Long laughed maniacally as he swept his gaze around. "You bunch of reckless fools still want to escape? Since you've come here today, none of you can escape. All of you will die here and offer your souls to the undead emperor. I'll let you fall into the abyss of darkness and become his slaves for all eternity. Undead magic, blood sacrifice. Go." Boom, boom, boom. Waves of crimson ripples surged forth again. Everything in the surroundings was enshrouded within. There was no hesitation. Tai Long's expression was as sinister as that of a demon as he clenched his fists. Die! Bam! Bam! One dragon warrior after another fell as if they were slicing through cabbages. Alan blocked the attack for little Xie and died. Ike blocked the attack for little Xie and died as well. In the end, little Xie was the only one left among the tens of thousands of soldiers. Little Xie knelt on the ground and sobbed loudly as she yelled with a heart-wrenching voice, "Big Brother Luo, where are you? Please save us." Chapter 572. Big Brother Luo, please save me. Tears flowed from her eyes. Tears blurred her eyes and covered her face. At this moment, little Xie was truly like a little child. She was like a lonely and helpless little child who had lost everything. Her cries were heart-wrenching. In less than a minute, tens of thousands of Dragon Tribe United Army soldiers were killed by Tai Long alone. Furthermore, all of their souls had been extracted, ensuring that they would never be reincarnated. Blood Sea City, a sea of blood. The projection of the undead emperor in the air was frantically absorbing the souls of the dragon warriors. Tai Long looked down from above with a smug, arrogant, and disdainful expression in his eyes. He looked at the only living little Xie and sneered, "Ha ha ha! It's useless even if you call me your ancestor. No one can save you. Even if Luo Tian comes, he'll only be throwing his life away. You're all here, but he's still not here. What does that mean? It means that he's afraid of death. But it also means that he's very smart. With his cultivation base, no matter how many divine abilities he has, he won't be able to withstand a single blow from me. Ha ha ha! I am the #1 servant of the undead emperor. My power is above that of the profound sky continent. You bunch of imbeciles, ha ha ha! I'll let you all suffer in the abyss of darkness." He laughed maniacally. He walked toward little Xie step by step. Tai Long's expression was extremely arrogant. Little Xie didn't move. Her body was trembling, and her eyes were fixed on a certain spot. She muttered to herself, "Big Brother Luo, you'll definitely come. You'll definitely avenge our dragon tribe. You'll definitely kill Tai Long, I will." As soon as his voice fell, little Xie suddenly stood up. Her body was ramrod straight, and her eyes were resolute. She looked at the approaching Tai Long and roared, "Soaring ice dragon, 10,000 swords!" Boom! Little Xie's body transformed into an ice dragon. The moisture in the air around her quickly condensed to form 10,000 ice swords. Following her roar, the ice swords charged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tai Long did not even try to block the attack, his face full of disdain. The ice sword was shattered into powder by the aura on his body when it was 1 meter away from him. He sneered and said, "This kind of power is too weak, too trashy. The Dragon Clan's branch in the Tianxian continent will be destroyed from today onwards. Although they are all low-level dragons that crawl like lizards. However, being able to kill a branch of the dragon race like you is also a very good thing. In the ancient world, the dragon race did have some power, but that is in the ancient world. Here, you can only be slaughtered by me, ha ha ha." Tai Long's expression was full of disdain. He had entered the ancient world before. He had once sought out the dragons of the immemorial generation. But before he could find them, he had fallen and become the undead emperor's servant. From that day onwards, his personality had changed. In order to obtain even greater power, he had offered his soul to the undead emperor. From that day onwards, Tyrone's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. After returning to the Heavenly Palace God race, he began killing dragon warriors. The more he killed, the stronger he became. By offering the souls of those dragon warriors to the undead emperor, he would obtain even more. In order to become stronger, from the very beginning, he had planned to kill all of the dragons without regard for anything else. The souls of the dragons contained immense power. This was also the reason why he had returned to the Heavenly Palace God race. Soaring Ice Dragon, 10,000 sword strike. Little Xie gritted her teeth and released her cultivation technique once again. It was completely useless. However, he didn't care at all. He released his cultivation technique like a madman. Tai Long got closer and closer, seeing the helpless expression in little Xia's eyes. He laughed complacently. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he sneered. Die. Immediately after, Tai Long's eyes darkened and his brows furrowed. He stared at little Xia, and a burst of red light erupted from his body. He landed in front of little Xia at lightning speed. He gently moved a finger and pointed it at little Xia's head. He laughed eerily. Little Xia didn't move. At first he was very afraid, but now he was laughing. It was as if he wasn't afraid at all. Father, I'm here. Uncle Karen, I'm here. Big brother Alan. Little Xia closed her eyes slightly. At this moment, the sky suddenly sank. Boom! The aura of the death god's Tao of slaughter surges upwards as an incomparably huge death god phantom appears on the hillside. Looking at the undead emperor phantom in Bloodsea City, the death god phantom goes berserk as it wields a gigantic scythe. He held a death scripture in his hand. His expression was eerie. The corners of his mouth twitched as if he was chanting something. In an instant, the death god phantom flew into the sky and instantly landed in Bloodsea City. The huge scythe viciously chopped down. Tai Long's face darkened. You're courting death! He roared. He didn't care about killing little Xia and instantly rushed into the city. At this moment, a black figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Tai Long, looking at the ferocious expression on Tai Long's face. Luo Tian sneered. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? At this moment, Luo Tian didn't have a trace of fear in his heart. There wasn't a trace of fear. There was also excitement. Excitement that made his blood boil. He couldn't wait to kill Tai Long right now. Other bosses would radiate golden light. No matter how strong the bosses were, they would still radiate golden light. At most, Luo Tian would not be able to open his eyes. However, Tai Long was different. His body was not radiating golden light. Not only was he emitting golden light, but purple light. Without a doubt, just like the light emitted by a divine artifact. What did this mean? It meant that Tai Long definitely had a divine artifact on him. Furthermore, it might be a treasure above the divine artifact level. How could this not make Luo Tian excited? A profound God Realm boss. Gulp. Only with high risk will there be high reward. No matter what, I will kill you today, even if I have to risk my life. Luo Tian grinned and laughed excitedly. Laughing, Tai Long looked at Luo Tian with disdain. You are the Luo Tian who killed the Black Dragon King and the Nether King? That lowly human. Do you think you can stop me with your 4th level profound sage strength? Who do you think you are? Ignored. Tai Long didn't put Luo Tian in his eyes at all. His thoughts were all on the undead emperor's shadow in the city. Nothing could happen to it. Luo Tian sneered. Who do you think you are? Bastard. A crossbred dog? 6-winged golden dragon? I think it's 6-winged dog shit. Rumble. Rumble. The Grim Reaper's shadow directly pushed the undead emperor's shadow back a few hundred meters. The speed of absorbing souls also slowed down slightly. Tai Long was furious. He stared directly at Luo Tian. With a move of his body, he released the power of the profound god and blasted out a palm. Get lost. It was too fast. The power of the profound god was too fierce. Luo Tian couldn't see clearly. The palm hit his chest, and he couldn't react at all. His whole body was in pain. His mind tightened as he thought, what should I do? I'm not his opponent at all. Power, power. I need more power. Fight. Level 8 Berserk, come out. Chapter 573. 8th Level Berserk. Buzz. A violent sound erupted from Luo Tian's body. Instantly, Luo Tian's entire body was scarlet red. The power in his body crazily expanded. His body had already reached its limit. 256 times the attributes were stimulated. Strength increased by 256 times. Speed 256 times. Defense 256 times. Everything increased by 256 times in an instant. The berserk power was completely unleashed. Luo Tian's entire body was emitting hot air. The aura that was released from his raging power was like a flame, extremely tyrannical. He raised his eyes slightly, locking onto Tai Long, who was rushing towards the city. The corner of his mouth smiled coldly. "Stay here!" Whoosh! His body turned into a scarlet afterimage. Titan strength. Open for me. Rumble. The pure physical attack power of the Titan race was superimposed on Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian's fists moved like heavy cannons. Lie down. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Tai Long frowned. My strength has increased by 100 times in an instant. What kind of cultivation technique is this human training? This is too strange. He is only at the profound sage realm. How can his body withstand such a dense power? Then, Tai Long turned his body, laughed coldly, and said, "Trash, even if your strength and speed increase, your realm will not be able to increase, and is still only at the profound sage realm. I am a first-level, profound God realm expert. Do you think you can defeat me with a cultivation technique? What a joke! If that's the case, then you're too ignorant of the supreme realm of profound God." In that instant, Tai Long frowned, his palms formed into claws, and roared with all his might, "Profound God strength, come out!" Buzz! Buzz, buzz, buzz! The clouds above the ninth heaven formed a vortex that kept spinning. The power above the ninth heaven crazily pressed down and directly entered his palms. The corner of Tai Long's mouth drew back, and he sneered in disdain. "Let me see your strength!" Profound God defense. "Ha! Rumble!" Tai Long shouted, and the profound God's power instantly formed a defensive wall in his body. This invisible defensive wall directly appeared on the surface of his skin, and faintly flashed like a halo, emitting a purple light. The light of a divine artifact. Tyrone's entire body shone with a dazzling purple light. Not only was he a celestial boss, but the power he wielded was also at the level of a celestial artifact. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. "Kill him, I must kill him. If I don't kill him, I'll be letting down my ancestors, Sister Tsang and Sister Ozawa. I'll be letting down the many times I had sex with the fifth young lady in my previous life, and I'll be letting down the games I played for so many years." Luo Tian was playing games. There wasn't a single boss that he didn't kill. If Luo Tian couldn't kill the boss, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. He wouldn't have the energy to do anything at all, including going in and out with the fifth young lady. He would definitely kill the boss. Moreover, in his previous life, there wasn't a single boss that he couldn't kill. "You have to kill him." Seeing that Tai Long was standing still, Luo Tian unleashed all of his strength. Without any fear, he struck out with all his might. Rumble! 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 The impact of the energy ripples burst out vertically, and the scene was like a mushroom cloud from a nuclear explosion. Everything around was instantly blown away. The towering trees were uprooted, and the gigantic city walls and rocks were directly swept away. Too powerful. However, Luo Tian's expression suddenly changed. Forget about the numbness in his arms. The worst thing was that a bright red mist appeared above Tai Long's head. What was going on? The attack did not cause any damage at all. In other words, Luo Tian's attack could not break through Tai Long's defense. The profound God's power was too strong. However, although Tai Long was not injured, his face was still filled with shock. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I used the profound God's power to defend myself. I didn't expect this trash's power to be so strong." It was also at this moment Tai Long's mind tensed up, and a thought immediately flashed through his mind. He made up his mind and thought to himself, "This person cannot be left alive. He must die today." Everything happened in an instant. The moment Luo Tian's arm struck out, after Tai Long received the heavy blow, his eyes opened wide, and he said fiercely, Damn trash, you made me very unhappy. Now go and die. Profound God strike. Blood, see divine palm, boom. Tai Long's palms turned blood red. Profound God's power poured in, and his power became even more ferocious. In front of it, the power of the profound sage was like a strong man, like a 3-year-old child, completely incomparable. Crap! Luo Tian frowned and secretly shouted, "Not good!" Titan defense form. Golden bell cover. 7th stage. Buzz. Luo Tian released his strongest defense. At this moment, he had no other choice but to release all of his defensive power. He didn't even know if he could survive. Ha ha ha! Tai Long laughed maniacally and said, "No matter how strong your defense is, it's just a decoration in front of the profound God's power. It's completely useless. Damn trash. Go to hell and suffer in the abyss of darkness. Die." The sea of blood was boundless as it pressed down from the sky. His palms did not allow Luo Tian to dodge at all, and directly smashed forward. Rumble. Luo Tian was enveloped by the power of the sea of blood. His entire body was in incomparable pain, as if his body was about to be torn apart. This power is completely different from the power of the profound sky continent. This is also not the power of the profound God realm. At this moment, Luo Tian was secretly shocked. His body was still in constant pain, and his entire body was sent flying 10,000 meters away, still flying backwards in the air. Ancient King, didn't you want me to be your disciple? Didn't you leave a will in my sea of consciousness? Break through this power for me. Luo Tian roared in a deep voice. His sea of consciousness moved slightly, and a burst of power erupted from the will of the Ancient King. The power was like a vast ocean that burst out from Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Like a flash flood, it directly shattered the sea of blood attack on his body. Luo Tian also descended from the sky. Huff, huff, huff. Regeneration technique. Healing technique, healing technique. Luo Tian continuously used it, and only then did his body slightly improve. Standing up, he stared at Tai Long in the distance and roared. So what if you have the power of the ancient world? Do you think you're the only one with the power of the ancient world? I have it too. Shut. Tai Long's gaze became ferocious, and his teeth clenched. At this moment, the undead emperor's need was once again repelled by the death god's shadow, and countless souls that were flying in the air fell back down. Tai Long glared at Luo Tian fiercely, and turned to madly attack the Blood Sea City. Chapter 574. What Tai Long didn't expect was that Luo Tian also had ancient power in his body. Moreover, it was the power of an ancient king. This was something he never expected. He released the power of the profound God and integrated it into the Blood Sea Divine Palm. The Blood Sea Divine Palm was originally a cultivation technique passed down to him by the undead emperor. It wasn't a good cultivation technique in the ancient world, but in the Tianxin continent, it was definitely an existence that surpassed God tier cultivation techniques. It could instantly kill all experts below the profound God tier. When the Blood Sea Divine Palm blasted out, he thought that Luo Tian would definitely die. However, Luo Tian survived, and he didn't have the time to chase after Luo Tian. The undead emperor's projection he condensed didn't have any attack power, nor did it have high defense. It appeared completely to absorb the souls of the dragons, just like a machine. Facing the death god's projection, he kept retreating. That was the projection of his master. The souls of the dragons were the offerings he offered to his master. He absolutely couldn't mess it up. If he messed it up, he would definitely be punished. He had experienced the means of the undead emperor before. Therefore, Tai Long gave up on chasing after Luo Tian and returned to the city. The projection of the death god's path of killing. I didn't expect a mere lowly human to have cultivated so many powerful cultivation techniques. You even comprehended the power of the death god's path of killing. You really are a genius, a super genius, stepping into the profound sage realm before the age of 20. There hasn't been a person like you in the Tian-Shan continent for hundreds of thousands of years. I'm afraid that even the son of the true dragon, the new human emperor in the eyes of you humans, Morong Wanjian, can't do this. He's only a few years older than you. If you were given a few more years to cultivate, Morong Wanjian would definitely be trampled under your feet. It's just a pity that the power of your bloodline hasn't been completely awakened. Morong Wanjian, on the other hand, has been cultivating the power of the true dragon's bloodline since the day he was born. Right now, his bloodline power has been awakened to the 6th level. He has already reached an extremely terrifying stage. This is the difference between you and him. I've said so much to you. I just want to say that no matter how talented you are, it's useless. No matter how powerful you are, even if you become the human emperor, the #1 genius of the Tian-Shan continent, it's useless because you must die today. Tai Long's voice shook the heavens. Before he could finish speaking, he had already arrived in front of the grim Reaper's Tao of Slaughter. With a ferocious look in his eyes, he roared, "Break!" The pressure of the profound God realm was released without restraint. In less than a second, the shadow of the Grim Reaper's path of killing was directly defeated. It turned into a few wisps of black smoke and disappeared. The Grim Reaper's path of slaughter was very powerful, but its power grew as Luo Tian grew stronger. The difference between Luo Tian and Tyrone's cultivation was too great, so the shadow of the Grim Reaper's path of slaughter could not withstand Tyrone's instantaneous pressure. Luo Tian leaped into the air. Looking up into the sky, his brows furrowed. The ancient king's power is terrifying. He can only protect me this time. Next time he might help me. If I can't even get past this, he might just give up on me. The rest is up to me. The power released by the level 8 berserk can't even break through Tai Long's defense. The profound God realm is indeed the highest realm. This kind of defense is really too strong. Luo Tian was secretly anxious in his heart. It was also at this time. Qin Changtian's voice sounded, "Boss, do you want me to go? I can't take it anymore. Tyrone is too cruel. He killed all of my dragon race. Whether the profound meaning of the heart of the heavenly dragon can kill him or not, I can't take it anymore." Luo Tian immediately said, "Even if you can't take it anymore, you have to take it. You are the last trump card. If I don't call for you, you can't easily take action." Qin Changtian's existence was a killing move. This killing move could only be used once. If he did not succeed once, Qin Changtian would definitely be killed by Tyrone. So, his existence had to create a one-hit kill effect. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Furthermore, Luo Tian could not even break through Tyrone's defense. As for how much HP he had, he did not even know. Bloodsea City. Tyrone laughed coldly. The souls of the surrounding dragons were all sucked into the shadow of the undead emperor. He roared, "Brat, don't you like killing? I'll let you kill enough today, ha ha ha." Shortly after, Tai Long flew into the air with his eyes wide open. He mumbled something under his breath. In an instant, a blood mist burst out from his body. The blood mist shrouded the dragon's corpse. Tai Long's eyes widened. "Blood refinement technique, rise. You are all the slaves of the undead emperor. You will all be reincarnated in the abyss of darkness. I order you all to kill him now." Boom! 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 One by one, the corpses all stood up. In just a few seconds, the tens of thousands of dragons all stood up. Their eyes turned black, and they did not have any aura. However, the strength of their bodies was still the same as when they were alive. Suddenly, in the ruins of the city wall, a huge ice dragon stood up, shook off the rubble on its body, and roared fiercely to the sky. Thousands of ice swords directly soared into the sky and shot directly at Luo Tian. Little Xie's face instantly turned pale. She shouted hysterically, "Father! Father! Uncle Karen, Big Brother Alan, Tyrone F***CK, your ancestors." The dead dragons were all revived. An army of undead. Luo Tian was stunned by the scene before him. His heart clenched as he looked at those familiar faces. He dodged the Ice Dragon King's ice swords and turned to look at little Xia. Seeing her crying expression, he clenched his fists and yelled, "I'm sorry, little Xia!" Then, Luo Tian swallowed the 3 times experience pill. He then swallowed the experience pill as well. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the 3 times experience pill. Time limit 1 hour. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the experience pill. Absorbing the experience pill. 2 system announcements sounded. Luo Tian did not hesitate at all. He knew what he was doing. These people were all dead, and they had all become Tyrone's puppets. At a time like this, he did not feel any reluctance. In fact, he was even a little grateful. This was a chance for him to level up like crazy. Hearing Luo Tian's voice, little Xia immediately yelled, "Boss Luo, kill them all!" He was also very clear. He was worried that Luo Tian would not be able to do it. In all the movies and TV shows in his past life, there were always scenes like this where the main character was unable to do it. Every time Luo Tian saw this scene, he would say that the main character was an idiot. At a time like this, there was no room for hesitation. Rank 8 Berserk. Tyrone, watch me. You'll regret this. You idiot. F***CK. You're giving me experience. Ha ha ha. Just you wait, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Luo Tian chuckled coldly and transformed into Demon Emperor Xing Tian. Blood Shadow Technique, Boundless Blood Sea, Kill. Chapter 575. No one would have thought of it. Even Tai Long was no exception. The people in this world did not know what the system was, what killing monsters to level up was, and what experience was. Even if Tai Long was arrogant and thought that he had everything under control, using the dragon race's puppets to kill Luo Tian, he still sneered proudly and looked at Luo Tian proudly mocking. Killing your own friends must be a painful thing, right? Before he could finish his words, Luo Tian was like a mad demon releasing the Blood Shadow Technique, directly killing the first batch of dark dragon warriors that rushed forward. Ding! 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 Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, 5th rank Profound Sage. He leveled up in 1 wave. 3 times the experience was so good that he was speechless. Did he have to level up so quickly? Even Luo Tian himself felt a little embarrassed. The Great Blood Shadow Technique was an area of effect skill, and in addition to the rank 8 Berserk attribute, he was able to instantly kill those Mystique, Venerable rank, and even Profound Sage rank Dark Dragon warriors. Tai Long was stunned, and his jaw almost dropped. He broke through. He actually broke through at this time. The chance of breaking through in a battle is 1 in 10,000. He broke through when he killed the Dark Dragon King's army, and then when he killed the Underworld King's army. Now he's breaking through again. Isn't the speed of breaking through a little too fast? He did not understand. After all, Tai Long was not from Earth. He did not know about computers, online games, or leveling up. He also did not know that Luo Tian was a transmigrator from Earth and had a leveling system. This was where he miscalculated. He thought that he could use the dragon race to kill Luo Tian. Even if he could not kill him, he could make Luo Tian suffer. After all, many of the dragon race were his friends. Killing friends was a very painful thing, but Luo Tian did not feel any pain at all. He killed happily and did not take these dark dragon warriors seriously at all. He killed them like he was cutting cabbages. What's going on? Is he still human? He's simply an animal. He's even worse than an animal. An animal would hesitate to kill its friends. At the very least, it would pretend to be in pain. However, he doesn't seem to be in pain at all. Instead, he's happily killing them. Tyrone pointed at Luo Tian and scolded him. Are you even human? Don't you humans value relationships the most? Many of the people from the Icy Cold clan were your friends. right? You actually killed them without mercy. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought of this. Luo Tian grinned coldly and said, I'm sorry that I didn't let you see my painful expression. Do you want me to pretend to be in pain for you to see? With that said, Luo Tian pretended to be in pain. Aya, how could this be? Don't come over. Please don't come over. Wake up, wake up. Don't be controlled by that dog Tyrone anymore. As he spoke, Luo Tian attacked. He killed a bunch of them in one go. Luo Tian smiled and said, What do you think? I'm in pain. Am I very cooperative? You're AF asterisk king retard. Do you think I'm in pain? Do you think I'm hesitant? You fool. Do you think I'm the same as the others? These people are all your puppets. They're all dead people. Why would I hesitate? Luo Tian looked at Tyrone with disdain and didn't have time to care about him. As long as Tyrone didn't attack him, Luo Tian wouldn't pay attention to him for the time being. At this time, leveling up was more important. Only by leveling up would he be able to obtain more power. Only by constantly leveling up would he be able to fight against Tyrone. Luo Tian was as crazy as a devil, and the Devil Emperor's aura of the Xingtian Great Emperor also erupted, crazily crushing everything. Not only 10 minutes. The system once again rang out with the notification of leveling up. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, 6th stage Profound Sage. Tyrone's expression changed once again. His gaze became gloomy as he said, unhappily, he leveled up again. What kind of cultivation technique is this kid cultivating? Not to mention the profound sky continent's devil sect. Even the devil sect in the ancient world didn't have such a sacred art. In just 2 days, he actually broke through more than 10 times. What kind of existence is this? Tyrone knew much more than many people. He had traveled in the ancient world. He had seen many different cultivation techniques and met many powerful devil sect experts. But none of them had such a cultivation speed. Even the undead emperor who absorbed souls for cultivation didn't have such a fast cultivation speed. He thought that his cultivation speed in the Blood Sea Purgatory was very fast, but he didn't expect to find that he was nothing compared to Luo Tian. Immediately, Tyrone frowned. I can't let him continue. His breakthrough should be related to killing these dragon warriors. The Black Dragon King's army is the same. The Underworld King's army is also the same. Thinking of this, Tyrone raised his eyes and suddenly realized, damn it! Why didn't I think of it at first? Cluck, cluck! Tyrone clenched his fists, and a series of explosive sounds came from his joints. He issued an order in the air and shouted, All of you return to the city! Ha ha ha! Return to the city now? You've thought of it now. Too late! Luo Tian laughed out loud. After the cooldown of the Blood Shadow Great Technique ended, Luo Tian did not hesitate to transform into 10,000 blood shadows and burst out again, directly binding the Dark Dragon warriors. He shouted in a deep voice, Blood Shadow Great Technique, explode, explode, explode! Rumble, rumble, rumble. A large wave of Dark Dragon warriors were all crushed. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, 7th stage Profound Sage. Level up again. All of Luo Tian's attributes were back to full again. Tyrone was so angry that his face turned pale. He wanted to make Luo Tian suffer, but he didn't expect that Luo Tian would break through 3 times in a row. It was as if he had been played, as if he had been humiliated, as the profound god's power in his body violently erupted. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Tyrone roared ferociously. His eyes turned sinister as he stared straight at Luo Tian. He gritted his teeth and said, Damn trash! So what if you've broken through to the 7th stage of the Profound Sage? In front of me, you're still a pile of trash. Trash! Killing you is easier than crushing an ant. As soon as he finished, Tyrone's scarlet shadow rushed out. The Blood Sea divine palms struck out once again. Luo Tian's eyes moved as he summoned the splitting heaven divine axe, the blood god armor, and the blood god ring. Level 8 Berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The power of the Azure Dragon bloodline out. The power of the Vermilion Bird bloodline out. Rumble. A series of explosions came out from his body. Facing the charging Tyrone, Luo Tian roared without any fear in his heart. He did not retreat or dodge, but instead raised his speed to the limit and crazily charged forward. He roared heavily, "I want to see how strong your defense is." Decapitation strike. Cut. Chapter 576. The power of a 7th level profound sage coupled with the power of 2 bloodlines. This power was several levels higher than the previous one. Luo Tian was still trying. The purpose of this attack was to break Tai Long's defense and see how much HP he had. This was the first time he had encountered a purple boss. Even the Supreme Elder of the Huashan Immortal Sect was only a shiny boss. This Tai Long was even more powerful than the Supreme Elder of the Huashan Immortal Sect. This was what made Luo Tian the most excited. The moment Luo Tian moved, Tai Long also moved. Right now, he didn't have to worry about the undead emperor's absorbing souls. He could now wholeheartedly focus on his battle with all heaven. He was very serious, even more serious than when he had fought the Dragon Emperor. In the sky, the heaven splitting divine axe cut through the sky. The green dragon roared. The vermilion bird screamed. The devil emperor Xing Tian's devil flame gushed out like a tide. After going through the level 8 Berserk and being stimulated by 256 times the attribute power, the power was indescribable. However, Tai Long sneered and released the power of the profound god. He controlled the power of defense with one hand and the power of attack with the other. It was as if he was multitasking. Controlling 2 different powers was very different. One had to admit that Tai Long was very powerful. Many of the techniques that he practiced were powerful techniques from the ancient world. Furthermore, he was able to kneel at the feet of an undead emperor and become the #1 servant of an undead emperor. The techniques that he practiced were definitely extremely powerful. In addition, his personal strength and talent were also extremely outstanding. The power that he could release was also extremely terrifying. Tai Long raised his eyes slightly and looked at the giant axe that was chopping down from the sky. He sneered, "No matter how strong you are, no matter how powerful you are, you can't kill me. I am a supreme expert of the profound God realm. You are too weak." Blood Sea Defense. Whoa. In an instant, Tai Long's body glowed red. The power of the profound god was added to his body. He did not dodge. He only glanced at the heaven splitting divine axe in the sky and then looked at Luo Tian with contempt. He moved his right palm and locked onto Luo Tian's forehead. He roared, "Blood Sea divine palm, break for me." Boom! The dark red blood palm rushed out. At this moment, Luo Tian was like an arrow leaving the bow. There was no way for him to stop. He could either attack, dodge, or defend. Haha, I don't believe it. Luo Tian gritted his teeth. From the very beginning, he had never thought of retreating. In the face of Tai Long's super attack, his gaze was incomparably resolute. His arms tightly gripped the handle of the heaven splitting divine axe as he roared into the sky, "Slash!" Boom! Walala, the sky was raging. 2 extremely powerful forces clashed against each other. It erupted with the power to distort space. Too ferocious. The entire Heavenly Palace divine clan was trembling. Those who were still alive were trembling. Even their breathing became rapid. Their hearts felt as if they were being crushed by a huge rock. It was extremely uncomfortable. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Muffled sounds of thunder kept exploding, and all the buildings in the Blood Sea City were turned into ashes. The heaven splitting divine axe accurately chopped down on Tai Long's head. Tai Long's crimson, red, abstruse god defense was broken through. Dark red blood flowed out from Tai Long's head. Just a moment ago, a bright red number, 10,487, flashed above his head. His defense was broken. He could finally cause damage. Luo Tian was very excited in his heart. As long as he could cause damage, then there would definitely be a way to exhaust him to death. However, before Luo Tian could rejoice, Tai Long was enraged, and his right palm accurately struck the space between his eyebrows. Bam! His entire head was blasted off. His head was broken. Demon Emperor Xing Tian's head was broken. That power was simply unstoppable. Tai Long's palm directly broke Luo Tian's head from the neck. He would definitely die if his head was cut off. Tai Long laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Damn trash, you want to fight with me? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to fight with me? A lowly human, like you can go to hell. Ha ha ha. Wild laughter. A complacent wild laughter. Luo Tian's head was broken. He was dead for sure. If he killed him, who in the entire Heavenly Palace divine race would dare to block his path? Who had the ability to block his path? It was only a matter of time before he unified the Heavenly Palace divine race. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Tai Long once again burst into wild laughter, extremely excited. However, what he did not notice was that although Luo Tian's head was broken, his body was still standing there without moving. The aura on his body did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it became even more violent than before. What was going on? Not to mention Tai Long, even Luo Tian was a little confused. Luo Tian thought he was going to die. How could he not die when his head was broken? Luo Tian's heart was dead silent, and he secretly said, "Sigh, I didn't expect to die here. Shua. I'm sorry, Fatty, Xin Yuani, and the other brothers are sorry. I'll take my leave first." His heart was dead silent. Luo Tian thought he was going to die. But at that moment, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. The system rang out with a deadly beep, causing Luo Tian to be slightly startled, and he could not help but think to himself, "Damn, my head is already broken. Why is there still a beep? This is not a game, where the character can be resurrected after death. I'm in the real world, where I can't be resurrected after death." Just as Luo Tian was puzzled, he thought he had heard wrongly. However, he didn't hear wrongly. The system beep was very clear. Luo Tian could also feel his own thoughts, his own consciousness, and even the blood flowing in his veins. He could clearly feel that he was not dead at all. *CK, don't tell me I can't die? Listen carefully. Luo Tian had never listened to the system beep so seriously before. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering Demon Emperor Xing Tian's beheading divine power for obtaining the first stage of the power of death. What's going on? Am I really immortal? Luo Tian himself was scared out of his wits. His head was already cut off. How could he not die? This was impossible on Earth, and it was also impossible in the profound sky continent. In order to figure this out, Luo Tian immediately opened the system and checked. He couldn't live for no reason. He had to figure it out. When he saw the description in the system, he suddenly realized, Xing Tian, the devil sex war god, he has the world's #1 mystical art, beheading immortality. The legend of Xing Tian on Earth is the same. He was beheaded by his enemy, but he still did not die. Who would have thought? Luo Tian never thought that the Demon Emperor Xing Tian's passive would be triggered. He wouldn't die if his head was cut off, and he had obtained the first stage of the power of death. Item: Power of Death Attribute, the first stage of the 9 Deaths Magic Kung Fu. Duration: 30-second status, Invincible. When he saw the word Invincible, Luo Tian started to laugh maniacally and eerily. Chapter 577. Everything was out of his expectations. No one would have thought that such a change would happen. Luo Tian thought he was dead. He never thought that he would trigger the Demon Emperor Xing Tian's passive. In other words, he had triggered a cultivation technique from a novel in his previous life, the 9 Deaths technique. It was just that Luo Tian's current state was somewhat different from the 9 Deaths technique. As long as he released his power, he would enter a state of invincibility. What did invincibility mean? This word was too powerful. Luo Tian's heart was beating wildly when he saw it. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Luo Tian did not have the mood to look at the other attributes. The ultimate attribute of the 9 Deaths technique. What was the ultimate destination? Luo Tian did not have the time to look at it, nor did he have the mood to do so. What he wanted to do now was to ruthlessly trample Tai Long under his feet. Luo Tian did not release the power of death at the first moment, nor did he enter the state of invincibility. This state only lasted for 30 seconds, and Tai Long's health was as high as 100 million points. It was impossible to kill him, but there was still a chance to heavily injure him. The power of the Azure Dragon Blood Vein and the power of the Vermilion Bird Blood Vein were very strong, but they were not strong enough. He had to obtain a stronger power. Luo Tian had no other choice. There was only one power left in his body that had not been fused, and that was the Black Tortoise Blood Vein. Immediately, Luo Tian did not hesitate at all. The idea moved and ordered. Fuse with the 3rd blood vein, the power of the Black Tortoise Blood Vein. Ding. Are you sure you want to fuse with the 3rd blood vein? Confirm. Ding. Beginning fusion of Black Tortoise Blood Vein. Fusion countdown of 15 seconds. 15, 14, 13. 15 seconds was a long time. Luo Tian's body stood in place and did not fall. His head had already flown thousands of miles away, so he had to protect his head well. If his head was smashed into powder, it would be impossible for Luo Tian to not die. Immediately, he sent a sound transmission to Qin Changtian. Changtian, find my head and protect it well. Tears flowed down Qin Changtian's face. If he did not hear Luo Tian's sound transmission, he would have already jumped out and fought to the death. With Tai Long hearing Luo Tian's voice, his face changed, and he asked doubtfully, "Boss? You didn't die?" Luo Tian said, "Okay, help me protect my head. Go and come back quickly. I'll give you the order in 50 seconds. When that time comes, it'll be the time for you to kill Tai Long, remember. Don't come out without my order. Even if I die, don't come out, understand?" After confirming that Luo Tian was still alive, Qin Changtian broke into a smile and said, "Boss, I will do it now." There were still a few seconds left. Luo Tian was worried that little Xia would do something stupid again, so he transmitted his voice to her. "Little Xia, hurry up and run as far away as you can. A battle is about to erupt here, and I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you when the time comes. Retreat to a safe place right now." Little Xia felt the same way as Qin Changtian. When she saw Luo Tian's head being smashed off by Tai Long, she felt that there was no hope for her life anymore. There was no hope for the dragon race anymore. There was no meaning in living anymore. She was ready to fight Tai Long to the death. Hearing Luo Tian's voice, her expression immediately changed. She secretly said, "Brother Luo, you're not dead, your head." Luo Tian anxiously said, "Don't say so much. Hurry up and leave the vicinity of Blood Sea City." Little Xia immediately replied, "Understood." On Tai Long's side, he started to laugh crazily. He was extremely proud and arrogant. However, when he saw that Luo Tian's body was still standing, his expression changed slightly. With a thought, he immediately sensed that Luo Tian was still breathing. Furthermore, it did not weaken at all. Even the sound of his heartbeat was extremely strong. Was this something that the 4 of them should have? Something's not right. No, something's not right. His head is already broken. There's no reason for him to not die. How can this be? Tai Long circled around Luo Tian's body a few times, but still could not find anything strange. He could not understand it at all. Not to mention the Tianxian continent. Even the ancient world did not have such an immortal technique. How can he not die when his head is already broken? At this moment, a notification sounded out from Luo Tian's body. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully fusing with the black tortoise blood vein. Ha! Luo Tian laughed crazily in his heart, and then roared out, Tai Long, you dog, give me your life! Azure dragon blood vein, explode! Vermilion bird blood vein, explode! Black tortoise blood vein, explode! Boom, boom, boom! Within Luo Tian's body, the sound of energy exploding crazily rang out. 3 types of divine level blood vein were released without restraint. On Luo Tian's body, 3 different shadows appeared. The azure dragon churned, the vermilion bird soared into the sky, and the black tortoise was like a mountain. The 3 shadows were as if they were real, incomparably malevolent, powerful. 3 divine beasts appeared on the same person's body. Even Tai Long's face turned pale. He was shocked by the power in Luo Tian's body. 3 types of blood vein. 3 types of divine level blood vein. Where did you come from? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fusing 2 types of blood vein will cause the body to explode and die. You actually fused 3 types of blood vein, and all of them are divine level blood vein. The 3 forces are constantly wreaking havoc in your body. Even if you are an expert of the profound God realm, you won't be able to withstand it. Absolutely impossible. He couldn't believe it. 3 incomparably malevolent divine beast shadows supported Luo Tian's body. Tai Long's face was extremely ugly. His thoughts were distorted. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand how Luo Tian managed to fuse 3 different bloodlines. Not to mention fusion. Even fusing 3 different bloodlines was something that shouldn't even appear in the profound sky continent. Murong Wanjian, who possessed the true dragon bloodline, only appeared once in 10,000 years. This Luo Tian directly fused 3 types of blood vein that were of the same level as the true dragon blood vein. Was this a joke? How was this possible? Anyone who saw this would be astonished. Tai Long moved his body and directly jumped away, leaping into the air. On Luo Tian's back, a pair of vermilion birds' fiery red wings appeared. His body slowly flew into the air, and he laughed sinisterly. What's wrong? Are you scared? I'm indeed not very proficient in using the power of blood veins, but I'm sorry I have a lot of blood veins. Ha ha ha! Tai Long, you dog, you cut off my head. Now, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Immediately, the power of 3 types of blood veins filled his body. If he didn't vent it out, Luo Tian's body would really explode from the power of these 3 types of blood veins. However, before this, Luo Tian shouted without any regard for his life, Level 8 Berserk! Boom! His entire body was scarlet red. The azure dragon looked up to the sky and let out a dragon roar. The vermilion bird let out a mournful cry. The black tortoise's huge tortoise shell suddenly doubled in size, and its power frantically wreaked havoc. It was an irresistible power. Tai Long's face darkened. He clenched his fists, and his expression was still disdainful as he shouted, So what if you fuse with more blood veins? Don't forget that you're just a trash in the profound sage realm. I'm in the profound God realm. You're not my opponent at all. As soon as his voice fell, Tai Long's eyes turned sinister. Blood Sea Purgatory, descend for me! At this moment, Luo Tian shouted at the same time, The first death force, release, invincible state, come out for me! Thank you, Mu Yunman Shui. I always see you voting for Invincible and voting for it. Thank you. And also thank the brothers who voted for it. Old Bull will always remember it in his heart. I'm very grateful. Also, I recommend a book called The Super Secret Agent of the Beautiful CEO. It's an urban genre. You can go and read it if you like. Chapter 578. The Sea of Blood was boundless. Purgatory Heaven. The boundless sea of blood suddenly descended. The blood-red waves crashed against the shore, rolling up huge waves that were tens of thousands of feet high. Everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was covered by this sea of blood with no end in sight. The blood sea purgatory was even more powerful than frenzied Sword's slaughter realm. Blood world. Blood dyed the sky red, covering the earth. It was extremely terrifying. Tai Long laughed maniacally, releasing the endless pressure of the profound god from his body, controlling the sea of blood to refine. Looking at Luo Tian, who was drowned by a huge wave, he laughed complacently. Damn trash, you want to fight me? Let's see what you have to fight me with. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Rumble. The blood waves surged into the sky. It was a complete mess. Half of Luo Tian's body did not move at all. In the sea of blood, he did not receive any injuries, nor did he have any restrictions. Even the pressure of Tai Long's profound god realm did not affect him in the slightest. A true invincible state. Ding. Player Luo Tian has entered an invincible state. Duration 30 seconds. Countdown 30 seconds. Within these 30 seconds, Luo Tian had to heavily injure Tai Long, or else all of this would fail. If he could not complete the mission, he would not be able to obtain the divine dragon soul, and he would not be able to hatch Air Dan. He would die. Air Dan would die too. Absolutely not. Air Dan had done so much for him. Luo Tian had already treated him as a brother in his heart, so he definitely could not let him die. Then, his eyes darkened, and the 3 bloodline powers in his body suddenly moved. The azure dragon crazily churned in the sea of blood, just like a berserk dragon stirring up the sea. The vermilion bird was like a phoenix that had undergone nirvana, and a pair of fiery red wings allowed Luo Tian's speed to reach an astonishing level. The black tortoise's strong defensive power directly shattered the waves of blood. Almost in an instant, Luo Tian landed in front of Tai Long, his voice filled with arrogance as he roared, "Do you think you're strong? Do you think you're amazing? Tai Long, you're just a dog, you're just a dog. Become my stepping stone, explode for me." 10,000 devils explode! Another wave of power was superimposed on him. Luo Tian put away the heaven-splitting divine axe and punched out with his fists like a meteor shower. Tai Long's expression turned ferocious. "You're courting death. You think you're my match? Power of the Blood Sea, crush him!" Tai Long controlled the power in the Blood Sea and controlled this power in his hands. Facing Luo Tian's fists, he sneered in disdain. "You want to hurt me with pure strength? What a joke! Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror?" Simultaneously, Tai Long's fists collided with the attack. Rumble! Rumble! The blood sea was shaken like a missile exploding. All the blood within a radius of a few kilometers was evaporated, and an empty land appeared. At this moment, not a single drop of blood could seep in. Bang! Tai Long was sent flying. A bright red number floated above his head. 1809999. Luo Tian was ecstatic. This long string of numbers nearly scared him to death. A damage value of nearly 2 million. This is too awesome. Damn, the stacking of 3 bloodline powers is indeed powerful. Ha ha ha, this was only 3 bloodline powers. If he were to fuse with the 4th bloodline power, the White Tiger bloodline, the 4 divine beasts bloodline powers would directly fuse into a new bloodline power. That would be the true, powerful bloodline power. Luo Tian couldn't wait to fuse with it. It was just that, thinking that Morong Wanjian only had one type of true dragon bloodline, Luo Tian started to worry for him. He thought in his heart, "Do you have to completely oppress him like this? Isn't it a bit too cruel for 4 types of bloodlines to crush one? The more cruel it is, the more I like it, ha ha ha." At this moment, Luo Tian retracted his thoughts. If not for the invincible state, he would still have died and would have been killed by Tai Long's punch. The power of the profound god realm was simply too strong, and even in the invincible state, he could still feel that kind of power. He was slightly fearful in his heart. At the same time, Luo Tian's mind turned sinister, and he thought to himself, I definitely can't give him any chance. Instantly, Luo Tian shouted in a deep voice, Wind shadow step, moon step! Tai Long, you damn trash, are you happy now? Ha ha ha. You want to show off with me? Come on, I'll let you know what power is. Show off. He started to show off crazily. Luo Tian's personality was like this. Just now, he was crushed by Tai Long and couldn't be arrogant. Now he was desperately arrogant, laughing wildly and mocking. Come on, damn trash, weren't you very good at showing off just now? Come and show off in front of me again. 100 million HP. One move caused 2 million damage. This kind of damage was negligible to Tai Long. A little blood flowed out from both of his fists, but this already made him very unhappy. He gritted his teeth and roared, Luo, Tian Dai! A shrill cry was heard. The sound was as if it came from hell, and it was incomparably terrifying. He was angry. Wow, the boss is angry and has gone berserk. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian looked at the purple-red light on Tai Long's body that suddenly became stronger. Without a doubt, this was the characteristic of berserk. The more it was like this, the more Luo Tian liked it. He was now in the invincible state, and even if Tai Long was the strongest realm of the Mystic Emperor, there would be no problem. Luo Tian had a smug expression and said, come on, come up and bite me. Come on, you mad dog. What kind of undead slave is this? Come up and bite me. Anger. His anger was rising. Tai Long was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and his expression became even more ferocious. In an instant, he rushed to Luo Tian's body, and the power of the profound god exploded. Both of his fists heavily punched out. Die, die, die! Ha! Luo Tian smiled sinisterly. Both of his arms turned into magma, and both of his fists were like rain as they bombarded out, like a machine gun firing. Boom, 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 boom. It was as if two madmen were fighting each other. Tai Long's attack was completely useless against Luo Tian. On the other hand, Luo Tian's attacks caused more than 1 million damage to him each time. The more it went down, the uglier Tai Long's expression became. Impossible. How can this be? Why is there no reaction from my attacks on his body? Could it be that he has an ancient, defensive magic treasure on him? Even so, he can't block my attacks. I am a profound god realm. How can this be? Tai Long doubted himself. He suspected that he was not a profound god expert, but a profound disciple realm. Even a profound disciple realm would be able to cause a little bit of damage, but he could not hurt Luo Tian at all. Stupid. Tai Long was completely dumbfounded. Awesome. Luo Tian was extremely arrogant, crazily attacking, and his heart secretly tightened. Damn, this boss's HP is too high. My attack speed is so fast, but I can only reduce his HP by 60 million. Now that the invincible state is about to end, can Qin Changtian's profound meaning of the heart of the heavenly dragon kill him? Luo Tian was not confident in his heart. The moment of crisis had arrived. Thank you everyone for your votes. Many familiar friends, brothers, I can see familiar names every day. Thank you for your support. Good night everyone. Chapter 579. Tai Long's HP was too much. 100 million HP. Looking at the long string of zeros, Luo Tian felt his scalp go numb. He did not expect Tai Long's HP to be so terrifying. During the 30 seconds of invincibility, he had crazily attacked 60 million HP. This was already his limit. What about the remaining 40 million HP? Luo Tian was unsure. In these 30 seconds, if it wasn't for the invincible state, Luo Tian would have died countless times. With Tai Long's profound god realm cultivation, killing Luo Tian would only be a matter of seconds. Once the invincible state was accepted, Tai Long would be able to kill Luo Tian in one strike. What to do? Could Qin Changtian's heart of the heavenly dragon kill Tai Long, who still had 40 million HP? Luo Tian did not know. No one knew. This was the reason why he was unsure. He did not understand the power of the heart of the heavenly dragon, and did not know how much damage this technique could cause. If only Two Balls was here, he would definitely know everything. Two Balls. Thinking about the dragon egg, Luo Tian's heart sank again. He clenched his teeth. Luo Tian secretly said, "No matter what, I have to exhaust him as much as possible. Unless it's a last resort, I can't let Qin Changtian take action. He is definitely an important trump card. I have to kill him." The heart of the heavenly dragon was very strong. Luo Tian did not know how strong it was. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to deplete Tyrone's HP as much as possible. Every bit of HP he could deplete was a little bit. Level 8 Berserk. Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Bloodline out for me. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Heaven, Splitting Divine Axe. Panga God / attack for me. Luo Tian summoned the Heaven, Splitting Divine Axe, leaped into the air, locked onto Tai Long's head, and fiercely chopped down. Get down! Tai Long's hair was scattered, and his scarlet hair swayed with the wind. The robe on his body was torn into pieces, and countless wounds on his body were constantly bleeding. More than half of his HP was consumed, and he was seriously injured. What angered him the most was that his attacks were completely useless against Luo Tian. Looking at the sky, Splitting Divine Axe in the sky, Tai Long's heart skipped a beat. His eyes flashed with anger. He didn't retreat or dodge. Instead, he roared with all his might, "Luo Tian, I want to see how powerful you are." Boundless Blood Sea. Blood Sacrifice. Rumble. All the blood in the Blood Sea purgatory was sucked in and spun madly like a tornado. It directly formed a pillar of blood that rushed towards Luo Tian. The power of the profound God pressure, and the sea of blood contained a dense ancient power, which was extremely terrifying. Luo Tian looked at the duration of his invincibility and sped up. 2 seconds left. I must complete this attack. Rumble. An axe cut open the blood column. The pressure of the profound God and the power of the profound God were completely ignored by Luo Tian's sea of consciousness and the impact of his physical body. Luo Tian's axe chopped down instantly. Rumble. Tai Long's body exploded with a red light. The profound God defense lasted for half a breath before it was broken. At the same time, a string of bright red numbers floated above his head. 2509000, inch 2. 5 million damage. It would be great if there was a critical hit. Damn it. When I return to Huashan Immortal Sect, I must refine a critical hit weapon. With a critical hit weapon, Tai Long will die no matter how much HP he has. Luo Tian's heart sank. At this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Invincibility ended. Whoosh! Luo Tian's body was drained of energy. The profound God pressure rushed into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness like a flood. He was prepared. However, the profound God pressure was too powerful. Boom! Luo Tian was blasted away by the 5 elements' power. He flew 10,000 meters away, smashing through dozens of towering trees. In the end, he landed halfway up a mountain, creating a deep crater. The rocks around him were all pulverized. Luo Tian's mouth was bleeding and his face was pale. The most painful thing was in his mind. That kind of pressure made him unable to move. It was as if his brain's ability to think was being suppressed. It was extremely uncomfortable. This was the attack that Luo Tian hated the most. Pressure. F***CK. Luo Tian cursed fiercely. Giant God Spirit, come out! Boom, boom, boom. There was a loud explosion in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness as the Titan god's soul power began to launch a fierce counterattack. Even so, Luo Tian could still clearly feel the suppression of Tyrone's might. The only difference was that he could move freely now. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I finally understand. Luo Tian, you just released a very powerful technique, right? This kind of cultivation technique can directly block all of my attacks, and I can't injure you at all. Just now, you were invincible for a few dozen seconds. But once the time was up, you couldn't even withstand the pressure of my intent. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you are truly extraordinary. I initially thought that the son of the true dragon, Morong Wanjian, was stronger than you, but now it seems that your talent and potential are above his. However, not anymore. Tai Long laughed crazily. His eyes moved and stared coldly at Luo Tian, who was climbing up from the deep pit, as if he was staring at a fish on a chopping board. He sneered a few times and then moved his body, rushing out in an instant. Luo Tian, go to hell! Blood Sea Barrier. Purgatory's power come out. Boom! Tai Long's expression revealed a painful and ferocious expression. He was also seriously injured. Continuously using the power of the blood sea had already made him unable to hold on. However, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, he was a profound God Realm expert. Although he had not completely grasped the power of the profound God Realm, he was still an incomparably powerful existence. Luo Tian was only a profound sage realm cultivator. There was no comparison at all. Luo Tian's face sank, the idea moved, and said, Changtian, get ready! Qin Changtian immediately moved and said, Boss, I've been ready for a long time. Good. Stop my command. Luo Tian warned again. Tai Long's cultivation was too strong. As long as he was given a chance, he would be able to easily kill Qin Changtian. At that time, not to mention using the profound heavenly dragon, he would be killed the moment he appeared. If that happened, all of his efforts would be for naught. Wait. Luo Tian stood in place without moving. He frowned and held his breath, staring at Tai Long, who was rushing over at lightning speed. Just a little more, just a little more, just a little more. He was getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, it was time. At this moment, the moment Tai Long landed, he once again released the power of the 3 bloodlines, directly using it to defend. He did not know if he could defend, but he had to delay. Tai Long, boom! Tai Long punched out with both fists. Luo Tian resisted with all his might and directly hugged Tai Long with both hands. He looked up to the sky and roared, Changtian, attack! Chapter 580. His life was hanging by a thread. Luo Tian had no other choice. He couldn't give Tai Long any chance to attack Qin Changtian, so he could only hug Tai Long tightly. Tai Long's feet were rooted to the ground. Then he shouted, Changtian, kill all 18 generations of his ancestors for me. At this moment, Luo Tian's entire body was in pain. His chest was in so much pain that he couldn't feel anything. He even thought that he was going to die. Tai Long's attack was too powerful. Even if Luo Tian used all his strength to defend, he still couldn't block it. The 3 bloodline powers couldn't even hold on for a second before they were smashed into pieces. The Titan defense, golden bell cover, and blood god armor on his body were also smashed into pieces. Even the divine weapons were smashed into pieces. The blood god armor cracked. The blood god ring cracked, and even the splitting heaven divine axe groaned in pain. It was hard to hold on. Uncomfortable. Incomparably uncomfortable. However, Luo Tian hugged him tightly. There was really no other way. His only hope now was to rely on Qin Changtian. Tai Long frowned and sneered. Oh, the new dragon emperor of the dragon race, that bastard. Luo Tian, I thought you were very smart, but now it seems that you are even stupider than a pig. You actually placed your hopes on a brat. I have to say that you are still far from Morong Wanjian. Humph. Tai Long sneered. Looking down at Luo Tian, who was hugging him tightly, Tai Long's face was full of disdain. Trash like you. I already told you that you can't fight with me. Now die for me. He raised both his hands. A scarlet red light gushed out from his palms as he aimed at Luo Tian's broken neck and blasted it down. It was also at this moment. There was a loud sound in the sky as an 8-clawed dragon god appeared. It flickered in the sky. The dragon god's pressure instantly pressed down, causing the entire Sky God clan to explode violently. The Sky God clan's enchantment couldn't hold on any longer. Too powerful. Tai Long was slightly stunned as he looked up at the sky. His face was aghast. Sky dragon? Could it be that little brat comprehended the profound meaning of the heart of the heavenly dragon? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He can't comprehend it with his talent. My talent and potential are millions of times better than his. How can he comprehend something that even I can't comprehend? Fear. For the first time in his life, Talon felt fear. Even when Luo Tian was in his invincible state and severely injured him, he was not afraid at all. But now he was afraid. He was also a member of the Dragon Clan. He was very familiar with the power of the heart of the heavenly dragon. Even the overlords of the ancient world were afraid of this kind of dragon god power. It was too terrifying as the destruction of the world. Boss, I've locked onto him. Back off. Qin Changtian transmitted his voice. He was worried that he might hurt Luo Tian. Luo Tian released his hands and laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, Tai Long, you dog, you didn't expect it, right? You didn't expect him to comprehend the profound meaning of the heart of the heavenly dragon, right? Let me tell you, I was the one who taught him. What kind of bullshit talent can you compare to me? From the beginning to the end, you have been toyed with by me, ha ha ha. The moment he spoke, Luo Tian used form-shifting shadow to retreat. It was also at this moment. Qin Changtian roared, Tai Long, give me your life. Pay with your life for the Dragon Clan. Pay with your life for my father. Profound meaning of the heart of the heavenly dragon. Heavenly dragon kill. Die for me. As Qin Changtian's voice fell, the divine dragon that was wreaking havoc in the sky suddenly descended. The huge, ferocious divine dragon had directly rushed down from Tai Long's head. Tai Long's face turned pale. His expression was somewhat sluggish. At this moment, he was completely stunned. He did not even try to stop Luo Tian from leaving. Raising his head to look at the incomparably arrogant divine dragon rushing towards his forehead, he screamed, "Undead Emperor! Master! Save me! Save me!" Quang! A thunderous sound came from the 9 heavens. The undead emperor that was still absorbing the souls in Blood Sea City suddenly retracted and flew directly into Tai Long's body. Luo Tian's heart tightened as he thought to himself, "Can I kill him?" He could not help but feel nervous. There was still 30 million HP left. Whether he could kill him or not, Luo Tian really did not know, because the profound meaning of the heart of the heavenly dragon was not a skill that he trained in. He did not know its damage. Looking at the divine dragon descending, Luo Tian secretly felt that he could kill Tai Long. However, when he saw the undead emperor enter Tai Long's body, his heart trembled and he became somewhat worried. After all, the undead emperor was an overlord in the ancient world. Could the profound meaning of the heart of the heavenly dragon kill him? Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, Luo Tian could only rely on the heavens. The sky was wreaking havoc. Tai Long's body constantly emitted explosive sounds as blood spurted out like a pillar. His expression became more and more ferocious. His soul would occasionally flash out and then hide back into his body. He was in extreme pain, but he still looked towards the sky and laughed crazily. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! You can't kill me! You can't kill me! I am the servant of the undead emperor. I have an undead body. Even the profound meaning of the heart of the heavenly dragon can't kill me. Ha ha ha! All of a sudden, Tai Long laughed proudly. From the moment the undead emperor's figure entered his body, he started to be cocky. 10 million HP, 8 million, 6 million. Luo Tian looked at the HP on top of Tai Long's head, continuously decreasing, and his heart was incomparably shocked. The profound meaning of the heart of the heavenly dragon is too fierce, but Tai Long is so proud. Could it be that he really has an undead body? Can't kill him? Suddenly, Luo Tian's heart trembled as he secretly prepared. The power of the heart of the heavenly dragon gradually weakened, and finally, Tai Long's HP stopped at 980,000. He did not die. He survived and forcefully withstood it. His HP was simply too much. It was also because the undead emperor's figure had shared a large portion of the power for him. This was also the most crucial point. The power of the heart of the heavenly dragon dissipated. Qin Changtian directly fell from the sky, unable to withstand the impact of this power. Seeing Qin Changtian fall from the sky, Tai Long's expression became even more arrogant and was incomparably cocky. Ha ha ha. I knew that you guys wouldn't be able to kill me. Ha ha ha. I am the most loyal servant of the undead emperor and have an undead body. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian and that bastard. Now it's my turn, and I will immediately send you guys into the abyss of darkness. I want your souls to never reincarnate. Ha ha ha. He laughed arrogantly. He was extremely proud. Even the profound meaning of the heart of the heavenly dragon could not kill him. What power did Luo Tian have that could kill him? Luo Tian's mouth curled up, revealing a death god smile, and coldly said, "Your turn? You King dog. You're happy too early. Die for me." Strange flame. Green lotus core fire. Target locked. Chapter 581. Luo Tian was worried that the heart of the heavenly dragon would not be able to kill Tai Long, so he had secretly prepared for it from the beginning. Looking at Tai Long's smug look, Luo Tian laughed. He laughed arrogantly, snorted, and said, "Little guy, I can't kill you." Deviant fire. Green lotus core fire. Blast it for me. Boom. The deviant fire was unleashed, and the green lotus core fire suddenly erupted, directly blasting towards the locked Tai Long. Tai Long was stunned. Looking at the strange flame shooting towards him, he sneered. "Trash, this is your trump card. You are looking down on me too much. This kind of flame attack can hurt me." Humph. Blood sea explosion. Extinguish it for me. The power of the blood sea rushed forward. Without any reaction, it was directly broken through by the green lotus core fire, completely unable to block it. This time, Tai Long panicked a little. Luo Tian always came up with all kinds of powerful techniques. This flame did not look much different from ordinary flames, but it contained a power that he could not see through at all. He had never seen such a power before. It was not the power of this world at all. Seeing Tai Long's expression change slightly, Luo Tian immediately laughed. "Tai Long, weren't you arrogant just now? Weren't you being cocky? Be cocky again, ha ha." Tai Long's eyes darkened, gritted his teeth, and said, "Humph, so what if this flame has some power? Can it kill me? Even the power of the heart of the heavenly dragon can't kill me, and you want to kill me? I am a servant of the undead emperor, and master bestowed me with the undead body." Tai Long had not finished his words. The green lotus core fire directly blasted down. Rumble. Bam. Ah! Tai Long screamed miserably. "Master, save me! Master, save me! Luo Tian, you trash! I will not let you go." Luo Tian directly raised his middle finger at him and said in disdain, "Idiot! Fool! Your brain must have been filled with shit. You actually dare to ignore my deviant fire, of course. You definitely don't know how awesome the deviant fire is. Now you know? Heavenly flame. Xiao Yan's strongest chi method. The molten green lotus flame was ranked 18th. It was not the strongest, but Luo Tian had a special function. A damage of 1 million. No matter how strong you are, no matter how high your cultivation level is, the damage it can deal is 1 million points of damage. Luo Tian had already studied this point thoroughly. There was another point. The molten green lotus core flame had a slight instant kill ability. It could instantly kill a player with 1 million HP. This was its strength. So what if he was at the profound god realm? So what if it was a six-winged golden dragon? So what if he was an undead emperor's servant? In front of the deviant flame, everything could be killed in an instant. Ah! Master, save me! Save me! Luo Tian, I won't let you go. I definitely won't let you go. Ah! Ah, the deviant flame burned his body. Tai Long continuously let out shrill screams. Listening to his screams, Luo Tian jumped up, pointed at Tai Long's nose, and scolded. Let your sister go. I won't let your 18 generations of ancestors go. You dare to show off in front of me? Show off your sister, die for me. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of violent explosions, Tai Long's HP was finally depleted. Finally, the pair of resentful eyes fiercely stared at Luo Tian and sneered. Luo Tian, you'll die. The undead emperor won't let you go. Ha ha ha. F***CK? Don't you have an undead body? Didn't you say you won't die? Now you are still being killed by me. F***CK. Luo Tian scolded unhappily. His heart was incomparably excited. The moment of excitement had arrived, and he secretly said, Oh, Sister Ozawa, bless me, let me say something. At this moment, the system sounded out, and Luo Tian's heart suddenly tightened, and he became incomparably nervous. Tai Long was a purple light boss, and this kind of boss surpassed a golden light boss. It would definitely drop an incomparably powerful artifact, right? Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Tai Long, obtained 300,000 experience, 3 times 30 million mystical energy. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Blood Sea Purgatory enchantment space. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Ancient War Artifact Black God. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Ancient War Artifact Black God Armor. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Ancient War Artifact Black God Spatial Ring. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up current level. 8th rank Profound Sage. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up current level. 9th rank Profound Sage. The experience gained from leveling up in the Profound Sage realm was greatly increased. 3 billion only increased by 2 levels, but it was already very awesome. The system notification continued. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Tai Long and obtaining the boss reward. The reward item is the level 10 perfection technique, instant movement. Damn it, Sir System Ancestor, you're too awesome. If you were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Luo Tian almost laughed out loud. Instant movement was a very common skill in the hot-blooded legends, and mages could cultivate it at level 19. Reading books was very common. However, instant movement at level 10 perfection could be said to be the best escape technique. There was nothing more awesome than this. Once released, it could directly move tens of millions of kilometers, not to mention chasing after him. Even Luo Tian himself did not know where he was teleported to. His heart was boiling. This is awesome. If anyone tries to kill me with this technique in the future, I'll directly call them ancestor. Once the matter with the Heavenly Palace divine race was over, he would immediately return to the Huashan immortal sect. Now that he calculated the time, the top 10 immortal sects should have already vented their anger on what had happened in the heavenly realm. The Huashan immortal sect would definitely not let him off. He had to be prepared. However, it was not over yet. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the SSS level mission. Obtain the mission reward, increased by 1 level. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Mystic Emperor level 1. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the novel's protagonist skill reward system. The reward skill is Purifying Demonic Lotus Fire. Do you wish to fuse it? Deviant fire! Deviant fire again, ha ha ha! Luo Tian was so happy that he was about to pee. The happiness was too sudden, and too much came at once. It made him a little confused, as if he was drunk. This feeling was too wonderful. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Divine Dragon Soul Essence. The mission reward. It's here, it's finally here. 2 balls, you can hatch now. Luo Tian did not hesitate at all. The dragon egg began to tremble, and the eggshell began to crack. It was also at this moment. Tai Long, who had just exploded, began to condense bit by bit, forming an incomparably sinister undead emperor's will. He arrogantly roared, Luo Tian, I told you before, you're going to die soon, ha ha ha. Luo Tian's face was filled with shock. Dan's voice sounded, Boss, let me kill this guy. Thank you all for your votes. I saw a lot of familiar names again. Thank you all. Chapter 582. It felt too good to explode. It was so good that Luo Tian did not notice the changes in his surroundings. Tai Long's body, which had just been burned to ashes by the strange fire, was once again gathering together bit by bit. Woo ha ha ha! Tai Long's sinister laughter once again exploded in the air, and he fiercely shouted, Luo Tian, I said that you can't kill me. I am the most loyal servant of the undead emperor. I have an undead body. I have an undead body. You definitely can't kill me. Holy sh**t. Again. Luo Tian's face was filled with shock, and his heart was filled with shock. 99% of the reason he was able to kill Tai Long was due to luck. If he had not used all his strength and caused 5 million damage, Tai Long would definitely not have died. The attack of the heart of the heavenly dragon would only have left him with 3 million HP. The strange fire would not be able to kill him instantly. Luck was very important to be able to kill Tai Long. If he were to do it again, even if Luo Tian were to step into the profound emperor realm, he would still not be his match. The difference between the profound emperor and the profound god could no longer be described with words. It was truly the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Even 10 peak profound emperor realm experts would not be a match for one profound god realm expert. This was the rule, an unbreakable shackle. It was the same for the profound emperor realm. For every small realm higher, there was an insurmountable gap in strength. The difference in strength was huge, and a second stage profound emperor could completely suppress a first stage profound emperor. The higher the realm, the more obvious the difference was. It was also because of this. There were many profound emperor realm experts in the profound sky continent, but profound god were extremely rare. Even the Huashan immortal sect's grand elder was only at the peak of the profound emperor realm. There were not many profound god realm experts in the 10 great profound sections. It was truly fortunate to be able to kill Tai Long. If he were to do it again, Luo Tian would definitely not have the chance to kill him. Luo Tian's heart faintly moved, and he secretly exclaimed, This is bad. At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully hatching his battle pet, 2 eggs. At this moment, Dan's excited voice sounded in Luo Tian's body. He said, Boss, let me kill this guy. It hatched. The incubation was successful. Luo Tian's face suddenly changed, and he became extremely excited. Erden, you're finally alive. Ha ha ha. You're finally alive. Luo Tian wasn't excited because of the successful incubation, but because Dan had come back to life. Even if he didn't hatch the Luo Tian, he wouldn't care. In his heart, he treated Dan as his brother. 2 balls could understand the emotions in Luo Tian's heart. He was filled with gratitude and said, Boss, thank you. If not for you, I would have died and wouldn't have been able to hatch. Thank you, you gave me life. From now on, you are my boss, my only family in this world. If anyone dares to touch you, I will be the first to fight them. Finished. Without waiting for Luo Tian's summon, Air Dan broke out of its shell and charged into the sky. Dragon. A dragon that was like the divine dragon of Huaxia. It was a dragon that was completely different from the dragon race in the sky god race. No wings. It didn't have 4 claws but 8. Its entire body was shining with golden light. It was an 8-clawed golden dragon that was of an extremely high level among the mystical dragons. Its power was boundless. The entire Heavenly Palace divine race was trembling because of the appearance of 2 balls. Those dragon warriors who were hiding were completely shocked at this moment. Little Xie was dumbfounded. Qin Changtian couldn't help but wake up from his coma. He looked at the sky, his eyes filled with incomparable respect and worship, as if he was looking at his ancestor. At this moment, those dragon warriors who survived immediately knelt down and worshipped. Son of the Dragon God! Son of the Dragon God! Son of the Dragon God! 10,000 people roared in unison, their voices resounding in every corner of the Heavenly Palace god race. Even above the Tianxian continent, the wind and clouds were surging, rolling and gathering. The sky was constantly wreaking havoc. Above the 9 heavens, another plane was constantly emitting huge and malevolent dragon roars. Somewhere in the Tianxian continent, Murong Wanjin's face was aghast. His brows were tightly knitted, and he was extremely unhappy. He shouted coldly, "Dragon God descends? So what if it's descending? I'm the true dragon's son. I'm the only dragon's son in the Tianxian continent. No matter who it is, they better not meet me. Otherwise, the outcome will be death." The voice coldly snorted. At this moment, his eyes flashed with a trace of golden light. His body turned into an arc and rushed out. Boom! A big shot of the demon race, a super elite of the profound Emperor realm, was ruthlessly crushed by him and killed instantly. Strength like the heavens, unparalleled. The 10 great immortal sects, the powerful sections. More than half of the experts in the Tianxian continent came out of seclusion and were all discussing. First, the green dragon goes to sea. Then, the vermilion bird ascends to the heavens. In less than a few days, it was the black tortoise oppression. In less than half a year, 3 such powerful bloodlines appeared. These 3 bloodlines are comparable to Murong Wanjin's true dragon bloodline. In the future, as long as they can awaken the bloodline and control the power of the bloodline, another 3 super geniuses will appear. 3 divine rank bloodlines, and now even a dragon god descends. It seems like the Tianxian continent is gathering. Something big will definitely happen. Go and find them. We must find these 4 people. No matter what price we have to pay, we must find them, even if it's just 1. Whoever finds them will be rewarded with 10 million high-grade magnetite. Ever since the dragon race awakened the human bloodline, there was a saying that the one who obtained the bloodline would obtain the world. 3 divine rank bloodlines. Only 1 person could reach the peak of the immortal sects and compete with the Imperial Immortal Sect and the Xinghai Immortal Sect. This was also the reason why all the immortal sects were crazy. From this day onwards, all the immortal sects set up an organization to search for the 3 divine rank bloodlines. It became the most important thing in the immortal sects, and they spared no effort to search. Of course, they didn't know that the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise bloodlines were all fused in 1 person. The current dragon god descends were also Luo Tian's underlings. If they knew about this, it was estimated that at this moment, Air Dan soared in the sky and flipped. His body was shining with golden light. The only flaw was that his body was a little immature. To be able to be like this at birth, probably only the dragon race could do it. Heavenly dragon, divine pillar, rise. Boom! The prepared heavenly dragon divine pillar moved in the air, and the giant stone pillar suddenly changed. It kept shrinking and becoming thinner. In the end, it turned into a rod and landed on 2 balls' claws. Two Balls' claws moved, and the fully formed Tai Long smashed down. How dare you hurt my boss? Bang! Who told you to be cocky? Bang! Who told you to be cocky? Bang! How dare you bully my boss? See if I don't kill you. Bang, 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 one rod after another. The newly condensed body was destroyed again. In front of Dan, there was no resistance at all. It was completely killed. Tai Long was a tragedy. Chapter 583. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom. The heavenly dragon divine, Rod, smashed down. Tai Long was dead. Just when Luo Tian thought that Tai Long's body would recondense, an incomparably sinister undead suddenly rose from his body, staring fiercely at Luo Tian. Luo Tian, I will remember you sooner or later. You'll enter the ancient world. I will wait for you there, and at that time I will repay you 1,000 times, 10,000 times for provoking me, the undead emperor. You will never have peace, ha ha ha. Just you wait. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom. The undead suddenly exploded. Hearing these words, Two Balls was instantly enraged. He smashed down with his rod and scolded angrily. If you have the guts, don't run. See if I don't kill you. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Undead Wolf for obtaining 10 million experience and obtaining 100,000 profound chi values. Only this. He only got experience and profound chi values. It was just a strand of the Undead Emperor's will, and it actually dropped 10 million experience points. How many strands of will could he condense? 10 million per strand. If I were to kill all of them, that would be great. It was normal for a strand of will to not drop anything. Luo Tian didn't mind. Moreover, he didn't even kill them with his own hands. This point caused his heart to tremble slightly, and he thought to himself, looks like I can also get the experience from the monsters killed by Two Balls, and I don't need to do anything to get it. According to the system, Two Balls should be my war pet. If that's the case, then it makes sense. The master will naturally get a large portion of the experience gained from the monsters killed by the war pet. However, Two Balls will definitely break through and level up. Is he the same as the war pet in the game? Do you need my experience? Luo Tian was slightly startled and couldn't help but think. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom. Two Balls suddenly changed. His body was a little weak and directly returned to Luo Tian's body. Ancient weapon, Black God. Good stuff, I'll eat it. Ha, ancient weapon, Black God armor? It's good stuff. I'll eat it too. Haha, there's another ancient weapon here. Dragon crystal? I ate it. Magnetite. This thing is too rotten, but I ate it too. Inner core? These things are not bad. Look at the huge pile. Let's eat 100 of them first. There's still many good things here. Eat, eat, eat all of them. Everything happened too quickly. It was so fast that Luo Tian didn't have time to react. He was dumbfounded. Erden, leave some for me. There's nothing left. Gone, there's nothing left. Oh my God, I hatched a money-burning ancestor. My savings, my magical treasures, my ancient weapons. Dan, come out. I'm going to smack your butt until it blossoms. Luo Tian even had the thought of dying. Seeing the treasures being stuffed into Dan's mouth one after another, he felt an intense pain in his heart. It was as if 10,000 steel needles had pierced through his heart. This feeling was too unbearable. It was worse than death. There were so many good things, but there was nothing left. It was as if a net worth of hundreds of billions had gone bankrupt overnight. Who could bear such a feeling? The most terrible thing was, Dan couldn't stop at all, and even said with a cute face, Boss, I'm your trash cleaner. These trash are useless. I'll clean them all up for you. Look at how clean the space ring is now. Luo Tian was speechless. Other than the ice dragon's heart, black dragon's heart, and a small pile of inner cores, there was nothing else in the space ring. It was clean, neat, and clean. It was as if a large wave of locusts had swept past, bringing with it a trace of desolation and coldness. Luo Tian's heart was already numb from the pain, and he immediately shouted angrily, "Erdan, come out! I promise I won't beat you to death." Erdan giggled and said, "Boss, I'm so sleepy. I'll take a nap first, hee." Before he could finish, Erdan immediately curled up into a ball, and fell into a deep sleep. His face was filled with tiredness, and after sleeping for more than 10,000 years, he still hadn't slept enough. Luo Tian even had the heart to strangle him to death. Heavens and earth. I've worked so hard for so many years, and in the blink of an eye, I've returned to the time before liberation, messing with an egg. Luo Tian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Seeing so many good things disappear just like that, his heart was broken. At this moment, the system suddenly remembered the upgrade sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up his war pet, Erdan. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up his war pet, Erdan. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up his war pet, Erdan. 3 notifications in a row. Erdan rose 3 levels in a row. Luo Tian was slightly startled and thought to himself, Erdan has leveled up. Could it be that he is the same as the war pets in the game, needing experience to level up? No, it has already been a few minutes since he obtained the experience. If he wanted to level up, he would have done so long ago. Damn, I'm really going to go bankrupt. Suddenly, Luo Tian realized the reason why Erdan had leveled up. He had met the world's #1 foodie. Level up by eating. The better the treasure, the more he liked to eat it. The more he ate, the faster he leveled up. This time, Luo Tian's heart was completely broken. What should I do? The things that the system dropped are all automatically placed in the space ring. This is like throwing meat buns at a dog. There is no return. The egg was broken. I have to think of a way to make him control himself. Otherwise, I will really be forced to beg on the streets. Luo Tian made up his mind. He had to think of a good way to intimidate Erdan. If not, he would be in trouble. This was also the case. Qin Changtian held onto Devil Emperor Xingtian's head and walked over, asking anxiously, "Boss, did you come to the Heavenly Palace God race for the son of the Dragon God?" Looking at half of his body, Luo Tian's heart turned cold. As expected of the Devil Emperor, if it was anyone else, they would have already died. He first wore his head, then returned to his human form and said, "That's right, I needed the Dragon God's soul to hatch the dragon egg. I didn't expect Tai Long to have the Dragon God's soul, so the incubation was successful. I was afraid that you would misunderstand if I told you at the beginning." Little Xia also anxiously walked over and immediately knelt down, saying, "Big brother Luo, thank you. Thank you for saving the dragon race. Thank you for saving the Heavenly Palace God race." It was also at this moment, on top of the mountain, a dense crowd of dragon race elders, women, and children appeared. They all knelt down in unison and shouted in unison, "Thank you. You are the great benefactor of our dragon race." Qin Changtian took a step forward and took out a medal. There was a dragon engraved on the medal. It was similar to the medals of the Shady Mountain Corpse City, the Goblin Tribe, and the Titan Tribe. There was no need to ask what Qin Changtian wanted to say. Luo Tian took it and smiled. "Changtian, quickly break through and grow up. In another year or so, I might need the help of your dragon race." More than a year. It was about the time of Morong Wanjian and Li Shuerer's wedding. Chapter 584. Huashan Immortal Sect. The outer sect was in a mess. There were corpses everywhere. All of them were outer sect disciples of the Huashan Immortal Sect. In just a month's time, the Huashan Immortal Sect was facing destruction under the siege of the 10 great sections. Inner sect. It was completely surrounded. The path to the inner sect was guarded by the disciples of the 10 great sections. In the main hall of Huashan, Lei Zhen, the hall master of the martial hall of the Imperial Immortal Sect, was furious. He looked at Yanji condescendingly and snorted. Yanji, it's your Huashan Immortal Sect disciple who broke the rules. Not to mention that he killed the disciples of the 10 great sects. Just the fact that he destroyed the heavenly realm is enough for him to be exterminated. I really don't know why you accepted this kind of demon back then. Humph. The hall master of the martial hall of the Xinghai Immortal Sect, Sky Wheel King, was also disdainful. He said disdainfully, "If it wasn't for the female phoenix, Le Shuer, do you think a mere Huashan Immortal Sect elder like you can calm our anger? Now, you actually dare to openly go against our Xinghai Immortal Sect and kill dozens of our talented disciples. This debt indeed needs to be settled with Luo Tian. But since he's not here, as the sect master of the Huashan Immortal Sect, if you don't give us an explanation today, don't blame us brothers for not caring about our old friendship. Don't be afraid. You're the sect master of the Huashan Immortal Sect. Even if your grand elder is here, I still dare to say this." Imperial Immortal Sect and Xinghai Immortal Sect jumped out, and the leaders of the other 8 great sects also jumped out to criticize. "Yanji, if you don't give us an explanation today, I think it's time for your Huashan Immortal Sect to be destroyed." "Yes, you must give us an explanation. Killing my Immortal Sect's disciple and destroying the heavenly realm is a heinous crime. Let alone you, Empyrean Cloud Fate. Even if your Mount Hua old ancestor was here, he would still have to hand over that brat today. He cannot be allowed to live. His existence is an insult to our 10 great immortal sections." One person said one sentence. Every sentence carried a powerful aura and pressure, not giving Yanji any face at all. According to seniority, these people should respectfully address Yanji as senior brother. But now, where was the slightest respect? They all had a look of contempt and condescending faces. He did not give Empyrean Yanji any face at all. Empyrean Cloud Secret's complexion turned pale, both fists in his sleeves tightly clenched again, and he said hatefully in his heart, "Luo Tian, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I'll also ferret you out. I'll definitely let you taste the most painful punishment in the world." He hardened his heart. On the surface, he put on a fawning smile and said, "Hall masters, elders, I didn't teach them well. As long as that dog Luo Tian comes back, I will immediately twist his head off. At that time, I will present it to you with both hands." Primordial Chaos Holy Man also put on a fawning expression and said, "That dog is indeed a scourge. Our Huashan Immortal Sect is also a victim. Hall masters and elders, please forgive us, as long as he returns. No, I leave. I will send people to capture Luo Tian. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." At this moment, none of the elders from the inner court spoke to Luo Tian. They were all like dogs, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. Han Hua's face was bruised and swollen. The blood on the wound on her chest had congealed, and her body was bound by a hard rope. Not only her, but also Yunling, Yun Yi, and Zhao Qin. The 3 of them were all tied up tightly, and there was also Su Shan, who was covered in blood and lying on the ground. His face was pale, and his breathing was weak, as if he could die at any moment. Han Hua slightly raised his eyes and said, "Sect Master, Luo Tian did not do anything. It was the 10 great immortal sects who bullied us first and killed our Huashan Immortal Sect disciples first. Luo Tian only used their methods to deal with them. Hundreds of talented disciples from the 10 great immortal sects were beaten to a pulp by Luo Tian alone. This world is a world where the strong are respected. If you can't beat them, you should admit it. Luo Tian is not wrong. There is no need to give them any explanation." "Impudent, courting death. Who do you think you are? Is it your turn to speak here?" A few shouts were heard. Primordial Tao Master's figure flashed and landed in front of Han Hua. He gave her a fierce slap and stabbed his finger into the wound on her chest that had just healed. He shouted angrily, The Huashan main hall is not for a bitch like you. Bitch, if you speak, all of you will die later. Intense pain assaulted her body. Han Hua took a deep breath, but she did not cry out in pain. Her eyes were firm as she shouted again, "We did not do anything wrong, neither did Luo Tian. Why do we have to give them an explanation? We are all orthodox immortal sects. Why do we have to give them an explanation? Who do they think they are?" Pa! Primordial Tao Master gave her another fierce slap. "Courting death." Zhao Qin took a step forward and shouted, "We did not do anything wrong, neither did Boss Luo. Great Elder, Sect Master. Why do we have to give them an explanation?" Yunling and Yun Yi also stepped forward and shouted, "We do not have to give them an explanation. Brother Luo Tian did nothing wrong." Rebel, rebel. All of you have rebelled. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know who I am. Primordial Tao Master's eyes were filled with anger. He immediately released the power of the early stage Profound Emperor and slapped each of them, causing them to fall to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The four of them were all lying on the ground. Their faces were red and swollen, and black blood was constantly spurting out of their mouths. Before this, they had fought a bloody battle with the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects and did not suffer any injuries. However, they were beaten up by the inner sect elders. They did not die in the hands of the enemy, but in the hands of their own people. Ha ha ha, ha suddenly. Su Shan laughed out loud in pain. He struggled to get up from the ground and said Luo Tian was right. The Huashan immortal sect is rotten to the bone. At first, I blamed myself, but now it seems that everything was not wrong. Primordial, you are only good at bullying your own people. You are also a Profound Emperor Realm expert. Please show some of the aura of a Profound Emperor Realm expert. Compared to these hall masters and elders, are you any weaker? Why are you afraid of them? Moreover, you are afraid of them like a dog. And you, Emperor Yanji, the dignified Huashan immortal sect leader, did not do anything. You were besieged by the 10 great immortal sects, but you appeared once. What qualifications does a person like you have to continue? 10 great immortal sects. Ha ha ha. Just these 4 words are enough to scare you to death. A person like you is not qualified to be the sect leader of our Huashan immortal sect. Rotten. Extremely rotten. Rotten to the point that it can't be any worse. Luo Tian, you are right. This kind of immortal sect should be destroyed. As soon as he finished, Emperor Yenji's face was filled with anger. His figure was like a ghost as he directly smashed his palm onto the chest. My mistakes are not up to you to judge. Who do you think you are? Go to hell. He always saw a lot of familiar names. Whether it was voting or giving gifts, the names of many brothers would often appear. Old Cow thanks you for accompanying me along the way. Thank you. Chapter 585. For the Grand Master of an immortal sect to be called worthless by an outer sect elder. Even if everything that he said was true, it would still be hard for him to swallow his pride. Furthermore, there were people from the 10 great immortal sects present. This way, Celestial Master Yunji would lose face. In a fit of anger, his killing intent rose, and in an instant, the aura of the Profound Emperor realm burst out. In a flash, he directly blasted out a palm. Bang! Su Shan didn't have time to react. He didn't make any reaction. From the moment he stood up and said those words, he knew there would only be one result. When he saw Celestial Master Yunji's figure move, his heart was sad and relieved, as if he had let down his guard. He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Hua Mountain is dead! Rumble. A punch accurately landed on his chest. Su Shan's body was directly impacted by a powerful force, and his body exploded on the spot. Dead. The main hall was silent. Celestial Master Yunji's expression was extremely cold. He coldly glanced at Han Hua and the other 3 who were in a daze, and coldly shouted with killing intent. My mistake is not for you to judge. Killed. Without the slightest mercy. Directly killed. Moreover, he used an extremely cruel method to kill Su Shan. Everywhere in the main hall was sprayed with Su Shan's blood. Clap, clap, clap. Good, good, good. This is the celestial master of Hua Mountain Immortal Sect. A mere outer sect elder dared to jump around in the main hall of the inner sect. If he was in my immortal reigning sect, he would have died long ago. This kind of person should have died long ago. Celestial Master Yunji, what you did was right. The Martial Hall elder of the immortal reigning sect said with a smile. Star Ocean Immortal Sect's Skywheel King was also full of smiles. He clapped and said, An outer sect elder dares to speak ill of the current Celestial Master. This kind of person indeed deserves to die. However, Celestial Master Yunji, you killing an outer sect elder has nothing to do with us. Luo Tian is a disciple of Hua Mountain Immortal Sect. I don't care if he is in Hua Mountain Immortal Sect or not. Who will be responsible for the death of our disciples? Yes, Celestial Master Yunji, just because an outer sect elder died, you want to settle the matter peacefully? Do you really think that the 10 great immortal sects are pushovers? Luo Tian is from your Mount Hua Immortal School. He killed so many disciples from the 10 great immortal sects, and many of them were extremely talented. This is a great loss to the human race, a misfortune to the human race. Emperor Yanji, you should take responsibility for this matter. The elders and hall masters of the 10 great immortal sects clamored again. At this moment, he bowed slightly and said, Luo Tian, this bastard has caused so much trouble. As the sect master, I have to take some responsibility. I will send out a warrant for Mount Hua. I will do my best to capture him. When the time comes, I will hand him over to the 10 great immortal sections. I won't have any objections if you want to kill him or cut him into pieces. The same goes for the Mount Hua Immortal Sect. Heartbroken, it was incomparably painful. It was one thing for the dignified sect leader of an immortal sect to not protect his own disciple, but he actually said such heartbreaking words. Just as Su Shan had said, Mount Hua was doomed. Han Hua's face was pale. Su Shan was killed by the sect master. Her heart sank even more. Yunling and Yun Yi were the same. Zhao Qin clenched his fists tightly. His fingernails dug into his flesh, causing dark red blood to drip out. He was extremely cruel to his own people. Yet he was like a dog wagging its tail and begging for pity when facing those high and mighty 10 great immortal sections. Was it pitiful? No, it was pitiful. The 4 of them were heartbroken. There was nothing left in the Mount Hua Immortal Sect that was worthy of their nostalgia. It was not just them. Some of the disciples felt the same way. The Mount Hua Immortal Sect was a place where they had spoken for decades and centuries. They treated this place as their home, but their home was destroyed. The head of the family, Emperor Yanji, did nothing. Now, in order to protect themselves, he was like a dog. How could he say such words? Emperor Yanji did not feel the slightest bit wrong. Primordial chaos, holy man, was the same. He revealed a flattering smile and said, Hall masters, elders, senior brothers, we will definitely capture that bastard, Luo Tian. No matter the price, we will capture him. Please give us some time. When the time comes, we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Answer. Skywheel King first looked at the martial arts hall master of the Imperial Immortal Sect, then sneered, walked in front of Emperor Yanji and sneered. Yanji, I say, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Do you think that we spent so much effort just to take Luo Tian's life? Humph! A mere disciple with a shattered dantian and no talent bloodline needs us to mobilize so many people. As soon as he said that, the leaders of the 10 great immortal sects all revealed greedy sneers. Emperor Yanji frowned and said, Junior brother Tianluan, if you don't want his life, then what do you want? This time it is indeed our Mount Hua Immortal Sect who was in the wrong first. As long as your conditions are reasonable, I will satisfy them. I think you have to satisfy even if you're not satisfied. Sky Wheel King sneered. Subsequently, Sky Wheel King and several elders exchanged glances and said, "The 10 great immortal sects came here from thousands of miles away, and so many talented disciples died in the heavenly realm. There was also a conflict not long ago, and a few disciples died. Your Mount Hua immortal sect should compensate. I heard that your Mount Hua immortal sect still has a few sets of secret techniques. Take them out." The greedy faces of the 10 great immortal sects were all revealed. When the Mount Hua immortal sect was established, it was once the leader of the 10 great immortal sects. The patriarch of Mount Hua had traveled to various major planes and collected countless magic treasures, sacred arts, and several extremely powerful secret techniques. This was the purpose of the 10 great immortal sects. Emperor Yunji's face darkened. The expressions of the other elders in the hall also secretly changed. They didn't expect the 10 great immortal sects' appetite to be so big, to actually ask for the Mount Hua immortal sect's secret technique. This was something left behind by the patriarch. If they gave it to others, wouldn't they be letting down the patriarch? All the elders looked at Emperor Yunji. At this moment, cold sweat appeared on Emperor Yunji's forehead as he sent a sound transmission. "Master, what should we do?" He sent a sound transmission to the Grand Elder. However, the Grand Elder did not respond to him. There was not a single sound. No one was willing to bear the infamy. Emperor Yunji did not want to, nor did the Grand Elder. "What is it? Yunji, are you not willing?" "It's fine if you don't want to. Brother Skywheel, the Mount Hua immortal sect, killed the disciples of our 10 great immortal sects. A mere trash like the Mount Hua immortal sect dares to ignore us. If we don't teach them a lesson, where will the 10 great immortal sects put their face?" "That's right. They killed so many of our disciples. Today's matter is not over. Inform the disciples at the foot of the mountain to attack with full force and flatten the Mount Hua immortal sect. Today, we will remove the Mount Hua immortal sect from the Tianxian continent." Chapter 586. The Huashan immortal sect used to be the overlord of the immortal sections. That was many years ago. Now they were in dire straits. They were also rotten. The Huashan patriarch had left behind many good things, magic treasures, techniques, and abilities. Now there were only a few left. Only a few secret techniques were left. This was something everyone in the immortal sects knew. However, suddenly asking Empyrean Cloud Fate to use these secret techniques as compensation was too sudden. Not only Yunji, even the Grand Elder who had been paying attention to the Huashan immortal sect's hall had a slight change in expression. When he heard Yunji's voice transmission, he didn't respond. He didn't know how to respond. He didn't want to be cursed. He didn't want to be too ashamed to meet the ancestors of the Huashan immortal sect after he died. No one in the Huashan immortal sect's hall was his match. Even Yunji could kill all of them. However, they were backed by the 10 great immortal sections. They had profound god-level experts, and even the profound emperor who was in seclusion. The 10 great immortal sects couldn't afford to offend them. Yunji was shocked as he looked at Lei Zhen and Sky Will King's cold faces, thinking of the current situation of the Huashan immortal sect. Thinking of his own position, Lei Zhen looked at Yunji and sneered. "Brother Yunji, the things left behind by the patriarch are important. However, in my opinion, the Huashan immortal sect is more important. I might as well tell you directly. We didn't make the decision to ask you to hand over the secret techniques. We were waiting for the mission." "That's right," Sky Will King immediately said. "Our patriarch specially said that if the Huashan immortal sect doesn't hand over the secret techniques, the Huashan immortal sect has no value in existing. At that time, don't blame the 10 great immortal sects for annihilating you. After annihilating you, we can still find those secret techniques." Humph. There's no need for such a trashy immortal sect to exist. I think so too. He's a disgrace to our sect. If he doesn't hand it over today, we'll raze this place to the ground. Humph. Even if he hands it over today, he won't be able to participate in next year's competition and will be removed. However, annihilation now is much worse than becoming an ordinary sect. If it were me, I'd definitely choose the latter. The elders of the various immortal sects, elders said. In their eyes, they didn't take the Huashan Immortal School seriously at all. They didn't put Heavenly Sovereign Yunji in their eyes at all. This was the world. The weaker you are, the more you will be bullied. However, the most infuriating thing was that Yunji was not weak. He was stronger than anyone here, but he was incomparably afraid. He was afraid that he would lose everything he had now. He was afraid that he would die. He was bullied like this and didn't even dare to let out a fart. They wanted the Huashan Immortal Sect to compensate them with secret techniques. This was undoubtedly a ruthless slap to the faces of everyone from the Huashan Immortal Sect. What a blatant insult! Han, Hua couldn't stand it anymore. Yunling and Yun Yi couldn't take it anymore. Zhao Qin couldn't stand it anymore. But none of them expressed anything. They had already given up on the Huashan Immortal Sect. In their hearts, they were all chanting Luo Tian's name. Luo Tian, let the Huashan Immortal Sect be reborn from the ashes. This was what they were thinking. They couldn't bear to continue watching. But those inner court elders kept begging Empyrean, Cloud Fate. Primordial Chaos Holy Man was the first to speak. Sect leader, the secret technique is important, but the Huashan Immortal Sect is even more important. Where there is life, there is hope. Sect leader, please agree to their request. Tian Yuan Holy Man immediately said, yes, since none of us can cultivate those secret techniques, there is no point in keeping them. Why not just give them to them? Sect leader, give it to them. Sect leader, please think about the Huashan Immortal Sect. Give it to them. All of them started begging. They were really afraid. If the 10 great immortal sects worked together, they could instantly annihilate the Huashan Immortal Sect. They were scared to death. Empyrean, Cloud Fate, raised his eyes. In his heart, he had already made his choice. The reason why he didn't say anything was because he was waiting for these elders to beg. He couldn't bear this infamy alone. But if everyone bore it together, it would be different. When the time came, he could push all the blame onto Luo Tian. Everything had become like this because of Luo Tian. Thinking of Luo Tian, Yunji's killing intent surged. Shortly after, Yunji took a deep breath and pretended to be in a difficult position. Junior brother Lei, junior brother Tianlin, it is our Huashan Immortal Sect's misfortune to have a bastard like Luo Tian. I will apologize to you. If that bastard dares to come back, we will not let him live. The 10 great immortal sects have lost so many disciples. We should compensate. Men, go to the martial scripture pavilion and take out the 3 secret techniques. Yes, sect leader. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, brother Yunji, we should have done this long ago. This way we can go back and explain. Of course, we want the secret techniques, but there are only 3. It is only enough for 3 sections. As for the other sects, Lei Jin smiled. Yunji didn't even think. For the other sects, each sect will get 1,000,000 upper grade magnetite. Upper grade magnetite? Do you think we are beggars? That's right. Are you trying to fool us with such things? Seeing that the situation was not right, Yunji immediately said, Senior and junior brothers, I haven't finished yet. Other than 1,000,000 upper grade magnetite, there are also 1,000 inner cores. While they were talking, Yunji's palms were sweating profusely. 7,000,000 upper grade magnetite was not a difficult matter, but 7,000 inner cores was a huge number. It was impossible for the entire sect to take out so many. Not waiting for him to finish, Lei Zhen immediately smiled and said, Senior brother Yunji, I need a lot of inner cores for my cultivation recently. Skywheel King also jumped out and said with a smile, I also lack quite a bit. Yunji said directly, Naturally, there will be 2 junior brothers, but please tell me our Huashan immortal sect is unable to take out so many inner cores in a short period of time. Please give us some time. About this? It's not that it's impossible, but you also know that borrowing money requires interest. Since you can't take out that much in a short period of time, then I'll give you a year's time. However, on top of this 1,000, I'll add another 1,000 as interest. Lei Jin smiled greedily. Yun Ji's expression darkened, but he didn't dare to say anything. He could only clench his teeth and say, "All right." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The people from the 10 great immortal sects all laughed. Han Hua and the others also laughed. Sneer. Emperor Yanji coldly glared at them. Not long after handing over the secret technique, the people from the 10 great immortal sects left the Huashan immortal sect. When they retreated, it was like a swarm of locusts taking away all the valuable things. After the 10 great immortal sects left, the Huashan immortal sect quieted down. In the main hall, Dao Sovereign Primordius took a step forward and said, "Sect Master, how should we deal with these 4 people?" Kill. This was also true. Luo Tian appeared on the Huashan immortal sect's teleportation array.